the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport, the thrill of victory.
Did you know what Indy means?
And the agony of defeat.
Look at him go!
The human drama of athletic competition. This is ABC's Wide World of Sport.
ABC's Wide World of Sports is in Indianapolis for coverage of the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500. And guess what? It's raining. Well, the weather system that seems to be affecting and ruining barbecues all across the United States are certainly affecting Indianapolis, Indiana today. The temperature right now at 70 degrees and patchy light rain at the moment, but the good news is they have 25 trucks already out on the racetrack trying to get it dry. And we've done this before, so we're going to have a lot of good information for you, a lot of great interviews. There's very much going on down in the garage area. We're going to have a chance to talk with these drivers, and I think you'll find it's going to be an interesting time until we are ready to go racing. Race fans are already in the track. There are a lot of people here. They've been coming in since 5 o'clock in the morning. And if for some reason we would not be able to run this race today, they plan to run it tomorrow. And of course, ABC will stay right with that coverage, so you will see the Indianapolis 500. But I think you're going to find that we have a nice time until we lead up to the start of the race. But the first question is, officially, what's going to happen? Well, let's get that word from the man who knows. He's with Jerry Punch.
Thanks a lot, Paul. You know, Keith Ward is the chief steward for the Indy Racing League and the United States Auto Club. Folks, the chief steward is sort of like the chief operating officer of this company. You're in charge of what happens today at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Keith, let me ask you first, you've looked at the radar. What is the weather in the area?
Well, just looking at what we're able to look at right now, it looks like that as this stuff moves off to the northeast that there could be a window. As you can see now, we're getting to get a little sunshine peeping through. If that stays with us, that's going to help us a great deal. So we hope that that window appears and nothing else forms within that window that'll create a problem for us.
Now, if the window with the sun came out, as you said, about 3 or 4 minutes ago, right as we came on the air here on ABC, and that was good timing. If we do have the window, how long will it take currently to dry the racetrack?
Well, I really think no more wind than we've got, no more sunshine at this point, probably somewhere in the area of about 2 to 2.5 hours to dry the track.
So 2.5 hours. How late would you want to be able to start this race if you could, to be able to get it in? I know you want to be able to start the race and be able to get it in its entirety in for the fans today. How late could you wait if you had to?
Well, we certainly would evaluate it based on getting the full race in, and I think that if we got much past 3:30, we'd have some serious thinking to do about starting anything later than that.
But you're optimistic that with the window we'll have a shot at getting the track dry. You know, the wind is an adversary of the drivers during the month of May, but it's an ally on race day when you want to dry the track, and we haven't had much wind today.
Yeah, we need a little wind and a little sunshine right now. And Jerry, you and I did this same act last year. I feel like we're kind of repeating ourselves. And we had the window open up for us last year, and we got it done, and we're hopeful that's what's going to happen this year.
Keith, I'm like you. Let's go 2 for 2. Last year we got the window, we got the track dry, and we had one whale of a race here, Paul.
Of course, when Keith Ward, the chief steward, refers to 3:30, it's 3:30 Indianapolis time, and right now it's just a little bit past 10 o'clock in the morning. Back in the garages, there are a good many drivers, crew members, well-wishers assembled. It gives them a little extra time as well to prepare for this day. So let's meet some of those folks back there, beginning with the pole sitter, Arie Luyendyk. Jack?
Well, the wonderful thing about rain is it opens up the garage doors, and celebrities and fans alike, like Tony Saragusa here and Matt Vanderbink from the Dallas Cowboys, get to come in and visit with the pole sitters garage, Fred Treadway's racing team, and Arie Luyendyk signing autographs, talking to celebrities. But most importantly, what does this rain delay do to your preparation?
Well, it kind of messes it up. I mean, I have about 2 or 3 hours to get my helmet ready and my suit and everything else. So, but waiting around is just not the ideal thing to do, because you have a set way of doing things, you know, before a race morning and race morning itself, and all of a sudden it changes. So now we just have to stand around and wait. And
rituals like that, I mean, it's like all of a sudden, you said before we went on the air that what normally you would dedicate maybe 40 minutes to, now you've got
too much time, and you start thinking about things. Well, if the race gets rained out, then I gotta change my flight reservations. I gotta juggle things around, and so it's not good. But once we actually go out, once they say, okay, we're going to go race at 2 o'clock. Then you just start with everything you do normally at 1 o'clock. And then you start getting your stuff ready. You go out to the starting lineup. And then you start focusing like you would have done. It's just a couple hours later, and you're probably a little bit more tired than you were when you would have started the race at 11 o'clock.
Now, you and your teammate, Scott Goodyear, engage in a little ritual of your own with a chiropractor before each race, too. What does that do to all that? Have you been adjusted yet?
No, not yet, but we just kind of get a real nice, easy adjustment, a relaxing therapy. And so I might do that here pretty soon and take a nap for an hour, and then I'll really be ready.
Well, don't go too far away. We need to talk to you again. But let's go back 1 year ago. Fastest laps, record laps in qualifying, but not pole position. And then all of a sudden, you go out in the race, and it looked like it was your race to lose. And then along comes the accident on pit road. Tell us your impact there, what you went through as we watch it.
Well, it was really difficult because up until that point, I hadn't really been charging. I had been really driving, you know, maybe 85% and just really not taking any chances, really staying out of everybody's way. If I couldn't make a pass easy, I just wouldn't do it because I knew it was a long race still. And
now we watch you pulling out of pits now, and all of a sudden Eliseo Salazar in the green and white car looks like he's trying to make the pass, and then bang.
Well, it surprised the heck out of me because what I saw in my mirrors, he was coming, and I beat him to the blend line. And after I beat him to the blend line, I just went into the turn onto the pit lane to make, you know, the corner, and I figured he was slotting in behind. And it just surprised the heck out of me when he hit me, because you can see on the video from the inside camera, in-car camera, that the steering wheel actually got knocked out of my hand, and I bruised my hand quite bad. Total surprise to me, but I knew my race was done then because he hit me really hard in the side pod, and it took away, you know, part of the side pod, and that was it.
Now, this is the 13th year that this man has been to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Has it changed at all for you, Arie?
No, the same emotions are going on right now before the start of the race. The same excitement, and the butterflies are there. It's just the same thing, and I'm looking forward to the race because that's the most fun part of the whole race, is to actually race the other guys.
You know, a lot of our viewers never get an opportunity to come to Indianapolis, so they don't get to witness this mass of humanity that started assembling, yesterday outside the Speedway. But once you get in the cockpit, what do you worry about?
Same thing. I mean, I stay focused as much as I can. Try not to take any chances that are unnecessary, because the track, the Indianapolis 500 racetrack, can just bite you like that. You always have to be on your toes. You have to make sure the car is working good for you before you really start charging and before you really start, you know, driving aggressively. Aggressive driving is probably not the thing to do around here, but sometimes you have to be aggressive to make that pass. That is crucial. And then as far as the stands being filled with all these people, you don't really notice that while you're driving. I mean, you notice it when you go out to get ready into the car. You look around and you say, boy, this is really neat. But then once you get in the car, it's just you put your helmet on and it gets quiet.
Well, we hope that it'll get quiet later today, but we remain to be seen whether we're going to get the track drive off or not. He'll go through his rituals, including getting that adjustment. But right now, we're going to switch over to Gary Gerald. Gary?
So very frustrating. It's always so frustrating, of course, when you get into this waiting mode. Normally, we would see the cars out on the racetrack on the grid at this time. We'd be anxiously counting down. Drivers would be starting their walk out to the line and getting position. But here sits Tony Stewart and some of the crew. Bill Martin, his chief mechanic, alongside. And I know this has got to be so tough. You just got here at the racetrack. How much has this disrupted your normal routine this morning?
Not at all. I'm looking for a place to go back to sleep here in a minute. You know, this really doesn't bother us. You know, when you run as many races as I do, you're going to get days where it rains, and you know, we're going to get this race in one way or the other, and it may not happen today, but it may happen tomorrow, and who knows. But we're going to run this race, and that's the main thing. We've been here for 3 weeks, so what's a couple hours?
You sound like a veteran, even though this is only your second Indy 500. We've talked about how the great success of this team and the brief history of the IRL, how you have been most consistently the fastest guy around, and yet that win has eluded you. How much does that eat on you?
Well, I think the thing that disappoints me the most about it is it's for the crew guys than anything. You know, these guys and their families, they spend so much time at the race shop getting these cars ready that they've poured all their hearts and souls into it, and I get to do the glamorous side of it, and they're the ones that haven't been rewarded for what they've done. So I think for me personally, it's you know, more of a dissatisfaction for them than anything. You know, I want to get their first win for them, and I want to reward these guys for all the hard work and all the time and effort they put in that car to make me feel safe in that race car.
All of the hundreds of miles, literally thousands of miles, that the Menard team has tested, you and your teammate Robbie Buell here, have you ever been better prepared for a race than this year's Indy 500?
Well, Larry Curry kind of summed it up yesterday in our team meeting, said this is our best chance, or this is the best chance that we've had at winning Indianapolis 500. So I think these guys are the best prepared team at the racetrack today.
I know that it's a ways away. We don't know yet when you're going to be in that front row along with Arie Luyendyk and Vincenzo Sospiri leading them into the first turn. You have consistently been fast, as we pointed out. What is your race strategy? Are you planning to be fast right from the start, or is this going to be a more patient Tony Stewart?
Probably going to be a more patient Tony Stewart. You know, we can't win it in the first 250 miles, and you know, really, I'm just going to kind of wait and see what the pace is. I mean, we need to run hard enough to stay fairly close to the lead, but we don't have to lead this thing, and we don't have to keep extending that lap leader deal. But it's going to be a big deal. You know, nobody's run one of these things 500 miles, and we don't know how we're going to be on reliability, but you know, like we said, we tested 2,700 miles in April and didn't have one motor failure, and ran all of May so far, and knock on wood today, we haven't had any motor failures yet. So we're pretty excited about the reliability of our engine, but we're not going to do anything that we think might hurt it.
Well, this kid is a bulldog behind the wheel. I can guarantee you that. He loves to drive anything with wheels, and I guarantee you he will be a factor when we get to go racing. Paul?
And he's 26, the youngest driver in the field. When we come back, we'll be talking with the defending champion. That's Buddy Lazier, of course. The fastest rookie in the field, an Italian, Vincenzo Sospiri. He's never taken a pit stop in competition and hasn't started with a rolling start in years. But he, of course, will be starting on the outside of the front row. And we'll also be talking with the outlaw, Steve Kinser. The Indy Racing League is ready for the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500.
The 81st running of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC's Wide World of Sports. Brought to you by Oldsmobile and your authorized Aurora retailers. Valvoline Durablend, the #1 selling semi-synthetic motor oil. Goodyear, #1 in tires. And National Car Rental. At National, green means go.
Back live in Indianapolis, the parade of bands is underway in the pit area, and you can see there is some drying going on the concrete there. Let's go back to the garage area, though. Jerry Punch.
Thanks, Paul. You know, former Benetton Formula One test driver Vincenzo Sospiri is a rookie at this racetrack. Now, the good news is this rookie starts on the front row. The bad news, we're told, is that Vincenzo, you have never had a rolling start in your career. Is that true?
Yeah, it is true. This is my first time in racing car to have a rolling start. I always did it in karting back many years ago, but should be okay. I get used to things very quickly. I think rolling start, we have a higher Luyendyk on pole, and it will be bringing the field down very nice and gently, hopefully, and then I will catch up with them for sure.
Have you talked to some of the other veteran drivers about what to expect at the start? They tell me the turbulence is pretty significant.
Yeah, the turbulence, they said, is very dangerous here, and I haven't got used to turbulence yet, but they said to be careful to stay just half a car out from the car in front of you, never stay behind them completely. And then it's just a question. I think I'm used to turbulence in Formula 1, Formula 3000, and I think here is a little bit higher turbulence, but we will get used to that too. Just a question of some laps behind some people, and then you find your position.
Now, to add to some of the drama, I'm told it's been a while since you've actually been in a car and competed. When's the last time you were in a race?
It was back in 1995 in Formula 3000, and actually the last race, and I won the Formula 3000 championship.
So some of the people here are saying that's about 19 months ago. So you've waited 19 months to get in a race, and so we have a little delay here today. You don't mind it too much. What about coming to Indianapolis Motor Speedway? You were so impressive on pole day, putting the car on the front row, the fastest of the 5 Scandia drivers, and you're the least experienced.
Yeah, that's true. I had the best team. The Old Navy racing team is one of the best team out here, and they prepare a fantastic car. I did my part, but I think the reason of that is the team is very good, and it gets the car in good shape, and that's why we are on the front row.
Have you talked to some of the veterans about the race, how it unfolds and what happens, particularly about pit stops? Have you talked about how to make a pit stop and how difficult that could be?
I think the pit stop, it will be the more hard situation for me, because I tried on Thursday to come in, and it's very difficult when you're focused like into a tunnel, when you go around the track and then you come into the pits and you have to open your vision. And that's very difficult for me to get used to that, and I nearly hit a car on Thursday because the speed was so much different, and I have to get used to that one. Maybe I will be very careful on the first 1 or 2 pit stop, because the pit stop are very important, so I don't want to lose too much time, but I will be very careful in the first 2 pit stops.
You talked about your car. We're going to show the folks your car right behind us. This is the Delara with the Aurora engine package in it, and you were the fastest of the Goodyear tire shod cars. There are 20 cars in the field on Goodyears. You're outside of row 1. How different are these cars as far as feeling the downforce? We're looking at the brand new car now, as opposed to what you've been in before, say in Formula 1.
Well, this car is just a question to keep the speed up, because the problem with this car, you have to keep the speed very high and constant. In Formula 1, you have high G-force, lateral, frontal, rear, acceleration, deceleration, wheel spinning. Here, you don't have it. The only problem here I find difficult for me is to go flat out into the corner, and then when you have to get behind somebody very slow, to pass them, and then when there's some yellow flag with the pace car, go down to 80 miles an hour, that's very difficult for me, I think, and then to pick the speed up again when the green flag drops again.
Well, Vincenzo, best of luck to you today.
Thank you very much.
Many people believe that for the start of the race, this rookie who lives in Monte Carlo could be taking somewhat of a gamble. Paul?
And what you saw there was an all-new race car. In fact, for the first time in history, all 33 cars, you had 35 in this starting field, but every car here is brand new this year. Now, you're looking down on turn 4. That's the view that Danny Sullivan, the 1985 winner of the 500, will have when the race starts. But right now, Danny's back in the garage area.
Well, I'm in here with defending champion Buddy Lazier. And Buddy, it's been probably an exciting year for you, but tell us what the demands have been like this month of May for you.
I don't know. You know, everybody says nothing can prepare you for when you win the Indy 500, and that's true, but nothing can prepare you when you come back as the last year's champion, because it's just unbelievable. I mean, I'm not complaining, but a lot of autographs, very difficult. You got to do a lot of time management because you're constantly being dragged for interviews here, there, everywhere, which is wonderful, but it is also really important for, I think, the driver to make a mental block and to be able to shut everything off when it's time to go do your job, which is, you know, which is the reason we're all here, is to go racing. So you really need to spend time with everybody, trying to address all their needs within the media and with, you know, with the fans. But then you've got to also, of course, really buckle down and try not to be too much distracted from the task at hand, driving the race car.
Well, and also you had a very tough month last year physically with your back, which I hear is getting a lot better, but you've had a pretty tough month this time as well. You're with your girlfriend and fiance, I mean.
Yeah, my fiance, Kara, unfortunately has mono, and I've got some bronchitis and the flu, so it's just something about the racing gods, they just don't make it easy for me here this month of May. But it's also, the injury has come a long way since last year, so if we could be as competitive as we were last year with those type of odds, this year shouldn't be any problem at all. The recovery's gone very well. I've probably got 90% of what I had before the accident, and it's still going to take a few more months and maybe another year, but a full recovery is in order.
Well, tell me too about your car, because you haven't had very much time on the track, very limited, and you've got some concerns about your race setup.
Well, our race setup, we're unfortunately going to take a little bit of a gamble, going to roll the dice, because we've got some problems within the handling. My guys have done a very good job. We have very limited time because we switched engines halfway through the month of May, and actually our Aurora package that we qualified and we're racing, we only had 30 minutes on before qualifying. Nevertheless, we have a reasonably good starting position, starting inside row 4, 10th place. We're gonna take some risks. We're gonna take some chances because we feel as though, regardless, we're gonna be able to go as fast as we are right now. So we're gonna try to dial it in and make some changes before the race.
Is that a concern for you with everybody else? Because there's been very limited time for a lot of drivers. I mean, I know Tony Stewart, Arie Luyendyk have done a lot of driving with their teams, but a lot of other teams have limited amount as well. Is that a concern?
I think it's a concern of everybody. You're looking at a whole new formula. I mean, these are very unrefined cars at this stage because there's a new chassis, new motors. I mean, it's just a gigantic rule change in general. There's more air displacement with these cars, less downforce, more torque, less overall horsepower. So it's a whole different deal, and a lot of guys do not have the setups that they may have had last year. They're, you know, I know everyone said that they're easy to set up, and there's a few teams that have really hit it, and it's obvious. Then there's a whole bunch of us that are still just kind of really close. We're on the edge of, are we going to hit our race setup or not? That always makes a driver nervous, because if the car isn't handling well, it really makes your job a lot harder. You want to be able to trust the car in the corners. It's a long race, and that makes it a lot easier for a driver. I suspect there's going to be a handful of guys that are doing the same thing I am and taking their best hypothesis or educated guess and going to change the race car a little bit. Got a lot of confidence in my technical director and manager, Ron Dawes, and Lee Koonsman, the manager. So we're going to do the best we can.
And what about the aerodynamics? This is a bigger car, makes a bigger hole in the air. Is that going to affect you during the race?
Well, you know, it's something that I'm a little nervous about is the start of the race. Of course, it's always a high-risk start, the Indy 500, and 33, this year 35 cars rolling into turn one. There's so much air displacement. These are really ground effects animals, and without air coming over the wings and under the tunnels, you don't have the same grip that you would have on the racetrack. And of course, the fact that this year the air displacement is even greater, it's going to mean a lot in the race. You got to use slipstreaming somewhat like a NASCAR, maybe a little bit of a departure from previous Indy 500s. But at the same time, at the start of the race, when you're all bunched up, there's going to be very little grip. It'll probably be worse than it has for some time.
And okay, well, last question. How about your back? I know you had a big problem with it last year, but you've obviously been doing therapy. How's it look for the future?
It's looking really good. I mean, we're probably talking, again, probably about 90 to 95% full recovery at this point. There's still, you know, a fair amount of discomfort in the mornings and during the day. Really doesn't affect the performance, my performance in the race car at all. The surgeons and the doctors have been very fortunate to have some very good people working with me. Assure me that, you know, at the absolute longest, within the next 6 months to a year, it's a full recovery. And every month it gets better and better. So it's really, really positive.
Okay. And Paul, he also feels that we're going to go racing by 1:30 or 2 today.
But there's Buddy Lazier, the defending champion. The rain had stopped a few minutes ago, and then it just started to spit in the past few seconds. But still, everyone is fairly optimistic here. The track in the past few minutes really improved in terms of drying, and the wind picked up across the speedway, and of course that helps the drying process. Now, Buddy Lazier referred to 35 cars, as I did. Now, what happened was, of course, the IRL had mandated that 25 of the positions in the starting field would be held for IRL cars. And when they went to qualifying, there were 2 cars that qualified faster than those 25 mandated spots. And so the IRL and their director, Leo Mel, said, look, let's make a kind decision here. We'll just add those 2 cars to the back of the field. So now we have 35 cars and a 12th row when we are ready to go racing in the 81st Indy 500. And they're down noted on the bottom of the scoring pylon in the pit area at Indianapolis. Now, today over the track, the Goodyear Blimp Spirit, bringing you these pictures and, of course, pictures of action throughout the race. It's based in Akron, Ohio. When we come back, we'll be talking with outlaw Steve Kinser. There are plenty of other drivers back in that garage area. It will be interesting. There's his number 44 machine. We're back at Indianapolis. You know, the race fans here have been through this before. They know exactly when to show up at the track, and many of them held off their morning journey over to the speedway, but apparently they know exactly what's going on because they've begun to appear in the grandstands and along 16th Street and up and down Georgetown Road, all ready to watch the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500. Now, when the race starts, Tom Sneva will be up in the booth with me, but right now he's down in the garage area with the king of the outlaws, Steve Kinser.
Well, Paul, earlier we talked to Luyendyk and about how he uses a chiropractor. This guy uses a sprint car to loosen up, and we're talking with Steve Kinser. You know, a lot of times when we talk motorsports and you talk about the king, if it's got fenders and doors, you might think Richard Petty, but if it's open wheel, sprint cars on the dirt, it's Steve Kinser. Steve, you know, you've been pretty busy this month. Can you tell us a little bit about where you've been in addition to Indianapolis?
Well, qualifying weekend, we was pretty lucky. We'd have everything pretty close to here. We just flew to Terre Haute and back to St. Louis and back to Evansville. And this week, it's been a little bit different. We've been Lernerville, PA above Pittsburgh, and then to Williams Grove and in Hagerstown, Maryland. So we've been back and forth all this weekend. So we've been fairly busy, yes.
Now, last year, this time, you were at Williams Grove. This year, race day was going to be in Indianapolis. You get up and it's raining out. What were your thoughts at that point?
Well, you know, I've been through a lot of rain delays. Just so happens it hasn't been for the Indianapolis 500. So, you know, it hasn't. So I haven't got into knowing what I'm going to feel like when it does come time. It might have been a little different if the sun would have been shining, where everybody would have got out and got dressed and felt like he was going to do something. Then it rained. But seeing how the rain was already here, I still really don't have no idea of the feelings I'm going to have. And you know, I don't even know if experience could even tell you what you're going to do. You know, as a race driver, you don't know what's going to happen. But I am looking forward to it, and let's hope this weather clears up, because I would like 500 miles.
500 miles, I think, is going to be important for Steve. You know, we've been looking at some of the Indy cars, and a lot of the guys know what sprint cars are. If you try to compare aerodynamically, is there a comparison you could draw between the two types of cars?
Well, our sprint cars have absolutely no aerodynamics to them a whole lot, other than we just got the big downforces, and you can tell it like when we run on the mile tracks and things. Our cars actually, you can just feel them stall out going down the straightaways, and these things will really start. These cars, you can feel them cutting through the air, and also if you catch a little bit of a tailwind, you can feel it pick up speed and different things. So you know, the aerodynamics on these are so important. Anytime you're running speeds over 200, it means a lot. And these cars are just. You got to be so smooth with them and so smooth with your hands, so smooth with your feet to really let your guys get a good setup on a race car. And you know, that was some of the things that I had to go through first starting. I was, you know, on and off the throttle and twisting things around. And, you know, we couldn't even really get a good tar tamp and things to let Owen get a setup on this car. And once we got me settled down, we started getting things. And now we just hope we got a good race setup.
You know, Paul, these tires aren't knobbies, and they don't have grooves in them, but with a real race driver, the learning curve not only will be sharp, but it'll be fast. Steve Kinser, a real racer. Paul?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think Steve Kinser can drive anything you put him anywhere near. I don't know a racer here at the track or anywhere around the world that doesn't know the name of Steve Kinser and doesn't think he's just the pinnacle of the racing world. And by the way, he made his first shot at joining this field back in 1981. Well, now, the month of May is a very busy time here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's the longest practice for any motorsport event in the window in the world. And when they arrived here 4 weeks ago, it began a month of action. The Indianapolis 500 is the only car race with a month of preparation. Dr. Jack Miller was the first to take to the oval 3 weeks ago. His presence duly recorded by track historians. Moments like this are tradition at Indianapolis. The first major incident came when veteran John Paul Jr. slammed the turn 4 wall. He suffered leg injuries that will keep him sidelined for several more weeks. Scott Sharp had 2 accidents. The first was no factor. This one saw the engine run at full throttle after impact. With Scott unconscious in the car, it traveled nearly 3/4 of a mile before it stopped. The resulting concussion kept Scott from qualifying. On pole day, Arie Luyendyk, who already held all the records, rolled out 4 laps at 218.4 miles an hour in the middle of the afternoon. Not as fast as he had practiced, but good enough for the provisional pole. His chief rival, Tony Stewart, came out later. Over the 10-mile qualifying distance, he was just 2/10 short. Arie had the pole for the second time in his Indianapolis career. 18 others would join the field that first day. On the second and third day, 6 more joined the field, including Steve Kinser and Sam Schmidt, after a trying first day when he hit the wall warming up to qualify, and the crew pulled in overnight to get ready. On the last day of time trials, Johnny Unser, Lynn St. James, and Alessandro Zampedri were bumped out of the field of 33. Zampedri, who was seriously injured at the end of last year's race, got in his backup car and requalified. With A.J. Foyt's help, Scott Harrington made a desperate run at the final run. Lap 1 at 214 miles an hour led to disaster on lap 2. Scott was not injured. The car was destroyed. Then came a surprise from the IRL.
We must start the fastest 33 cars. So those 2 cars that were bumped out, we're going to start.
Indianapolis 500 has always been the 33 fastest cars, and we were well within the 33 fastest. And so, you know, So, of course, I benefit from it, but also I think it's the right thing to do to start the fastest cars in the race. Then whatever they want to do with the points, to take care of the points positions, is also a good thing, because that's what they said they were going to do going into May.
So Unser and St. James were back in. Scott Harrington was out. Yesterday, then, they provided a special safety session for cars that didn't have an opportunity to run on Carburation Day because they were still waiting for engines. Now, next on ABC Sports, we'll bring you the final 9 holes of the J.C. Penney LPGA Skins game. One of those that practiced in that special practice session yesterday was Robbie Gordon. He's with Jerry Punch.
Well, Paul, he stands with car owner Felix Sabates, and who's basically been here excited about what's going to happen all month long. Let me ask you first, Robbie, we just showed some of the laps from yesterday where you took the car out in an unprecedented move. The IRL lets you guys go out and run the cars on the racetrack, and that was really done for safety.
I think it was safety. It was more of a functions test for us, make sure none of the guys left any oil lines loose. These cars aren't like a Winston Cup car, where if you have an oil leak, you'll see it dripping on the ground. It's got an under tray under it, so you can't see the oil dripping. So we were able to run the car, do a functions test. Everything checked out great.
When you climbed out of that car yesterday, you had a huge smile on your face. Paul Page and I were standing there watching you. You turned to Ken Anderson, your chief engineer, and said, "We are ready. This is the best motor I've had all month." Obviously, you were pleased.
The vibration-wise, the motor's really good. A lot of these motors, you'll get one that vibrates, one that doesn't vibrate. This engine was very smooth. You know, we're crossing our fingers it'll run for 500 miles. The guys over at Speedway Engine, they burned the midnight oil for us and put this engine together, and hopefully we'll run.
Now, to tell the story, basically you went out on Carburation Day on Thursday, ran 4 laps at less than 150 miles an hour, just warming up, and suddenly you get on the gas, and boom, you got a hole in the right side of your engine.
Well, we've come to the reason. In the beginning of the week, or on Thursday, we really didn't know what the problem was. What the problem was, we had an O-ring that got lodged in an oil galley, and it starved the crank for oil, burned the rod bearing.
All right, so you came back and you didn't have an engine, and I'm told the guys that put the engine together worked 25.5 hours around the clock to get this engine ready, and it didn't go in the car till around noon yesterday?
I think we got it off the dyno like at 11:30 yesterday. We ran it in the car, you know, at 3:30 yesterday afternoon. The guys at Team Sabco, they're real happy. You know, they've done a real good job all month as far as getting the car ready. We've just been swapping motors in and out. You know, hopefully we can make it up for it in the race.
Now we talk about today. You have big plans for today, trying to pull off the doubleheader. This man to your left here would like to see you be able to run, 1,100 miles today, Felix. Now, if the weather comes into bear, what happens?
Well, we're wanting to run 1,100 miles. You know, the weather is here. It's been sprinkling on and off at Indianapolis. There's also talk of weather in Charlotte. You know, I think for us to get there, we got to leave here by like 3:15. We got to be in the air at 4 o'clock to make the Charlotte race on time. I think we should hopefully have a decision of what they're going to do with this race. Maybe it'll clear up and we can get halfway or a little more.
Well, Felix Sabates, you're the man that put all this together, and you're the magic man when it comes to some of your cars in NASCAR making things work. Helicopters, jet planes. Now, what if, for example, he can't leave? They're going to start the race late, for example, if the rains were to come back in or we couldn't get it dry. What happens to the car he's qualified down south at Charlotte?
Well, you know, we anticipated this. We pre-planned for weather because that's the only thing we can control. So we put Greg Sachs in the car on Thursday. He's been practicing the car since Thursday. So if Robbie can't make it, then Greg will start the car in the 600.
Let me ask you, people are wondering, you've been a NASCAR owner for years, but you wanted to come be a part of the Indy Racing League, be a part of the Indy 500. What precipitated this move to come here, invest in a car and an engine, and bring Robbie back to the Brickyard?
Well, you know, being from Cuba, you know, when you come to this country, there's only 3 sporting events in the world that really matters. It's the Daytona 500, the Indy 500, the Kentucky Derby. I'm in 2 of the 3 now. Who knows? Maybe next year I get Robbie to be a jockey and put him in the Kentucky Derby. I mean, it's pretty excited to be here because you talk about sporting events. There's not many like the Indy 500.
It is indeed the greatest spectacle in racing. You've talked to other owners in other series who are looking at possibly coming here. You mentioned Richard Childress, Ricky Rudd has talked about it, possibly Jack Roush and others about coming here and maybe running the Indy 500.
Well, wait until I get back there and I tell them what it costs to run it, they won't want to come. This is an expensive deal to do. This is not for the weak of heart.
Or the week of checkbook, and neither is Felix Sabates here. He certainly has had an eventful month and would like to have a great one today as he stands with driver Robbie Gordon, who would like to run here and then zip off down to Charlotte and maybe win 2 events. That'd be about $1.5 million he could put in his pocket today. Let's check in with Jack Arie.
Well, Jerry, the weather continues to be intermittent. The precipitation, that is, it hasn't cut down on the crowd outside of Gasoline Alley. We're out here with Eddie Cheever and his First Plus Racing team. And, Eddie, you've got some people inside here that are from a different sport. Let's go inside and meet them. A guy that's representing a bunch of football players? Well, I recognize one, Dan Marino. And you asked him a question before about when he is being rushed by a bunch of linebackers.
Well, we both take hits. I take hits hitting a wall. He takes hits as he's releasing a ball. So I wanted to know what was his thought as a 300-pound guy with a nasty snare in his mouth that's coming at him ready to knock him on his butt, what he's thinking of. And he said, just get rid of the ball.
Yeah, if you don't have the ball, they can't, they're not going to hit you, but you just duck usually.
Dan, what about this sport? Are there some parallels between you as an athlete in professional football and Eddie Cheever as an athlete in auto racing?
I don't know, but I do know that it's probably some of the reaction, things you got to react to quickly. That's probably a big key as far as, playing quarterback. I know I have to do that, but I've never raced a car, so I couldn't tell you from that side.
Well, what do you think? Do you think you'd like to play football?
No. I mean, I'm obviously bigger than he is, so I would have no problem taking those hits. But
well, wait a minute. Let me put you in between two top NFL quarterbacks. Jim Harbaugh is here with us. And, Jim, you're no stranger to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You get out here quite often.
Yeah, well, living here in Indy, out here for the Brickyard 400 and the 500, it's just a great thing for our city and puts us in the national spotlight.
Well, I want to take Eddie right now and show the folks a little bit about the race car, because we don't get a chance oftentimes to look at the race car, and you can see the throng of people here, and the three primary sections.
We're all so relaxed right now, it's because it's raining outside, because if it would have been normal by now, we would have all had our game faces on, so we're just trying to make the day pass. This is kind of what the car looks like when it's being built up. This is our T car, or we would call it the mule car that we've been running for the past week. We have not run our race cars because it's too much of a risk. And you can see how it's done in segments. This is the monocoque, which is kind of like a life capsule inside of it.
What we call the tub, right?
The tub, exactly, the tub. And it's made out of Kevlar. You could have all these pieces and just put them on the floor. It look like paper mache until it's all put together. It goes into a mold, they cook it in an oven, and then you have a really strong structure that really that saves your life in many, many occasions.
Kevlar used in bulletproof vests. That ought to be a good indication of how strong it can be.
Absolutely. It's a mixture of a bunch of different materials that makes the difference, and how they put it together. And with the IRL, what they've done is they've made the cars as safe as they can. This is the first series I've been racing in, where the officials have come and asked the drivers, what would you like to see inside of a car? So we have the sides of it a lot higher, trying to protect the driver's head. There's a lot more room in front in case you have an accident. And when you see an accident on television and pieces are flying off everywhere, that's a good accident. That's what we try to do. We try to have a car that absorbs energy over a large period of time. If you go back, here are the radiators.
This is the radiators that we normally would see this stuff right in the side pod area, and what's missing is the under tray, which is actually right up there on the corner, another piece of Kevlar.
Exactly. Everything you have in the car, apart from the engine, made out of Kevlar and carbon fiber. And it's just a bunch of strange mixes that people have used to try to make a very strong and stable piece for the racing car. And what that underbody you just saw is really what makes the car's handle. It's a wing. It's the inverse of an airplane. An airplane has lift. This has exactly the opposite.
Now, this is the thing that I think makes IndyCar racing so unique. This is the Aurora V8 engine, and it is an integral part of the chassis itself. The front of it bolts to the tub, the rear part of the tub, and then the rear of it goes to the drive chain and the rear end.
Yes, for a racing car to work properly, you have to make sure that the whole car acts as one whole piece, and it's a very difficult thing to achieve. And they have to make, the purpose of an engine, obviously, as you just explained, is not just to give power, but it's an integral part of the racing car. So all of this has to be hooked up together in the right manner. You can't have a very strong gearbox and then a very soft engine that moves around. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to tune the car properly. So we go to great lengths in hooking everything up to one piece. But the biggest change in the IRL right now in Indianapolis 500 is that we're no longer using a turbo engine. We have a normally atmospheric engine, which we buy. We no longer lease from motor companies, and it's kind of our responsibility to make them work. I chose an Oldsmobile, an American engine, and we're happy with it, but it still is in the beginning stages, so there's a lot of us that are holding our fingers thinking, are we going to be able to make 500 miles, because this is probably the fastest endurance race in the world. You're going to spend the whole day at above 215 miles an hour, between 205 and 215, and that is really hard on an engine.
Well, Eddie, thanks so much for giving us a breakdown of the old mule. It does give you, Paul Page, the essence of what the Indy Racing League and the race car is all about.
By the way, this old mule is the one that won Disney, so this old mule has got a bunch of good stuff in it still.
Now, the rain, as you can see, is lucky for Eddie Cheever. In January, he scored his first victory at Orlando at Walt Disney World. Well, the USAC and the Speedway crews are doing a great job on getting this track dry. In fact, it's further along than I would have guessed. When we come back, we'll take a look at 1975. 31st, join ABC for third round coverage of the Memorial, sponsored by Dean Witter. We'll see last year's champion, Tom Watson, defend his title against Byron Nelson winner, Tiger Woods. Now at the Speedway, you can see the crowds are beginning to move into their places. The track continues to dry, but there was another race that was affected by wind and rain. It was back in 1975. It was a remarkable day.
There is that rain.
Oh, and it's very heavy, Keith. It's almost thunder rain. It's going to absolutely flood the racetrack. Look at everybody running, but look how heavy the rain is. What are these cars going to do in this sort of rain?
They're going to start slipping and sliding. It is a cloudburst. An old-fashioned Midwest thunderstorm has hit with fury here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Remember, these cars have got slick tires on. They're not supposed to run in the rain. These cars can aquaplane at even about 20 miles an hour. You can see the starter, Pat Bidan, there. He's got the checkered flag in his hand.
All right, let's check the standings now. It becomes vital. Who's leading? It is Bobby Unser who has the lead. Johnny Rutherford is second. They're just barely moving along. They're beginning to hydroplane. They're throwing up a rooster tail. A.J. Foyt is running in third. Pancho Carter is 4. Roger McCluskey 5. Bill Pudebaugh 6. And George Snyder is 7. They're wobbling all over the place. There comes Unser and Foyt coming along. A.J. is a lap down, almost a lap down to Bobby. Bobby Unser in the blue car on the right is the leader as they work their way so very carefully. At this point, however, remember, Bobby Unser must be very careful because if he slides off the racetrack, he could still lose this race to Johnny Rutherford, who is feeling his way around. It's like walking on grease.
Remember, these drivers are not used to driving in the rain, and the cars are certainly not set up. I've driven in the rain, of course, a lot of times because in Europe we do drive in the rain, but there we have tires. And there's cars all over the place. I just thought that with the aquaplaning and the amount of water on the road, cars are spinning, and look at this car.
That's Billy Vukovic.
Billy Vukovic's trying to control it. He's heading for the infield. Oh, he's gone up on the fence, and he's come, and he's driving it away.
The red flag is out. The race is stopped. The checkered flag is out. Pat Bidan stopping the race. There's Johnny Rutherford. He's running in second place.
Impossible conditions for these drivers. Look at that. It's almost fog. And the cars are bursting down the front straightaway.
You can't see it, perhaps, but Bobby Unser coasting through the crowd there. There were 4 cars tangled up, and coming off that 4th turn, A.J. Foyt coming along. He's going to be third, and there's your winner, car number 48. Bobby Unser wins on a driving rainstorm. Oh, there is your winner. Cruising around, accepting the plaudits of the crowd, and Bobby's going to take his parade lap. He doesn't care if he has to get an oar to get that thing around, but he's going to enjoy it. Let's have another look at the escapade of Billy Vukovic coming out of turn 4.
Well, that car got loose there, only in the water with aquaplaning. As I said before, there's no tread in these tires. They are slick tires. This is what they're intended, but Billy Vukovic is reversing fast. And look at that man avoiding him there. He slams into the fence. He almost springs back on, and he did drive the car back.
Here comes your victor, splashing down toward victory lane. I have never in my life seen this kind of an end to an Indy 500.
Well, it wasn't pretty, but it was a victory. Bobby Unser today is located on top of that building on the exit to turn 2. It's the corporate VIP suites here at the Speedway, and that's where he'll cover the race from. Bobby, I think you're probably the only guy, you and AJ, who didn't spin on that last lap.
I'm used to running in the rain. Excuse me, Paul. And we've had plenty of rain down here this morning. Just a little while ago, we were all like dry down here, and I thought, wow, we're going to be able to run pretty soon. And would you believe, this was the only turn on the track that got re-wetted again. I could see it was dry just down the straightaway.
Looks like they're doing a pretty good job on getting it dry, though.
They really are. I mean, we were looking, except for a couple of puddles. I was telling Jeremy Shaw just a little bit ago, we're just about ready to go around here.
Now, Bobby, when it rains like this, and it's rained very hard, it started raining very early in the morning, it's rained hard, how does that change the track?
Well, what it's going to do is it's going to take the rubber off the track that the guys need it, or it's going to wash the little fine sand back down on the track where they don't want it to be. Rubber, ironically, doesn't make tracks faster. All it does is clean them off when people go by them. So it's going to make the track a little slower to begin with. But shortly after that, when the guys refine their grooves around here, it's going to be nice. The biggest problem, Paul, is going to be what it's doing to the driver's stomach. We have a lot of new drivers here. A lot of guys with not a whole lot of experience. They're good race drivers, but they just don't know how to handle the pressure. And the pressure today has got to be monumental. No matter how calm and coy they act on television, I promise you the butterflies in their stomachs are big ones.
Well, now, we've got another Unser in the race. I think this is the 61st time an Unser has started the 500, Johnny Unser. Have you had a chance to tell him on how to prepare for this thing? He didn't really get a chance last year, was out right at the start.
He got it all last year. Unfortunately, the transmission didn't work for him last year. Excuse me, so starting it wasn't good. He didn't get the chance to do anything. This year, Johnny's ready for it. He's a cool cat. He's going to be all right, but believe me, this pressure's getting to him too. You know, I've been through these rain years back here as well as you and a lot of other people have. I know how bad it is in the morning to wake up, you open your curtain, you look outside, there's rain coming down, and you just don't know how to react. And all day long, the butterflies are there, your muscles are tight in your stomach. You don't know if you're going to go or not go. Just like all the drivers right now, Paul, don't know. Are they going to even go today? The weather forecast for tomorrow has been both good and bad. I watched one station and then the other. So in Indiana, nobody ever knows, but the drivers, they're the ones that really don't know. The mechanics, they don't know whether to keep the oil warm, whether to warm up the engines. They don't know what to do. They've got butterflies too, believe me.
Well, Bobby, I see your predictions are no better than any of the weather forecasters here. The track is drying, though, and they now have 16 red pickups, 9 white wreckers, and 1 van trying to dry the track. Now, right below where Bobby was standing, turn 2, 1975 was one of the most awesome single-car accidents we'd ever seen at the Speedway. The blue car is that of Tom Sneva. He moves, and as he goes into the corner, Eldon Rasmussen came down, just barely touched his car, and look what that created. It sent Sneva end over end over end into the air. The car literally breaking in half after it flipped through the air, and of course it sent many of the people in the VIP suite scurrying for cover. Look at that. The car totally rolls upside down, and then watch it jump up into the fence area. That's the fuel that was in the turbocharger that began to burn away. Already the car is in 2 pieces. The engine is bouncing down the track separate from the cockpit of the car with Tom Sneva. Folks running for cover everywhere. It slides to a stop on the track. The fire goes out almost immediately. And the amazing thing was that Tom was able to climb out of there. Tom, you remember any of it at all?
Well, it helps reinforce the reason why I'm standing on this side of the microphone, Paul. I mean, that'll get your attention, but I guess I was sort of a slow learner because I continued to do that for about another 15 years before I figured out I could probably hurt myself in one of these race cars.
Well, it was worthwhile. It did give you an Indy 500 victory about 8 years later.
Well, it sure did. And there's a lot of pluses in the sport, and there's some minuses. And as you grow older, I think you get a little bit smarter. I was sort of a slow learner, like I said, but you know, it's a little bit fun on this side. I haven't figured out physically how to hurt myself with this microphone yet, but I'll figure out a way.
Now, Tom Sneva will be keeping track of the race up in the booth, but stay down in the garage area. There are a lot of guys to talk to down there, Tom. At Indianapolis, the track is drying. The fans, they've moved up into position, more and more going for the grandstands. We're hoping we'll get this thing started. Here's some good news at Indianapolis. They've called for the cars to be brought out of their garages and lined up, ready to be put into the pits. The track is drying surprisingly quick now, and so all of the machines have begun to move out, the crews with their equipment, and we may just see racing in as soon as 1 hour. That's the estimate from the track officials. Now, perhaps you remember the end of last year's Indy 500 as the checkered flag came out for Buddy Lazier. A terrifying accident. It was Alessandro Zampedri, Roberto Guerrero, and you're riding with Eliseo Salazar. That's Zampedri just ahead. The car jumped up in the air, spun around. He was seriously injured, but he has made it back. He's with Gary.
Paul, there have always been over the years great stories of courage at this great racetrack, and certainly the man sitting here right now, Alessandro Zampedri, personifies courage as perhaps none of us can relate to it. What you endured, and we just saw the video a year ago on this day, and where you've come is truly astounding. Have you surprised yourself that not only are you back physically, that you can be driving a race car today?
Well, surprise probably is not the best word. I mean, I feel great because I have to go through a lot of therapies, and this was my goal, you know, my final goal. I had a little goals like every week, but this was, you know, what I really wanted to do, and the time where I wanted to be back, and be here was the best medicine they ever gave me. So being back in a car, drive again, it was wonderful. I feel great, you know, I don't have any problem driving the car, so it's just a great feeling.
I know that there was disappointment because you were one of the drivers that was bumped. Then you were put back and you requalified another car, but the position puts you way back in the field. Has that been a tough disappointment to get over as you look ahead to maybe racing an hour or so from now?
Well, I mean, for sure, you know, I would rather keep the position where I was. Unfortunately, you know, I didn't have a pre-qualified number, so I got bumped out of the field, even if I have slower car. But, you know, this is Indianapolis, you know. I mean, you have to be able to handle all the struggles, up and down during the months, and I think if someone wanted to test my nerves and how I can keep up with the stress after my accident, they really did a great job.
Well, he's been through 9 surgeries and literally thousands of hours of rehabilitation over the last year. He proudly starts this race today. We wish you the very, very best. May there be nothing but sunshine and good fortune for you.
Thank you very much.
Alessandro Zampedri, and they want this car out here in the tech line. Jerry Punch?
Well, Gary, there's a long lineage of brothers who have run the Indianapolis 500. You go back to the Andrettis, the Unsers, the Mears, the Chevrolets, De Palmas. In fact, the last set to do it was back in 1993 when the Bettenhausens was here. Until today, we have the brothers Groff. We have Robbie, the younger brother, and, of course, Mike, who's just 3 years older. And they start in front of each other on the outside of row 6 and row 7 in today's field. Mike, let me ask you, you're the IRL point leader and the veteran here, been here 3 times. What'd you tell the little guy here about coming to Indy for the first time?
Well, I think Robbie's got a pretty good head on his shoulders, obviously. That's the reason why he's here right now, and I don't think there's much to be said. I think he knows what he needs to do out there, and we're just going to go out there and run hard.
How special is it for you to come here? You said the very most special thing about this place was seeing what the first time?
Well, when my brother qualified in '91, being the fastest rookie ever at that time, that was pretty incredible. So, yeah, it's great for me to finally be here. And Mike and I haven't really exchanged too much information because there's not that much really to talk about because specifically, and generally, I mean, we kind of already experienced before we got here, but this morning it just started kind of flowing out of him finally, you know, okay, this and that and this and that. So we finally talked about it a bit.
That's all you're going to get. That's all you're going to get.
Now, wait a minute. Before you guys start arguing, break it up here now. Now, you went with the Aurora, he went with the Infinity. You went with Goodyear, he went with Firestone. You guys always disagree?
We have this month, and we probably will today. No.
All right. Hey, who's going to finish above in front of the other?
Oh, of course, I'm finishing ahead of him.
I like where he's starting, and I hope he stays there, right behind me.
And you know if someone hits you from behind at the start, it's the little brother.
No, he's more heads up than that. I know he won't do that.
Well, we're going to have to get Howard and Sue over here in a little bit and break them up right now. We'll let these guys go get ready. We are being told we could have racing in about an hour, so they're going to hustle into their garage and get cranked up to race the Indy 500 for the 12th time. A set of brothers will start today. Paul?
The Groffs, a great racing family. Now, the crowd, they've begun to move into their seats now, and a cheer went up just a few moments ago because they saw the first race cars come out of the garage area and begin to move to their respective pit areas. As each of the cars, there's Fermin Velez's car coming out. You saw Jim Guthrie's just a moment ago. Now, these are all new cars with all new designed engines. It's a time of change at Indianapolis, but, you know, throughout its history, the Indy 500 has grappled with change. Transitions and controversial decisions are interwoven into the fabric of this event. Here's Jack Arute.
The first winner, Ray Haroon, initiated the spirit of change when he traded the conventional option of a riding mechanic for a second gas tank and compensated for the mechanic's absence by installing a rear-view mirror. The race wasn't always about the fastest cars. Until 1915, the starting order was determined by the date a team entered or by a lottery drawing. Time trials ended those practices, and Ralph De Palma won the race. Rules have been modified to attract new supporters. In 1930, the 500 increased the allowable engine size from 91.5 cubic inches, a formula dominated by European engines, to 366 cubic inches, the standard desired by Detroit automakers. Billy Arnold took the win. Boycotts have seen their day at the Brickyard as well. In 1947, a group of veterans withheld their entries, demanding more prize money. Maury Rose took the checkered flag, but only after Speedway owner Tony Hulman interceded in the dispute. Established car specifications have also been challenged. In 1961, Formula One star Sir Jack Brabham brought his super lightweight rear-engine Formula One car to the Speedway, starting a transition from the boxy front-engine roadsters that A.J. Foyt drove to victory that year. By 1967, the rear-engine revolution was in full swing. Andy Granatelli's jet-engine turbine cars monopolized qualifying and the race for 2 straight years. Only mechanical failures kept them from winning. A.J. Foyt and Bobby Unser took the 67 and 68 Indy 500s, but officials, threatened by Granatelli's aircraft creations, reacted, fashioning a 69 rules package that effectively killed the turbine. When Rick Mears motored into Victory Circle in 1979, he had bested a starting field of 35 rather than the traditional 33. Court orders and lawsuits defined the month of May as newly formed CART and Indy sanctioning body USAC battled for control of the sport. The 81st running of the Indy 500 marks another first, the first race to have all starters piloting entirely new equipment. Is this a big story? Not really. Simply another entry in a long line of changes here at the Brickyard.
So the cars, there's Mike Groff's number 10, the current IRL points leader, as it moves into the pit area. And Eddie Cheever's car, as it's ready to roll out right down Gasoline Alley, in between the Tower Terrace grandstands and into the pit area at Indianapolis. Spirits have begun to come up as people anticipate a possible start of the race. Vincenzo Sospiri, blue and white, number 8. And we are hoping that we will, in fact, get a race going very shortly and get it in. Now, down there is the Indy Fan Fest. A lot of folks headed over there early this morning while it was raining. That's one of the great attractions inside Turn 2 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And one of the central pieces of that attraction is the ABC Interactive. It's a game that soon you'll be able to own. The fans loved it. By the way, a couple of the drivers loved it as well. Stefan Gregoire, Robbie Buell both gave it a shot, and you know what? It's going to be out soon. I recommend it. You can race the Indy 500. Anticipating that the track will dry, we're still hoping for a start. We'll be back. Well, the word appears to be out. Not only are the cars moving to the pit area, but also the fans that have that very special access to be in the pit area on race day have now begun to come out. They want to see the cars. They're waiting for the drivers, Dennis Vitolo's machine. We're looking forward to running this 500-mile race today. Remember, the seating here, the permanent seating, is over 300,000 seats, and that doesn't count all the folks that are down in the infield and scattered all about the track who seem to wander and never stop, but they do see the 500. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, we're standing by with Johnny Unser. And Johnny, last year you came here as a rookie, qualified pretty easily, and suddenly on the parade lap, the gearbox locks, and you don't even get to complete a lap. This year, you qualified, were bumped, reinstated because of the field extension. You must be relieved to finally get a chance to race.
Oh, man, it's great. You know, it was last Sunday when we qualified and then got bumped and then came back in. I mean, it was such a mix of emotions, and today to finally be here and be in the race, and we're in one of the fastest 33 cars in the race, and we're proud to be here. Helmelgarn and the whole team has done a great job, and I'm just anxious to get going.
Your father was the first Unser to come to the Brickyard back in 1958. Of course, his brothers Al and Bobby came later and won 7 times. Little Al won 3. You were 7 months old when your dad lost his life at this racetrack. What would it mean for you to be able to conquer this place?
It means an awful lot because of such of the family tradition that we've had here. You know, this place is a hard place, and it took my dad's life, but at the same time, it's given a lot back to the Unser family, and I just have a strong desire to continue where he left off.
Well, Johnny, best of luck to you today.
All right, thanks a lot.
He starts 35th, but believe me, he would love to be able to conquer this place for personal reasons. Let's check in with Gary Gerald.
Jerry, as they get cars race ready to move out toward the line, back inside here in one of the helmet manufacturers, the crews are hard at work fine-tuning drivers' helmets. This is one of the most critical aspects of the race day at Indianapolis because of the high speeds. You want this to be as stable as possible, as little buffeting as possible. Brett Engstrom back in here is fine-tuning Billy Boat's helmet right now. What kind of adjustments are you making before he gets ready for the 500 miles?
What we're doing, we're just taping up these vents here because he likes it to be taped off so he can hear him better out of the microphone. Putting the decals on the helmet and putting tear-offs on there so he has fresh vision through the whole race.
Colorful pieces of art, but oh so critical. And there are many elements that go into fine-tuning these helmets. We talked about the critical factor of stability. You've got to keep the head steady because it's better than 200 miles an hour. If you're bouncing along or buffeting in the wind, your eyes are going up and down and it's hard to see down the racetrack. And to show you how they fine-tune these helmets, let's swing over and find Jack.
Well, Gary, what they do now is they literally make the helmet just like the race car with a set of wings. This, consider, would be the front wing. And this on top of the helmet, a wicker bill, would be the rear wing. Here is how it's attached. The front wing here runs the air up this way along the wicker bill, disrupts the air, and the folks at Simpson say it can literally put the air back into the air vent and give you as much as 6 to 8 additional horsepower. But let's take a look at what's inside of a helmet, because this is what's most important. These helmets weigh 2 pounds and 11 ounces. Inside is the outside edge is carbon fiber. Inside is what's called a bead-all material, and then the foam padding. Now, do you want to see how strong the bead-all material is? This is the helmet head right here. No marks at all. This is critical, and also the part that's critical, Paul Page, is this visor here. Now, they have done testing with these visors, and they will withstand a .22 caliber bullet. Paul?
Now, they've come a long way from the cloth helmets that they wore primarily to keep their hair from getting covered with grease in the race in the early days. Well, the cars continue to roll out into the pit area. The fans continue to stream from their hiding places throughout the track up to their seats in the grandstand, and they're looking forward for the start of the 500, and we're keeping an eye to the west because that's where the weather comes from, to make sure that this gigantic system that is covering much of the Midwest, if not much of the country, is not going to affect us here at Indianapolis. There have been some tremendous races here all through the history of the Indianapolis 500. We want to take you right now back to 1912. Handsome Ralph De Palma was auto racing's first superstar, a capable driver in all types of race cars. De Palma was one of the favorites for the second annual Indianapolis 500-mile race in 1912. The cars lined along the front stretch. Gil Anderson was on the pole, Len Zingel in second place, and Teddy Tetzloff third. Car numbers corresponded with the first 4 starters. De Palma, driving number 4, started fourth. He led much of the race, finally getting a 10-mile lead. But then, in the closing laps, his car failed.
The car broke down at the north end turn. That's at the end of the stretch at Indianapolis. I blew a connecting rod. I had one idea in mind. That was to win the race. My mechanic and myself got out and pushed the car to the tape. But they don't pay off on that. The car must cross the line under its own power.
De Palma's grimmest moment is often portrayed by artists. Joe Dawson took the lead and led the final 2 laps to record a victory. It was the fewest number of laps a winning driver ever led. But De Palma gained a measure of revenge when he captured the 1915 Indianapolis 500. That day, he led 133 of the 200 laps, and his Mercedes held together for the entire 500 miles. Because of the long history of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, there's the Stealth flying overhead. The P-2 is part of the Air Force flyover here as the United States Air Force celebrates its 50th anniversary, and the Speedway helps with that celebration. That kind of surprised the crowd as it came streaking down the front straightaway. Now tonight on ABC, if you're tired of reruns, a brand new episode of Second Noah is what you're looking for. Then an hour of America's Funniest Home Videos, followed by the world premiere miniseries, Diary of a Serial Killer. Murder, one special event. All tonight on ABC. We are getting ready to go racing in Indianapolis. We'll return with more after this message and a word from our ABC station.
The Indianapolis 500 continues on ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Here's an idea for you as you're ready to watch the race. Grab your computer, punch up on America Online, and keep track of both the visuals of the race and the live timing and scoring. Just punch in the keywords on AOL ABC Sports. Now, let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, guys, Canadian Scott Goodyear's had many memorable moments in the month of May. And, Scott, we were just sitting there chatting a moment ago during the commercial break. Back in 1992, the closest finish in Indy ever, 43 thousandths of a second. You finished second to Al Unser Jr. Do you go back and look at the footage and look at the film and say, maybe if I just moved over a little bit or done something different, I'd be a winner of the Indy 500?
Well, Al certainly moved quite a few times coming down the main straight, so maybe the only other opportunity was to sort of give him a nudge or something like that maybe earlier on, because he's pretty difficult to pass. But, you know, it was a great race. It was a clean race. It's a moment in history, and we both had a lot of fun. Would have liked to have been on the other side of it, obviously.
Then in 1995, you're back there again at the front of the field, leading with laps to go, and Jacques Villeneuve gets to go to victory lane. How did that come about?
Well, we finished first on the racetrack, but obviously with a penalty for passing the pace car, they stopped counting us after lap 195, I guess it was. So we finished first and got into turn one and crossed the finish line. I think those guys were just coming out of four, but, you know, it didn't count. So obviously a big disappointment.
Maybe the most memorable moment, though, came here this month of May, just 10 days ago, when you had a new addition to your family.
Yeah, we did. Leslie and I now have our third child. We have Christopher and Michael, the two boys, and now we have a little girl, Haley Alexandra. So we're quite pleased with that. Both mom and little baby are doing great.
Now, they're doing fine, but I understand the last 3 or 4 days you've been fighting the flu and a possible strep throat and really struggling. How are you feeling?
Well, I think I'm getting closer to 100%. I'm glad we didn't have to do this last weekend or maybe even 4 or 5 days ago, but feeling a lot better now. Not 110%, that's for sure, but all the boys in the family seem to have got this, ear infections and strep throats, so we battled through it, and we're just waiting for the weather to clear and get ready to go out and turn left.
Well, I hope you get to feeling better. Have a good one today. We'll let you go get dressed.
Thank you.
Scott Goodyear hopes the month of May magic continues, and maybe today he'll finally get a visit to victory lane. Let's go to Tom Sneva.
It's a little hectic over here. This is a tech inspection area. Every car has to go through this area. These guys are actually making 40 different measurements and checks on the race car, and they're doing it in about 50 seconds. As the track's drying, everybody's in a hurry to get in their positions. Jack, you got something for us?
Well, you're going to believe this or not believe it. You know, normally by this time in an Indy 500 telecast, we would have at least talked to A.J. Foyt maybe once or twice, maybe to some of his drivers. For you viewers, consider this fact. Foyt has one Davey Hamilton in the car, Billy Boat in another car, and Paul Durant in another car. This is A.J. Foyt's garage area here. This is as far as we can go. A.J. is back to his old irascible self, upset about certain items on TV and also not being on TV, you name it, through the month of May. These cars, A.J. Foyt and his drivers, are now off limits to us, Paul.
Well, you know, you heard Scott Goodyear talking about that, what is the closest finish in history when he lost to Al Unser Jr. They've already started, by the way, the pre-race ceremonies, and we're starting to count down to the formal ceremonies and then the start of the race. But there was another very close finish here. In 1982, it was one of the best races that most can remember at Indianapolis.
Sam, we've got a trophy dash to the finish line. If this stays this way, there's never been anything like it. The closest finish in the history of Indianapolis was in 1937, 2.16 seconds. There's Dina Mears. Her man is the man that's closing on the leader.
Yep. Look at Mears pour it on, Jim. I know when you're this close, I mean, you can reach out, you can feel that guy ahead of you. And look at Mears now. Here's John Cock taking a fairly moderate line, and Mears is catching him. Look at his speed off that turn.
I've never seen anything like it. There they go. 2 laps to go. There's time to catch him if he can do it. Nick Mears, his wife. The stopwatch, 0.63 seconds between them.
I don't have to tell you what's going to happen if he catches him. It's going to be, I mean, this is extremely dangerous business right here.
I don't think I've ever seen an open wheel car race with people this close at the finish.
No, and never so fast. I mean, these laps in the high 190s.
Look at this.
Dina there. All right.
He may do it.
Yeah, he may. He's that close. Look at that. Shallow line.
They're going to get the white flag. There'll be one left to go as he moves along. Is he going to do it? The white flag out. This is the final lap.
Going down into the first turn. What? No! Gordon held him off there going into that first turn.
Over the roar of the engines, you can hear the 400,000 people going course.
All right.
No one has ever seen this before in Indianapolis.
This is the back straight, Jim. There's just 2 turns to go now. Mears behind, and he's again trying to slipstream him.
John Cox did a good job of staying ahead of him in turn 1 when he made that move there.
Good. That was brilliant. That was brilliant.
Not quite over. John Cox still with the lead.
Here it comes
Headed
again.
for the finish line. He's still closing. That's his wife.
It's too late now. You only got to pray. Look at that.
Here you see them. Mears. Can he make a move at the finish? He's making a move. No, not quite. Gordon John Cox has won the Indianapolis 500. He won it by less than a car length. Less than a car length after 500 miles. The disappointed wife of Rick Mears there. Wow. The jubilation in the pits, the Pat Patrick pits. Gordon Johncock has won it. He held on in the closest finish in the history of the Indianapolis 500. 66 races. Never anything like this. That's Roger Penske's wife, Kathy, consoling Dina Mears. Well,
what could you say to somebody after
I guess
that?
we did get carried away, Sam, but well, somebody else might be able to help it. I could.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Jim, it's the victory of a great racing driver who made a great racing move.
Let's look at that finish again.
All right. Well, here is.
It looks like he's beaten at this point, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Coming out of the last turn.
Yep. There's nothing but frustration there.
Now watch this. Making the move as they come to the finish line. There's Mears moving up, and it was just a little over a car length, about 20 feet.
Let's hope that we're as lucky to have as an exciting race today. Well, they've begun the official countdown clock for the track here, and we're looking forward with the start. When we come back, we'll give you some of the great stories. The Indianapolis 500, a cornerstone of the American sporting landscape. Many of our great racing heroes have been defined by their accomplishments on this 2.5-mile oval. The Speedway has no greater hero than A.J. Foyt. His 35 performances on the Indianapolis stage have included tantrums, tears, and 4 Indy wins. Danny Sullivan took the lead in the 1985 race, then rescued his spinning race car with a heroic effort that saved his car and won him the race. Since 1911, this event has grown in scope and stature, fueled by the deeds of America's greatest racers. The Unser brothers, Al and Bobby, gave the crowd steely performances that won 7 races between them. Then Al Unser Jr. racked up huge hero points in this thrilling duel to the finish. And Fittipaldi gets past. Little Al brings it down low. They touch. Little Al into the wall. Fittipaldi continues on. 3 years later, Little Al, with this magnificent sprint to the finish, won the closest race in Indy history. This is a dangerous sport, yet the allure of victory in Indianapolis is a powerful force. Mario Andretti was the dashing young winner of the '69 race, but his star-crossed efforts to win again made him heroic in his failure. No winning performance in Indianapolis can match the heroics of Buddy Lazier a year ago. In March, he broke his back 38 places. In May, he returned to the cockpit to drive the 500-mile race. 8 laps from the finish, he took the lead, and then went on to win the great race in storybook fashion. Today, 35 drivers pursue the quest for racing's greatest prize. It is a day for heroic performance. The risks are considerable, but the reward is the ultimate. Victory in the Indianapolis 500. to the start of the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500. The cars are in position. We could be as close as a half hour away as they're ready to put the machines out on the racetrack. You know, this is the start of a new era at the Indy 500. When the engines are commanded into life, you'll hear an all-new sound, an awesome roar that will echo off these grandstands. It's part of the changing face of Indy. There are new engines, no turbochargers, no pop-off valves. The cars are new, too. They've all been built in the past year. And then there are new faces. 13 new rookies. 2 years ago, race officials reasoned that speeds approaching 240 miles an hour were too fast. New rules were put into place this year. They set their sights on a speed of 210 miles an hour. The average starting speed of the field today is 212 miles an hour. At these speeds, the rules makers feel that the racing will be safer and closer. Now today, the starting field is made up of 35 cars as opposed to the normal 33. The Indy Racing League rules protected 25 positions for IRL cars. When the qualifying was concluded, 2 cars had set marks faster than those cars in the protected spots. The IRL then decided to add both to the field in a 12th row. It was a controversial decision, but controversy and changes are nothing new at Indy. In the 80 runnings of this race, the rules have changed over a dozen times, and controversy is a yearly occurrence. Now, as we are ready to get the start of the 500-mile race underway, we need to tell you that there are 2 groups racing Indy-type cars. The Indianapolis 500 is part of the Indy Racing League. The other is kart. There is very little crossover by the drivers. We'll start our look at the starting field, beginning in the back. For only the second time since 1933, a 12th row is lined up on the grid. The lineage continues for one of America's fastest families as Johnny Unser makes his second 500 effort. Today represents the 61st start for the Unser family, following in the tradition set by Al, Bobby, and Al Unser Jr. Now a seasoned veteran, Lynn St. James prepares for her 6th consecutive 500 with her eyes closed.
One of the things I do to prepare for the Indy 500 is to visualize clean, fast laps in my head.
Today she'll start the number 90 Delora Infinity. In row 11, a sophomore at the Brickyard, Paul Durant remembers the unique sportsmanship displayed by Al Unser Jr. when he gave the thumbs-up signal to winner Emerson Fittipaldi after their epic struggle in 1989. A rookie from Canada, Claude Bourbonnais is an 11th-hour intern. Not having a ride until a week ago, he is aware of the pressures and rituals of a 500 competitor. Gearing up for his third 500, Alessandro Zampedri led 20 laps here a year ago. He climbs in on the right side. It's his superstition on race day. 2 winners have come from the 10th row, but none since 1936. Although a freshman at the Brickyard, Greg Ray is totally relaxed before it is time to get strapped into the race car. He even manages to grab a few more blissful moments of sleep before the start of the race. The first Spaniard to qualify for the greatest spectacle in racing, Fermín Velez's most memorable moment was earning a coveted spot in the field 1 year ago. Dennis Vitolo is making his first start since '94. He rides with a good luck charm.
My son Jonathan gave me a little Wile E. Coyote, and since he's been in the car, the luck's changed and things been better.
Today he'll start the number 54 Delora, powered by an Infiniti. 2 winners have come from the 9th row. Marco Greco is entering his third 500. The Brazilian often has Tony Robbins, a sports psychologist at his side, to help him prepare for the 500-mile run. Today the Brazilian will start the red number 22. Tice Carlson is a short track seat-of-the-pants racer who's one of the 13 rookies. A silent prayer before the start is part of his race morning ritual. A native of Indiana, Mark Dismore, will be in his second 500. Although he doesn't consider himself superstitious, he will be wearing a helmet with a paint scheme that carried him to many victories in the Atlantics and the 24 Hours of Daytona. 3 rookies fill the same role for the first time since 1985. A rookie from Arizona, Billy Rowe, was asked to serve on Tom Sneva's pit crew in '83. A prior commitment forced him to pass up the invitation. Now he's back at the Brickyard to savor a dream of a lifetime in number 50. A graduate of the U.S. Formula Ford Series, rookie Sam Schmidt has had a memorable and adventurous month.
We've been on an emotional roller coaster, but the whole month has been something that I'll remember for the rest of my life.
His number 16 is a Delara powered by an Aurora. A genuine terror of the Western Midget Series, freshman Billy Boat has idled A.J. Foyt since he was 5 years old. Today, he'll drive A.J.'s car in the Indy 500.
Well, veteran Roberto Guerrero knows that on race day, it's experience, not speed, that pays dividends. Share with us your philosophy on the start.
Well, Jerry, our theory, really, the whole scenario is going to be bring the pencil car home. You know, we're not going to be super fast, so just the key is bringing it home. And I think that if we can do that, we'll be in good shape.
All right, Roberto's wisdom is to be smart and take his time at the start. Paul?
Well, let's continue to look at the starting field. The 7th through the 4th row, 6 veterans, 5 rookies, and 1 sophomore will occupy the middle 4 rows today. The 7th row has produced 5 Indianapolis 500 winners. Stepping up from Indy Lights, Robbie Groff is in his first Indy 500. His most memorable moment at the Brickyard was when his older brother Mike qualified for the 1991 race. Today, he'll drive the number 30. It's a G-Force powered by Aurora. 14-time World of Outlaws Sprint Car champion Steve Kinzer is making his first 500 start. He has a soft spot in his heart for the classic Roadster era in the 40s and 50s, Indy's most romantic years. Starting his 13th Indy 500, Roberto Guerrero has twice finished second, but his most sparkling memory remains his stunning pole run with a 1- and 4-lap record. He set it in 1992. The record stood for 4 years. In the 6th row, veteran Mike Groff, who is anxiously awaiting his 4th start at the Indy 500. His most vivid memory was Mario Andretti's popular triumph in the 1969 500-mile race. The IRL points leader will be starting number 10. The racing dentist from nearby Carmel, Indiana, rookie Jack Miller, has been one of the most promotionally minded and fan-friendly rookies to come to the famed Brickyard in many a year. Colorado native Buzz Calkins is starting his second 500. He first attended when he was 16 years old. He stood just outside the gasoline alley sign back then. Today, he'll walk under it with his racing gear in hand. 7 times the 500 winner has started in the 5th row. A native of Sweden, Kenny Brack is another of the talented rookies in today's field. His first hot lap here at Indy will forever be etched in his memory. He drives for Rick Gallis, who won the race as an owner in '92. A quiet and unassuming rookie, Alfonso Giafone, joined the field on the first day of time trials. He's proud to follow his fellow Brazilian Emerson Fittipaldi to the hallowed halls of the Brickyard. Stefan Gregoire will run his 3rd Indy 500 today. His biggest thrill in his career was qualifying for the 93 500 as a 24-year-old rookie. He qualified faster than Fittipaldi, who won the race that year. Only 3 500 winners have started in row 4. Flamboyant Robbie Gordon is gearing up for his 4th start. Twice he's led the great race.
One of my most memorable moments was in 1995. To come from a lap down, end up leading the race. And to finish the Indy 500 is always a success.
Today, Robbie Gordon will start number 42. In his 8th race, Eddie Cheever acknowledges the compelling ingredients of the 500. He respects A.J. Foyt above all other drivers for his 4 wins and 35 straight starts on the Memorial Day Weekend Classic. Buddy Lazier is the defending champion of the Indianapolis 500. Last year, he authored a spine-tingling charge from 3rd to 1st in the waning laps, and then took a sip of milk in victory lane. A tradition that began 60 years ago. Now we take a look from the first turn area to the exit of the pits. The crowd begins to move further and further up into the stands, trying to find the locations that they will watch the race from. The parade of celebrities has begun on the track. The Purdue University All-American Band is waiting in position in front of the master control tower, and we're getting closer and closer. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, standing by with Kerry Agajani. And Kerry, we were going to talk to Keith Ward earlier today, and we talked to him about what's happening. He's now on the racetrack in a pace car, checking the track situation. What do you understand we're looking at for a start time?
Well, it looks like we're about an hour and 5 minutes later is what the problem is there were weepers. You know, track was wet. It's drying. Keith's out there checking it right now. The latest I heard from him just a few minutes ago was that we'll do the national anthem at 11:47. It was supposed to be 10:42. So that puts us at about a 12:05 start.
All right, 12:05, we're talking about Indianapolis time. We're talking about 1:05 Eastern time. So, in other words, the national anthem is just a couple of minutes away, and then we're on with the pre-race in the beginning.
As long as the weather holds, just a couple of minutes away. So everybody get ready. All the engines are warmed up. We had them warm up. We're going to top them off and roll them out onto the grid.
All right, that's Kerry Agajanian, Vice President of USAC.
The parade of celebrities continues now on the backstretch, heading into turn 3. The fans are ready in the stands. Hopefully the rain will stay away and we'll have a full 200 laps, 500 miles for the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500. We'll continue to watch the skies though, and shortly the cars should be on the track.
The Indianapolis 500 on ABC's Wide World of Sports. Brought to you by Valvoline Durablend, the #1 selling semi-synthetic motor oil. Oldsmobile and your authorized Aurora retailers. Goodyear, #1 in tires. And Priority Mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
We continue to count down to a potential start of the Indianapolis 500 with a wary eye to the sky as the cars now are being moved out onto their positions on the main straightaway. As we mentioned earlier, there are different chassis, different engines in this field. In the field today, there are 2 new chassis types and 2 engine manufacturers.
There are only 2 chassis available to drivers in this year's Indy 500. You have the Dallara chassis here, made in Italy. There are 21 of them in the 35-car field. And you have the G-Force chassis, 14 of these made in England, competing in today's race. There's one key way that you can tell the difference between a Dallara and a G-Force on television. On the G-Force, notice in front of the rear wheels, it's clean coming off the side pod right here. By contrast, when you go over to the Dallara, you'll see this aerodynamic flip-up or kick-up wing right here in front of the rear tire. These cars generate about 15% less downforce than a year ago, and they've been slowed by 15 to 20 miles per hour. The biggest difference you'll see between last year's car and this year's car is this air induction box right behind the driver's head.
And Gary, the reason we need this air induction box is there's a brand new engine formula as well. This year, they use a normally aspirated, non-turbocharged 4-liter power plant that needs that air. Now, teams again can choose between 2 engines. One is the Oldsmobile Aurora, the other is the Nissan Infiniti. Oldsmobile accounts for 29 in the 35-car starting field, and Infiniti has 6. Now, these are production-based engines. What that means is you could find a similar engine underneath the hood of your passenger car, but they are purpose-built. They've been severely modified to withstand the rigors of 500 miles of racing. Now, the differences between the Oldsmobile, well, the Oldsmobile's a little shorter, a little lighter, puts out just a little bit more horsepower. The folks at Infiniti have concentrated on reliability and feel that that is going to be the ticket to making it to victory lane.
So that's the mechanical aspect of the Indianapolis 500. There is, of course, far more overpowering the human aspect, Tom Sneeve, and they've really got to get their game ready to go now after this delay.
Well, drivers are a lot like pitchers and hitters in baseball. They have to have a mental book in every driver that they face. Pitchers, they need to know strengths and weaknesses of the hitters they face. They try to throw around the strengths and get to the weaknesses. Drivers need to be able to anticipate or predict what other drivers are going to do in certain situations out there. Obviously, when you have a bunch of rookies in the field, as we do this year, they're going to be missing some chapters in their book. So as the race develops, they're going to be adding words and pictures and chapters to that book.
And this rain delay, does that interrupt it even further?
Well, it doesn't do anything for the drivers. I mean, they get all ready to go, all hyped up and ready for an 11 o'clock start. And then weather, you know, there's really nothing we can do about it, but it puts them on hold. And, you know, it's a big concern to the drivers. I think probably Bobby Unser's over there and has some other concerns for us.
Yeah, Bobby, up over turn 2, you were worried.
Well, Paul and Tom, my biggest concerns are, of course, the engines and the drivers. Well, there are only 2 different engines. There are 7 different engine builders, all doing them differently, like the cams, the pistons, the compression ratios, and so on, trying not only to make them go fast, but more importantly, last the 500 miles. Next, it's the drivers, approximately half of the field. hasn't driven 500 miles here, and 13 of those are rookies. So I think experience is going to play a big factor here today. Guys like Luyendyk, Goodyear, Cheever, and Gordon should have the advantage. All in all, though, I really think it's going to be a competitive and a fast race. Danny Sullivan, what are your thoughts?
How's it been performing for you?
It's been great. We've gotten a lot of miles.
Apparently, we're not going to be able to hear from Danny Sullivan. The rain affects everything, including the electronics here at the Speedway. And we got a little hint of a drop of rain on the camera while Bobby Unser was talking. Let's hope that that's just some sort of anomaly that only occurred in that area of the track. They have the cars on the main straightaway now. In the previous 80 runnings of the Indy 500, 58 winners have come from the first 3 rows. Here are today's top contenders. 7 winners have come from the 3rd row. Starting 9th, Eliseo Salazar has finished no worse than 6th in his 2 previous Indy 500 appearances. His most memorable moment was finishing a strong 4th in his rookie effort in 1995. Starting 8th is sophomore Davey Hamilton, who has enjoyed a quiet and uneventful month of May at Indy. He drives for A.J. Foyt in a G-Force powered by Aurora. A graduate of the tough Super Modified Series, Hamilton's finest moment was qualifying for the race a year ago. A native of Scotland, rookie Jeff Ward came from a background in motorcycle racing. 5 times a motocross champion, twice a supercross champion. Ward has always admired the 4-time Indy 500 winner, Rick Mears. The 500 has been won 17 times from the 2nd row. Racing from Albuquerque, New Mexico, Jim Guthrie in his 2nd race is accustomed to taking risks. He and his wife hocked everything for a chance to race in the IRL. He was rewarded with a win at Phoenix, but he was still in debt to the tune of $85,000. Canadian Scott Goodyear is competing in his 7th 500-mile race. In 1992, he charged from the last starting position to finish a close 2nd to Al Unser Jr. in what was the closest finish in the 80 runnings of the Indy 500. Robbie Buell is driving his 2nd 500. He first came to the Speedway in '71 as an upper deck spectator.
My most memorable moment of the 500 is when I first fell in love with racing. It was when I was age 7 and I came here.
34 winners have come from the front row, including 5 of the last 9. Italian Vincenzo Sospiri, the fastest rookie in the field. His great memory is simply arriving at the Indy 500.
Well, when I went under the tunnel, I felt a very cold chill on my back, and I said to myself, here I am to do the Indy 500 in America.
Sophomore sensation Tony Stewart is a racer's racer. He'll drive anything. In '94, he took the USAC Midget Championship. In 1995, it was the hat trick with the Midget, Sprint, and Silver Crown titles. Arie Luyendyk is on the pole for the 2nd time at the Indy 500. He owns many of the speed records at this grand racing palace. The 1- and 4-lap qualifying records. The fastest speed ever in practice at nearly 240 miles an hour. In '90, he drove the fastest 500 ever at 185.9 miles an hour, starting outside the front row. Only 15 times has the pole sitter won the race. So now we see how those numbers play today. Now, high above turn 4 in a booth overlooking that great vista is Danny Sullivan. We finally got your equipment working, Danny. What do you expect today?
Well, of course, the talk all month has been about engines. Everybody's had engine problems, but once that green flag falls, the driver can't worry about it. Either the engine's going to go 500 miles or it's not. They can't be concerned about it. But because of that engine problem, they haven't had very much time on the track. The guys I talked to say their concern is they don't know what the car is going to do in traffic with all that turbulence. Do they have the proper race setup? What's it going to do with all those other cars around them? Paul?
So we wait for the start of the engines. There's Jim Guthrie's car. He is the Phoenix winner. 35-year-old Jim Guthrie, Albuquerque, New Mexico. He is one of the nicest stories in the Indy Racing League. It is a tale of a family and a challenge.
This is a story about two young lovers. The story of New Mexico's Jim and Missy Guthrie.
Met Jim when I was 15, and I fell in love with him the minute I saw him.
Theirs was the American dream, a home, 2 children, a small business, and Jim's hobby, motor racing. But the dream turned into a nightmare when Missy discovered she had cancer.
When they told me, you could have knocked me over with a feather. I mean, it was devastating.
Missy's chemotherapy and mastectomy followed, and Jim Guthrie walked away from racing.
That's when I knew that he loved me. It wasn't anything that we had gone through. It wasn't because I was there. I stuck through the thick and thin of building a business. He really, truly loved me.
Cured of her cancer, Missy told her lover that it was her turn to support him. She told Jim to embrace his dream, a professional driving career.
When you love someone as much as I love Jim, it doesn't matter. I mean, I have so much faith and so much confidence in him. He's not going to put us through something that he cannot get us out of.
They mortgaged all of their possessions and joined the IRL, but finances threatened the dream.
I had told Jim, you know, if we don't do well at Phoenix, we can't get to Indy. There's just no, I mean, we're tapped out. I don't know where else we're going to get any more money. And I said, you know, you've got to finish at least in the top 5 for us to be able to continue on.
Jim Guthrie may do the impossible. In fact, he has.
That Phoenix 200 win rescued their budget and brought the Guthries to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Triumphant over cancer and winners in racing, they embrace and still honor that inexplicable lure that first brought them together as teenagers. When you lay your head down next to his at night, what do you think?
How lucky I am to have a man who stands by me and supports me. I'm just very fortunate.
Jim's such an emotional tale, but all month you've also said, hey, I can win the Indianapolis 500. Do you still feel that way?
Well, I'll tell you in a couple hours, but yeah, I think so. I take the approach like Al Sr. and Rick Mears has, and I hope I can apply what I've learned by watching them for years and bring home the victory here today.
Now, that little test session yesterday, the shakedown, identified something that could have knocked you out early in the race. Tell us about that.
That's right. We tried a new tripod, and turned out that it was a little too hard, and it actually broke on our 2-lap little stint yesterday. So that was a good time for us to find that out, obviously, and we've gone back to the old style, and hopefully that'll be successful for us.
Now, before the Phoenix race, Missy said you had to finish 5th or better. What did she say this day?
She hasn't said anything. I guess it's okay to win this one, too.
Gary, just a great story here, Jim and Missy Guthrie.
Well, here's another great story. We chronicled it last year. Already today, leading up to this moment, we get closer to an anticipated start, but the skies are darkening. How tough is this to deal with, buddy? You've been through so much in a year's time.
Well, it's hard because everybody here wants to go racing, and and you start getting on the rev limiter. In other words, really emotional, really fired up, a lot of adrenaline. So it makes it even harder to just, to stay relaxed. And, it's hard to remember, but most of the drivers here, though you're here to make a living and you're there to have success, you're also here to have some fun. And this is a hard time. You just want to get onto the racetrack and get the race going and get it rolling. So this is a tough time for everybody, especially now it starts pouring down.
Yeah, we got the big drops rolling in here, so everybody's going to look and dive for cover. He was talking with his engineer, Ron Dawes, just moments ago. He gets under an umbrella, and another one of those little tiny cells right over us right now, and this is not good news for anybody. Jerry?
Well, rookie Jeff Ward is a 7-time AMA National Motocross Champion, and you've hurdled a lot of barriers in your career, Jeff, but none compare to the giant leap you're making today, starting the Indy 500. What advice has your teammate and car owner Eddie Cheever offered you?
Basically, stay patient. It's a 500-mile race, and just go as quick as your car will let you go. If somebody's quicker, then don't hold them up, and just try to get your car better the next run. So it's just to be very patient.
I saw you standing here scanning this massive crowd, this tidal wave of people as far as you can see. Are there butterflies? I mean, your first time here as a driver?
A little bit. I'd like to get in the car and you'd be more comfortable. Now with this downpour, it's just going to prolong it. Again, you try to get yourself psyched up at a certain point, and then when it gets set back, it's hard to get that timing. And now we got to do it all over again and go through this again. So it's a little bit frustrating, but I'm real anxious to get in there and get running.
What do you do now? I mean, you have some time now, obviously, with this shower moving across the racetrack. Do you go back and talk to Eddie Cheever? Do you talk to the drivers, or do you still want to be alone with your thoughts?
I'll talk to Eddie and the crew and just figure out what we need to do. There's no chance to go over some more information that maybe we didn't cover, but we're pretty much ready to go. It's just go back in the garage and watch some TV.
All right, we'll try to give you a good show. Jeff Ward starts inside row 3. He is a rookie here at Indianapolis. Let's go to Jack Arie.
Well, Jerry, you know, when the rain begins to fall, you look for cover wherever, and we're in the pace car garage right now with Robbie Gordon. This is not what you wanted to see.
No, this here looks like they just had the track dry, it looked like, and for this to happen, it's gonna definitely stick a huge stick in our spokes. We're gonna crash now.
Now, what do you do? When do you make the decision to get on an airplane and go down to Charlotte and see if you can get 600 miles in?
Well, I heard they're having a hard time too with weather down there. They got like a 100% chance of rain. This rain here, we're done for at least another couple hours.
For Robbie Gordon, a lot of decisions to be made, but I want to show you right over here. That's Alessandro Zampedri. Actually, it's Eliseo Salazar. And look at this. The guy kicks back, picks up the newspaper, and he's just ready to wait out the rain, Paul.
I wish all of us could be as calm as Eliseo Salazar. Out on the front stretch, the rain is just pouring down. They've still kept the Purdue band in place, but it's Plastic City all through the grandstands and up and down the main straightaway as everyone tries to hide from a driving rain here. We'll return with more of our 500 coverage after this message and a word from our ABC stations. With rain, especially down in the south end, we'd like to remind you that you can follow all of the drivers in the race with live timing and scoring on ABC Sports on America Online. The keyword is ABC Sports. You can even get the weekly report that Jack Arie puts in America Online as well. And then there's the IRL website. It has the real-time race stats, historical information on the 500, bios on the driver, anything you would want to know. Pull the computer up right next to your television set, and you can keep track of the Indy 500. Well, the rain really came down here. There's the yard of bricks right at the start-finish line. And the ceremonies themselves, they've continued on. They don't want to give up yet. Here's the Marion County Sheriff's Department motorcycle drill team, and they're performing down in the pit area. Jerry Punch.
Amazing, incredible. Nothing's going to stop what happens here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're with Arie Luyendyk. And Arie, we said there might be a shower come over. I believe that shower turned into a monsoon about 20 or 30 seconds ago. This really does take a lot of people out of their game face.
That's for sure. I mean, right now, the rain is coming down so hard, it looks like this will be there like 2 or 3 hours to dry the track. If it stops raining now, we don't know if it's going to stop. So it's just it's throwing us off, and we're already thinking about driving tomorrow, it looks like.
Now, as an experienced driver, you've been here a number of times, and if you have a delay like this, you go back to the garage and you sort of get some time to relax. What about the guys that have just come here for the first time? You remember back when you were a rookie. What's going through their mind? Are they almost ready to get in and climb in the car and roll away, and now they have to wait some more? What are they thinking about?
Well, we're all thinking about the same thing here today. I mean, you go to sleep at last night thinking about tomorrow is the race, and you're mentally preparing yourself for that in the morning as well. And it looked like we had a nice clear spot there, so you get your game face on and you want to go racing, and then it changes again. And you just have to do the exercise a couple of times, and it's not that hard. It's just too bad for the fans that come out here. It's too bad for all the people that are, you know, with the racing team, sponsors, and other people like that can't come back tomorrow maybe, and it's just unfortunate for them more than it is for us.
What about the track itself? I know the rain, obviously, by washing the rubber off, can change the track drastically. Can you accommodate for that, or can you predict what's going to happen as far as changing the setup on the car?
Well, we changed our setup a little bit based on the fact that it rained hard last night, and the track's probably going to be a little bit greener than it was last week. You know, we made a few changes to the car in anticipation of that, and we just hope that it will work. But it's a long race with a lot of pit stops, so we can adjust a little bit here and there. But it definitely changes the feeling of the track.
You know, people in the past who started on the front row have been able to talk to some of the other drivers about the start of the race. Have you talked to Tony Stewart and to Vincenzo Sospiri about how the race would start, what would happen at the green flag?
We had a front row meeting yesterday. Tony Stewart wasn't there, so I haven't spoken to Tony, but I did talk to Sospiri about it. And, you know, it's basically just same thing all over again. We have to get through that first corner to be able to finish the race, and I think those guys want to finish the race too.
This is the part the driver likes the most, where you can get in the car and you finally have some peace and quiet for the month of May.
Right, you put your helmet on and it's just you and the car and the crew in the pits. you know, team working together, and Treadway Racing has done a great job this month. And but you put your helmet on and you just gets quiet, and you're in your own little world, and that's a great feeling.
Well, when we do get this thing started, this man, the Flying Dutchman, will lead him down to the green flag. Jackaroo.
Well, Jerry, you and I, being race rats like we are, we know why people can't race in the rain, especially on ovals. We see it on road courses. We figured we caught up with Al Spire of Firestone, director of racing. How about explaining to the uninitiated, the people that maybe tune in only once a year, why we can't run in the rain at Indianapolis?
Well, you know, under dry conditions with slick tires on a dry track, the drivers had great grip and everything. But you've got to imagine going through a corner at 200 miles an hour in the wet. And while we have rain tires, like in Formula One, that grip the road very well, you've got some visibility problems with spray for the drivers. And I think the thing here in Indianapolis is if you make a mistake and anything slips out of your control in the wet, you're into the wall right away. And it's just a risk the drivers really don't want to take.
I tell you, at these speeds, guys, I don't think it's a risk I'd like to take either. Paul, one of the things that I think we ought to talk about, though, is the fact that Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company has begun to do some rain tire testing of oval track, but with 3,000-pound race cars in the Winston Cup division. Al, thanks for stopping by.
Okay, you're welcome, Jack.
Well, there's a bad sign. Not only does the rain pour, rivers begin to cascade across the track here. The teams have decided the prudent thing to do is get the cars off of the straightaway, perhaps even back into the garage area. But for the moment, they've stayed optimistic, and most of the cars have been pushed to their pit positions, hoping that they can get them back out. And of course, when the rain stops, the track will dry, and eventually we'll have a running of the Indianapolis 500, and ABC Sports will be here to bring it to you. Now, we're going to stay here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. In fact, let's take you back to a little better day as we can reminisce about the 1989 running of the Indianapolis 500. It turned out to be a battle between two different men. We join 1989, the batter Al Unser Jr. and Emerson Fittipaldi with 5 laps to go.
John Menard, the man who owns the team and pays the bills. To my left and to my right, Robbie Buell, who is one of 2 drivers. You just heard him talk to Tony Stewart a moment ago. Robbie, let me ask you, what happens to a driver when you know that you've had this much rain and the track's going to change? What goes through your mind? What are you thinking about right now?
Well, really what we're thinking about is we want to get on with the race. But as I was saying, we've done so much testing here throughout the last 2 months. We're pretty confident with the car. The whole crew at Team Menard, we feel confident enough about our cars, what we know about the cars, that the conditions won't bother us. Obviously, dry conditions would be a great thing.
We're talking about how this league has given young drivers opportunities. You're a prime example of that. Came here a year ago with Greg Beck and then got the big call from John Menard. It had to be quite a tribute to you to get a call from someone like John.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been, you know, I'd won an Indy Light Championship. I'd been in kart for a couple of years and kind of been bouncing around. And this is an opportunity that I've been waiting for, you know, about 10 years now. So,
obviously, he responded well with qualifying inside of row 2. He has 2 cars in starting second and fourth. John, let me ask you, in years past, you've opted to run more than 2 cars. This year, you said, no, we're going to concentrate on getting 2 cars in and trying to win the thing.
Well, we really like to win the race. You know, we've been running the IRL series. We've led every race, and we've never won one yet. So we really felt like we should concentrate our efforts just a bit more and try to see if we couldn't win the race.
In years past, people have said Menard's cars are fast, but they haven't been that reliable. Have you changed the focus this year to try to maybe get some more reliability? Have you tuned them back a little bit to run the 500 miles?
Well, for sure, we've tried to go for reliability. We always have, but before we were running the Menard V6s, which was a very fragile engine. I mean, it was a pushrod V6. It just wasn't designed to do what we were asking it to do. Now we're kind of on a level playing field with everybody else. Everybody's running the V8s, the Auroras, and you know, I think our Auroras are better than the other guys' Auroras from a dependability standpoint. Leastways so far this month, we haven't lost an engine, and we think we got an engine that'll go the whole 500 miles in both cars, and we think we've got a precision about our setting up the cars that allow the chassis to go the 500 miles too. Of course, anything can happen, but we'd welcome a 500-mile race.
You know, there are some diehard race fans who haven't budged. They're sitting here in the stands with their umbrellas over them. They want to see a race as we do. You know, earlier in the week, you took a car to Charlotte Motor Speedway to preview what's going to happen down there in July when the Indy Racing League comes south. And I'm told you had 140,000 fans on their feet when Tony Stewart lit the tires up.
Yeah, Tony lit the tires up, taking off out of the pits, and then we went out. We went faster than what the NASCARs were running, you know, and everybody got excited about about it. It was night, and there was a lot of lights, a lot of excitement. It was really fun. I think the fans are going to see a really great night race there, and of course at Texas also.
All right, John, thanks for joining us. Robbie Buell, guys, we still watch and wait as the raindrops fall. Paul?
Yeah, you'll notice that the rain is creating an area several inches deep there in the pit area. We mentioned the run at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Here is the remaining races in the IRL schedule and the network coverage that you will be able to watch those races on. And don't forget, if we get pushed over to tomorrow, ABC Sports will be right there to continue coverage of the Indy 500. Well, you find shelter anywhere you can get it. This is underneath that scoring pylon that is right outside Gasoline Alley. Now, tomorrow night on ABC, Lorenzo Lamas and Princess Stephanie of Monaco are your hosts for an hour of the most incredible illusions you've ever seen. Champions of Magic tomorrow night on ABC. Rain continues to fall. We'll be right back.
Remember, we told you it's off limits. Here's the white line. There's A.J. Foyt. Let's see just how serious he is. Well, Paul, I think he's serious.
I think that's deadly serious. Nice job, A.J. Boy, many of us wish we could have done that at one time or another. Four-time winner of the Indy 500. Now let's take you back historically once again. One of the great eras at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was just before the Second World War. It was the era of the great Wilbur Shaw.
Wilbur Shaw won the Indianapolis 500 in 1937. 2 years later, he reasoned that European technology was ahead of the Americans. And so he convinced his car owner, Mike Boyle, to buy an Italian Maserati 8CTF. It was a Formula One car, and it performed admirably in the 1939 Indianapolis 500, winning easily. So they re-entered the race in 1940 and won again, making Wilbur Shaw the second three-time winner of the Indianapolis 500.
On the morning of the 1941 sweepstakes, a fire raced through the garage area. 2 cars were destroyed, and the start of the race was delayed over an hour. Rex Mays led the opening 38 laps, and then Wilbur Shaw took command. With just 49 laps to go, a wheel broke on the Maserati, sending him into the wall. The car made heavy contact, and Shaw coasted to a halt. With a broken vertebrae, Shaw was placed on a stretcher and taken to the hospital. He would later recover fully to resume his role as one of racing's best-known ambassadors. With the outbreak of World War II, all of automobile racing ceased in the United States. But Wilbur Shaw did participate in a special closed tire test at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the AAA. This would be the final time that Shaw would sit behind the wheel of a race car, and he would later say it was his toughest 500 miles ever. The Speedway was left to stand unused, and when the war ended in 1945, the once magnificent grounds were in the advanced stage of decay after nearly 4 years of disuse. Nature's wild growth had completely overwhelmed the facility. Weeds sprouted from the bricks and in the pit area, and the grandstands had become nothing more than rickety wooden structures. In October of 1945, Wilbur Shaw convinced Indiana sportsman Antone Holman to purchase the Speedway grounds. He named Wilbur Shaw as the president and general manager, and in May of 1946, the Speedway opened its gates again, and the crowds came in unbelievable numbers. They kept filing in, even during the late portions of the race. The Indianapolis 500 was once again the largest single-day sporting event in the world. The 500 had been saved by Shaw and the great Tony Holman. Well, it's pretty tough to beat race fans. They're staying in their seats. Kudos, by the way, to the guys and the crews that have helped with our coverage here thus far. But there's still more to come as we look ahead to the 81st running of the Indy 500. We'll be right back. Very wet main straightaway at Indianapolis. Now, you talk about controversy and changing of the rules at Indianapolis. To many memories, the most active period for that was that of the turbines.
This is the Whooshmobile, designed for 3 years in secret by Andy Granatelli.
It was called Wishmobile because of the distinctive sound made by its power plant, a Pratt & Whitney aircraft turbine. The car was ultra-modern, all-wheel drive, a monocoque chassis, and even a flap in the back that would jump up and air brake the car whenever the driver touched the brake pedal. The driver was the great Parnelli Jones, and in 1967, with this car, he dominated most of the 500.
The turbine was without question the talk of Gasoline Alley with its unique features. Many of the drivers complained about the air brake jumping up at the back of the car and frightening them as they headed into the corners. Still, each time out to practice, the fear of this magnificent machine grew in Gasoline Alley. Parnelli Jones would start 6th on the grid with a qualifying time just over 166 miles an hour. Mario Andretti would sit on the pole at nearly 169 miles an hour. But as the green flag came out, it became evident that nothing could match the brute speed of Granatelli's turbine. Jones motored into the lead halfway down the backstretch of the opening lap. The only person that could slow Parnelli down that day was the weatherman. Heavy rains hit the speedway after 19 laps and the race was postponed. Jones picked up where he left off the following day. A number of wrecks depleted the field. Wally Dallenbach was the victim of an accident, as was Leroy Yarborough, George Snyder, and Johnny Rutherford. The caution light would flash for over an hour. But then the unthinkable happened in the waning laps. An inexpensive rear end bearing broke, and the turbine was powerless. The despondent STP crew, headed by Andy Granatelli, kept looking northward for the appearance of their car. Finally, they saw the machine creeping at a snail's pace, obviously destined to go no further. After leading 172 laps, Parnelli's day was done. Andy Granatelli could only stare in disbelief at his silent and failed dream. A.J. Foyt moved into the lead now with just 4 laps to go. But his path to a third victory was momentarily blocked when Bobby Grimm, Chuck Hulse, Carl Williams, and Bud Tinglestead, along with Larry Dixon, crashed on the final lap. A.J. suspected trouble and slowed down, and was able to snake his way through the wreckage and take the checkered flag to join the elite list of 3-time winners at the Indy 500. The turbine would come back to try again, only to eventually be rendered ineffective by changes in the rules. You talk about controversy. That was a year for controversy. We come back, we'll be looking back at last year's race and continuing our coverage. We'll be back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
It's all within your reach. And Goodyear, #1 in tires.
So the grandstands at Indianapolis are almost empty now. Folks planning for tomorrow, as we are at ABC Sports. Coverage at 11 o'clock in the morning. Tom Sneva, with this aborted day, there are a couple unanswered questions.
Well, there are ones, obviously, where the best poker game in the garage area is going to be the rest of the afternoon, but probably more importantly is what we're going to do for a setup for tomorrow. Are they going to second guess the changes they've made already? Do they out-engineer themselves? What's going to happen in the morning?
Thanks for sticking with us through the day. We'd hope to show you the race. We're going to do it tomorrow. No question in my mind. Our coverage begins at 11 o'clock to see who will take.
To bring you the constant variety of sport, the thrill of victory.
Did you know what Indy means?
And the agony of defeat. Look at him go! Oh, baby. The human drama of athletic competition. This is ABC's Wide World of Sport.
At Indianapolis, the rain has gone. The skies are clearing. The cars, the crews, and the fans are ready to go racing. The Indianapolis 500, a cornerstone of the American sporting landscape. Many of our great racing heroes have been defined by their accomplishments on this 2.5-mile oval. The Speedway has no greater hero than A.J. Foyt. His 35 performances on the Indianapolis stage have included tantrums, tears, and 4 Indy wins. Danny Sullivan took the lead in the 1985 race, then rescued his spinning race car with a heroic effort that saved his car and won him the race. Since 1911, This event has grown in scope and stature, fueled by the deeds of America's greatest racers. The Unser brothers, Al and Bobby, gave the crowd steely performances and won 7 races between them. Then Al Unser Jr. racked up huge hero points in this thrilling duel to the finish. Can Fittipaldi get back? Little Al brings it down low. They touch. Little Al under the wall. Fittipaldi continues on. 3 years later, Little Al, with this magnificent sprint to the finish, won the closest race in Indy history. This is a dangerous sport, yet the allure of victory in Indianapolis is a powerful force. Mario Andretti was the dashing young winner of the '69 race, but his star-crossed efforts to win again made him heroic in his failure. No winning performance in Indianapolis can match the heroics of Buddy Lazier a year ago. In March, he broke his back in 38 places. In May, he returned to the cockpit to drive the 500-mile race. 8 laps from the finish, he took the lead, and then went on to win the great race in storybook fashion. Today, 35 drivers pursue the quest for racing's greatest prize. It is a day for heroic performance. The risks are considerable, but the reward is the ultimate. Victory in the Indianapolis 500. ABC's Wide World of Sports continues the tradition of live coverage at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's the greatest spectacle in racing, the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500. Rain yesterday postponed the 500-mile race without a lap run for the 5th time in 80 races. It's cool, but the forecast is better today. Indy is man seeking perfection in a harsh environment. There is no room for error when the speeds are above 200 miles an hour and the walls are 50 feet away. Indy is powerful cars. Indy is heroic deeds. Indy is the pinnacle of auto racing. But above all, Indy is a human story.
And that human story was played out to a frenetic uncertainty yesterday. But for men like pole sitter Arie Luyendyk, today he is simply left alone with his thoughts in an empty garage area. Going to the office area, sitting down with his chiropractor, and Arie Luyendyk is now trying to get refocused. How difficult will it be, Arie?
It won't be very difficult. It's pretty relaxing today, a lot more than yesterday, in fact, because it just seems so much quieter out there, not that many people roaming around the garage area, so we're pretty relaxed.
It still will take 800 left-hand turns and 500 miles to make it to victory lane. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
He's young, he's brash, most importantly, he's fast, and seemingly nothing bothers Tony Stewart, including a 24-hour rain delay at Indianapolis. The question is, as you start from the middle of the front row, do you aggressively go for the lead, or you take a more cautious approach?
Well, I'd love to lead this thing in the first corner, but, you know, if we can do it and do it easily, then we'll try to do it, but, you know, we got a long race today, and everybody's kind of being careful with these motors, so if we can get it easy, yes, we'll try to lead it, but if not, we just want to get through 1 and 2 safely and then let everybody string out and just go racing later.
Tony Stewart and Rick Mears, the only gentlemen to start this race their first 2 years in the front row.
Italian rookie Vincenzo Sospiri starts on the outside of row 1, which means at the start as many as 32 cars will follow him with the drop of the green. He told us earlier he has not driven in an actual race in 19 months and has never experienced a rolling start. Vincenzo, what is it in your mind you definitely have to do on the first lap?
Well, I try to don't lose any concentration, stay up with the higher Luyendyk, which is a pole guy, and they can get the best start I can.
Well, the start could be a bit of a gamble for this man from Monte Carlo.
Robbie Gordon, like all the other drivers at Indianapolis, sat through a rain delay yesterday. And then finally at 2:30, he bolted for Charlotte. He arrived there at 4:15 just in time for the drivers' meeting, another rain delay, and the race finally got started at 6:15. And then on lap 182, he spun, hit the turn 4 wall, and continued on. Robbie Gordon, you were back and forth. Charlotte, Indianapolis. You stayed down there overnight. You got here early in the morning. You had leg cramps during the race yesterday. How do you feel? What do you expect today, and how tired are you?
I'm not very tired. We got cramped up a little bit in the race last night. You know, when I wrecked there, it was a little unfortunate. We knew the rain was going to come in about 20 laps, and we had to go. So, you know, today, it's a 500-mile race. Of course, we're concerned like everybody else if the motors are going to run for 500, but all the guys on the Coors team have done their job. We think we can do it.
Mother Nature black flagged this event yesterday. We're in the motorhome with Buddy Lazier, last year's winner. And Buddy, you've been a little bit under the weather also this month. The delay, is that a positive or a negative for you?
Well, I think it's just all the same for me. I mean, I really feel bad for the fans. What was amazing yesterday, it's pretty clear that they have a lot of passion and a lot of love for the sport, because they, you know, as they were walking back and we watched them, they had smiles on their faces. So I think they're a lot like the drivers in that they love the race, and they understood there's just nothing any of us could do about it.
Competitive drivers, competitive people can take any situation and turn it into a positive.
Up on top of the paddock grandstand, there are two small booths. One is the USAC Race Control Center. The other is our broadcast position. From here, you can see for miles, and the weather looks much better today. The Indy 500 is changing. That's nothing new. Indy has changed a dozen times in its history. Strong emotion is not new either. Many third and fourth generations are here in the same seats their families have occupied for years. For them, Indy is an emotional commitment. So it's little wonder in this time of change that there are strong opinions. This year, there are newly designed cars and engines. No longer are the turbochargers and their pop-off valves a problem. They're gone. This year, there are 13 new drivers from a wide variety of motor racing disciplines. This year, there are 35 starters, not the traditional 33. The IRL had reserved 25 starting spots for their cars, but two non-IRL cars set marks faster than those machines. So the IRL decided to add the two extra cars so that they would, in fact, start the fastest 33. That set off this year's controversy. But Indy is constantly changing, and arguments are commonplace. It's what draws hundreds of thousands of people to the Speedway every year. It is the summit of motor racing. Now, in a moment, you'll hear from more drivers, and we'll show you the differences in the machines. You're tuned in now to see your favorite daytime shows on ABC. They will return tomorrow. Indy, the new Indy Racing League, is ready for the 81st running of the Indy 500.
Tires and National Car Rental. At National, green means go.
We're counting down to the start of the engines. Three former winners join our broadcast team today. Three-time champion Bobby Unser, the 83 winner Tom Sneva, and the 85 winner Danny Sullivan. Later today, Tom will join me in the broadcast booth, and Danny Sullivan will be over turn 4. They've all experienced a rain delay.
I think we all react a little bit different to that kind of situation. For me, it was like a race car that was pushing. I didn't like it at all. You got ready to go at a certain time. You got all hyped up. It takes a lot of focus, and it took a lot of time to get there. You're here for 3 weeks. It's a long time, and I didn't want to have to come back the next day, but I wanted to give them a 500-mile race.
Well, of course, when you did come back that next day, you had a little problem when you came back. But I think the big problem is you're here for that month. The build-up is for that Sunday race. Everything is leading up to that. You wake up in the morning, it's raining. What a downer. You go down flat, then all of a sudden it dries out a little bit. You think you're going to get the race. You lift back up, and then it goes raining again, and you go down, and then they finally say, okay, we're coming back tomorrow. I had a very difficult time with that. I thought it was very hard to go up and down like that all the time. Well, let's hear from another champion, Bobby Unser, who's over there in turn 2. How did you deal with that, Bobby?
Well, Danny and Tom, I had it rough. I remember back in the middle 70s, I came out here 3 different days in a row. Now, every morning, and I was fast that year, and every morning I woke up, I'd go to the racetrack knowing I'm going to run. The weatherman always says the race is going to happen today, as you guys have seen this year. But in true, it didn't happen. So my stomach each day just kept getting tighter and tighter and tighter. I was running out of clean clothes. The game plans for the race just went totally to heck, and when the race finally did happen, I forgot what our original game plans were. Now, led the race, went fast that day, dropped out. It was the end of a terrible year. Gordon Johncock won it. He was a happy guy, but I never wanted to do that again. Paul?
Of course, in that subsequent year, Tom Sneva spun on the pace lap. Now, the starting field here is made up of 12 rows determined over 2 weekends of time trials. Like all of us, the drivers have their moments, their memories, and their superstitions. That's our focus as we look at the starting field beginning in the last row. For only the second time since 1933, a 12th row is lined up on the grid. The lineage continues for one of America's fastest families as Johnny Unser makes his second 500 effort. Today represents the 61st start for the Unser family, following in the tradition set by Al, Bobby, and Al Unser Jr. Now a seasoned veteran, Lynn St. James prepares for her 6th consecutive 500 with her eyes closed.
One of the things I do to prepare for the Indy 500 is to visualize clean, fast laps in my head.
Today she'll start the number 90 Delora Infinity. In row 11, a sophomore at the Brickyard, Paul Durant remembers the unique sportsmanship displayed by Al Unser Jr. when he gave the thumbs-up signal to winner Emerson Fittipaldi after their epic struggle in 1989. A rookie from Canada, Claude Bourbonnais, is an 11th-hour entrant. Not having a ride until a week ago, he is aware of the pressures and rituals of a 500 competitor. Gearing up for his third 500, Alessandro Zampedri led 20 laps here a year ago. He climbs in on the right side. It's his superstition on race day. 2 winners have come from the 10th row, but none since 1936. Although a freshman at the Brickyard, Greg Ray is totally relaxed before it is time to get strapped into the race car. He even manages to grab a few more blissful moments of sleep before the start of the race. The first Spaniard to qualify for the greatest spectacle in racing, Fermin Velez's most memorable moment was earning a coveted spot in the field 1 year ago. Dennis Vitolo is making his first start since '94. He rides with a good luck charm.
My son Jonathan gave me a little Wile E. Coyote, and since he's been in the car, the luck's changed and things been better.
Today he'll start the number 54 Delara, powered by an Infinity. 2 winners have come from the 9th row. Marco Greco is entering his third 500. The Brazilian often has Tony Robbins, a sports psychologist, at his side to help him prepare for the 500-mile run. Today, the Brazilian will start the red number 22. Tice Carlson is a short track seat-of-the-pants racer who's one of the 13 rookies. A silent prayer before the start is part of his race morning ritual. A native of Indiana, Mark Dismore, will be in his second 500. Although he doesn't consider himself superstitious, he will be wearing a helmet with a paint scheme that carried him to many victories in the Atlantics and the 24 Hours of Daytona. 3 rookies filled the same role for the first time since 1985. A rookie from Arizona, Billy Rowe, was asked to serve on Tom Sneva's pit crew in '83. A prior commitment forced him to pass up the invitation. Now he's back at the Brickyard to savor a dream of a lifetime in number 50. A graduate of the U.S. Formula Ford Series, rookie Sam Schmidt has had a memorable and adventurous month.
We've been on an emotional roller coaster, but the whole month has been something that I'll remember for the rest of my life.
His number 16 is a Delara powered by an Aurora. A genuine terror of the Western Midget Series, freshman Billy Boat has idled A.J. Foyt since he was 5 years old. Today, he'll drive A.J.'s car in the Indy 500.
Well, just being here today is evidence of an amazing and astounding comeback for Alessandro Zampedri. A year ago, you may recall the last lap, final turn, the red car, airborne, horrendous crash into the fence. Now, following 9 surgeries, countless hours of rehab, he's back, ready for his second Indy 500. How close to 100% do you feel going into this race?
Well, racing-wise, I would say I'm 99.9. I feel great. I feel very strong. I train a lot and work very hard. And honestly, I feel, with a lot of energy. And I feel I can go all the 500 miles. My major car has been running strong lately, so I really look forward for a nice, strong run today.
He starts in the 11th row, of course, and trying to get revenge for what fate dealt a cruel hand last year. Jack?
Gary, if you're a rookie, you have a lot of uncertainties leading into the Indy 500. That's the case for Billy Rowe. So his car owner, Antonio Ferrari, has prepared a book telling him what to expect, what to see on the pit boards. And Billy, you say that the rain actually helped you as a rookie.
Yeah, I think we got to go through the scenario of the morning of the race. Now we get to do it the second time, and I think we're more prepared this time than we were yesterday. Yeah, and Jack, I got this announcer's handbook here for you because I noticed you've been having trouble with your announcing, and I'd like you to read it. Since I'm in the textbook business and I sell textbooks, but I'll give it to you for free.
Jerry?
Well, 29-year-old rookie Sam Smith's racing career started at age 5 in motocross and abruptly stopped at age 10 when his father was paralyzed in an off-road racing accident. His mother's dream was for him to get an education. He now has a master's in international finance. His father's dream was to someday run the Indy 500. Today, Sam fulfills both his and his father's dream. Sam, this must be special for you.
It's extremely special. You know, this has been a lifetime family dream, and it doesn't really matter where we're starting or where we finish. We're here, and we hope to be here for a lot of years to come.
Irrespective of where he finishes, his parents have to be proud. Paul?
Sam Schmidt, one of the great stories here, out on the main straightaway. The cars already sit in position. In the field today, there are 2 new chassis types and 2 engine manufacturers. Today, hovering above the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Goodyear Blimp Spirit. This is the Goodyear Blimp that is based over in Akron, Ohio. She's so beautiful up in skies that are much more clear today. Now, we've told you about the changes in the rules. It's an astonishing feat that 2 new cars and engines were developed in 1 year and are ready to race today. Gary and Jack can get us up to date on the new designs. The 7th row has produced 5 Indianapolis 500 winners. Stepping up from Indy Lights, Robbie Groff is in his first Indy 500. His most memorable moment at the Brickyard was when his older brother Mike qualified for the 1991 race. Today, he'll drive the number 30. It's a G-Force powered by Aurora. 14-time World of Outlaws sprint car champion Steve Kinzer is making his first 500 start. He has a soft spot in his heart for the classic roadster era in the 40s and 50s, Indy's most romantic years. Starting his 13th Indy 500, Roberto Guerrero has twice finished second, but his most sparkling memory remains his stunning pole run with a 1- and 4-lap record. He set it in 1992. The record stood for 4 years. In the 6th row, veteran Mike Groff, who is anxiously awaiting his 4th start at the Indy 500. His most vivid memory was Mario Andretti's popular triumph in the 1969 500-mile race. The IRL points leader will be starting number 10. The racing dentist from nearby Carmel, Indiana, rookie Jack Miller, has been one of the most promotionally minded and fan-friendly rookies to come to the famed Brickyard in many a year. Colorado native Buzz Calkins is starting his 2nd 500. He first attended when he was 16 years old. He stood just outside the gasoline alley sign back then. Today, he'll walk under it with his racing gear in hand. 7 times the 500 winner has started in the 5th row. A native of Sweden, Kenny Brack, is another of the talented rookies in today's field. His first hot lap here at Indy will forever be etched in his memory. He drives for Rick Gallis, who won the race as an owner in '92. A quiet and unassuming rookie, Alfonso Giafone, joined the field on the first day of time trials. He's proud to follow his fellow Brazilian Emerson Fittipaldi to the hallowed halls of the Brickyard. Stefan Gregoire will run his 3rd Indy 500 today. His biggest thrill in his career was qualifying for the 93 500 as a 24-year-old rookie. He qualified faster than Fittipaldi, who won the race that year. Only 3 500 winners have started in row 4. Flamboyant Robbie Gordon is gearing up for his 4th start. Twice he's led the great race.
One of my most memorable moments was in 1995 to come from a lap down and end up leading the race. And to finish the Indy 500 is always a success.
Today, Robbie Gordon will start number 42. In his 8th race, Eddie Cheever acknowledges the compelling ingredients of the 500. He respects A.J. Foyt above all other drivers for his 4 wins and 35 straight starts on the Memorial Day Weekend Classic. Buddy Lazier is the defending champion of the Indianapolis 500. Last year, he authored a spine-tingling charge from 3rd to 1st in the waning laps, and then took a sip of milk in Victory Lane, a tradition that began 60 years ago.
Well, a man who's a big fan of Indianapolis, the festivities, getting ready for his 8th 500, Eddie Cheever. How do you assess your chances to win this thing today, Eddie?
I tried to do it 7 other times, and now I'm changing strategy, but I can't tell you what it is, but I think we're in good shape for today. This is the Indianapolis 500. If you're a racing driver, this is where you want to be. The only thing is the 26th of May, not the 25th.
There you have it. We'll watch Eddie Cheever with great interest, car 51. Paul?
Well, the clock continues to count until the engines start. It's now just 24 minutes for that command. For the 9th time, that command will include the word lady. They are the top contenders. 7 winners have come from the 3rd row. Starting 9th, Eliseo Salazar has finished no worse than 6th in his 2 previous Indy 500 appearances. His most memorable moment was finishing a strong 4th in his rookie effort in 1995. Starting 8th is sophomore Davey Hamilton, who has enjoyed a quiet and uneventful month of May at Indy. He drives for A.J. Foyt in a G-Force powered by Aurora. A graduate of the tough Super Modified Series, Hamilton's finest moment was qualifying for the race a year ago. A native of Scotland, rookie Jeff Ward came from a background in motorcycle racing. 5 times a motocross champion, twice a supercross champion. Ward has always admired the 4-time Indy 500 winner, Rick Mears. The 500 has been won 17 times from the 2nd row. Racing from Albuquerque, New Mexico, Jim Guthrie in his 2nd race is accustomed to taking risks. He and his wife hocked everything for a chance to race in the IRL. He was rewarded with a win at Phoenix, but he was still in debt to the tune of $85,000. Canadian Scott Goodyear is competing in his 7th 500-mile race. In 1992, he charged from the last starting position to finish a close 2nd to Al Unser Jr. in what was the closest finish in the 80 runnings of the Indy 500. Robbie Buell is driving his 2nd 500. He first came to the Speedway in '71 as an upper deck spectator.
My most memorable moment of the 500 is when I first fell in love with racing. It was when I was age 7 and I came here.
34 winners have come from the front row, including 5 in the last 9. Italian Vincenzo Sospiri, the fastest rookie in the field. His great memory is simply arriving at the Indy 500.
Well, when I went under the tunnel, I felt a very cold chill on my back, and I said to myself, here I am to do the Indy 500 in America.
Sophomore sensation Tony Stewart is a racer's racer. He'll drive anything. In '94, he took the USAC Midget Championship. In 1995, it was the hat trick with the Midget, Sprint, and Silver Crown titles. Arie Luyendyk is on the pole for the 2nd time at the Indy 500. He owns many of the speed records at this grand racing palace. The 1- and 4-lap qualifying records. The fastest speed ever in practice at nearly 240 miles an hour. In '90, he drove the fastest 500 ever at 185.9 miles an hour, starting outside the front row. Only 15 times has the pole sitter won the race.
Scott Goodyear has been suffering from a very serious case of the strep throat. Scott, how does this one day affect your illness?
Well, we're definitely a lot better today than we were yesterday, and every day seems to be a bit of an advantage. So I'm just glad we didn't race a week from where we are now, because last week was pretty brutal. But we're doing real well, and I don't even think about it right now. I'm so focused on what's going to happen out there.
Paul, a race car can be a great remedy to an illness.
Of the 35 starting today, only 2, Arie Luyendyk and Buddy Lazier, have visited victory lane. When we come back, you'll meet this year's success story, the Phoenix winner, Jim Guthrie. Best chance he's ever had driving here for John Monard. Gary?
No question, Robbie Buell probably has more test miles this year in this track than any other driver. Have you ever been better prepared for a race than you are today?
No, we're prepared. I mean, there's a lot of depth at Team Menard. We've done a lot of miles here. We feel pretty confident, but you always need a little bit of luck, and we'll just kind of have our race today and see where we end up.
And the command has gone out to get into the car. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Paul?
In this, the IRL, there are many stories of unknowns who have made good. One of the nicest stories in the Indy Racing League is that of Albuquerque, New Mexico's Jim Guthrie. It is a tale of commitment. Here's Jack Arie. Many of the fans, also the Purdue All-American Band, the flyover, many of these things could not return to Indianapolis for the formal ceremonies for today, but nevertheless, they are ready to begin with just slight alterations. We join the public address system.
Returning to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, again the ever-lovely Florence Henderson. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and salute this great nation as Florence Henderson presents our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Acapella, and the crowd loved it. Now we're moving closer to the start of the engines. We'll return with more of the Indianapolis 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
The 81st running of the Indianapolis 500 continues on ABC's Wide World of Sports.
This is Memorial Day, when we remember and honor those who have given the ultimate sacrifice to keep America the land of liberty. Each year here at the Speedway, we remember with the rendering of taps.
We ask you to remain standing. On this Memorial Weekend, we pause here in a moment of silence to pay homage to those individuals who have given their lives unselfishly and unafraid to make it possible for us to witness as free men and women the world's greatest sporting event. We also pay homage to those men and women who have given their lives unselfishly and without fear to make racing the world's most spectacular spectator sport.
Well, race fans, regretfully, our friend Jim Neighbors is unable to be with us in person. However, Jim hopes you will enjoy his recorded presentation of a Speedway tradition. Jim Neighbors, and back home again in Indiana. Back home again in Indiana. and the traditional release of the multicolored balloons from the area behind the control tower. Thank you very much, Jim Neighbors.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are just a few moments away now from hearing those famous words. Certainly an emotional time for all of us as we wait the start of the 81st running of this event. And the time has arrived. And here to give those famous words is Chairman of the Board of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Mrs. Mary Hellman George.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
And that brisk command sends the field.
To muffle the exhaust. It's been 30 years since we've heard those unmuted exhaust pipes here. 26,000 horsepower in the cockpits. The drivers are alone. The crews move to their positions. Jerry Punch.
Well, he's owned Robbie Gordon's NASCAR stock car for years, but today Felix Sabatos gets a taste of Indy tradition. You own an Indy car. What is the emotion? Is it what you expected?
It's exactly what I expected to be. It reminded me of my first time in Daytona. You can't describe the excitement. I'm nervous. The first time I've been nervous in a long time, so let's go racing.
Even with all the emotion, this man is never at a loss for words. Gary?
John Menard stands here, finger in the air, over the roar of the engines. Do you ever get used to this moment in Indianapolis?
No, you never do. This is just the most exciting time a guy can have in his whole life. Just when those cars come down from the start, it's like nothing else in the world.
Nervous, apprehensive?
Yeah, a lot of nervousness, a lot of apprehension. We're going to have a good race. We're going to have a good time this afternoon.
Cars are rolling. Jack LaRoche.
Well, Rick Dallas, you've won this race before, but you've come here today looking for your second. Is it any different than the first time?
Hey, Jack, it feels real special out here. I mean, you come out here and you look at all these people on a rain date like this, and you just, God bless them, and God bless auto racing. It's great.
And Paul, let me tell you, it may have rained, but maybe that says it best, the headline from the morning paper.
We're all ready to try it again. The drivers roll away behind the Oldsmobile Aurora pace car. The safety crews give the thumbs up sign as they motor past. Now let's take a look at the starting field for the 81st running of the Indy 500. On the pole, Arie Luyendyk, his 13th Indy 500 and 4th time on the front row. Tony Stewart, the second straight front row start at Indy. And Vincenzo Sospori, the fastest rookie in the field, who has not taken a flying start in big cars. In the second row, Robbie Buell, he ran 9th in last year's 500. Scott Goodyear, who ran 2nd here in 92. And Jim Guthrie, the popular winner at Phoenix. Row 3, Jeff Ward, the rookie from Scotland. Davey Hamilton, the sophomore in A.J. Foyt's car. And Eliseo Salazar, the veteran from Chile. The 4th row, Buddy Lazier, the defending champion here. Eddie Cheever, his 8th 500. And Robbie Gordon, who has twice finished in 5th place. In row 5, Stéphane Grégoire, the youngster from France, his 3rd Indy 500. Afonso Giaffoni, a 29-year-old freshman from Brazil. And Kenny Breck, a graduate from the Formula 3000 series. Row 6, Buzz Calkins, a 26-year-old Colorado native. Dr. Jack Miller, the racing dentist from nearby Carmel, Indiana. And Mike Groff, the IRL point leader. In row 7, Roberto Guerrero, twice a runner-up in the 500. Steve Kinzer, the king of the Outlaws. Robbie Groff, he's made the jump over from Indy Lights. In row 8, Billy Boat registered the 6th fastest speed overall. Sam Schmidt from Las Vegas and Billy Rowe. The 9th row, Mark Dismore. Tice Carlson taking over for the injured John Paul Jr. and Brazilian Marco Greco. The 10th row, Dennis Vitolo, Fermin Velez of Spain, and Greg Ray, a Texas rookie who has been quietly quick. The 11th row, Alessandro Zampedri, who was bumped but then got back in with a late qualifying run. Claude Bourbonnais, Jim Guthrie's teammate, and Paul Duran. In the 12th row, added Lynn St. James, her 6th straight 500-mile start, and Johnny Unser, the 5th Unser to start the 500-mile race. On board the pace car, there's 3-time champion Johnny Rutherford. He will bring the field to the green. Looking out the back of that pace car, the view of the field. They've not yet assembled into the rows of 3. Let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, you talk about that new sound, but there's new things that the crew has to deal with. Remember, on board, in lieu of the normal 40-gallon fuel cell in the past, it's 35 gallons. Methanol is still the fuel of choice, but here's what you must consider. With less on board, that means more pit stops. Now, granted, most teams are making about 2 miles to the gallon, but some teams have said as many as 7, 8 stops, but if there's a lot of caution, a couple of teams may try to make it in 6. Gary?
And with those 7 or 8 stops, Jack, there are many teams here at Indianapolis who have very little experience in 500-mile races, and particularly at Indy. It's a huge challenge for all of these individuals. If any of this equipment should happen to fail, or if an individual has a problem, it could be devastating to their driver. Remember, you lose 1 or 2 seconds here on pit road, it costs you hundreds of yards on the racetrack. They know that they've got the biggest challenge they've ever faced, but they've got to wait before they can spring into action for the first time. It'll be 25 laps or so before we see them go to work, and then they've got to deliver the performance of a lifetime. Jerry?
Well, Gary, the index of error could escalate today when you add in one more factor along with inexperience, and that is fatigue. For the past 2 days, these crews have gotten 3 o'clock in the morning wake-up calls, have had to come to the track by 4:30 in the morning. Yesterday, with the rain delay, they were here late last night wiping off parts, trying to get them dry. The crews are tired. When you're fatigued, you lose focus. When you lose focus and can't concentrate, that can lead to miscues in the pits. Of course, Paul, that could be a big problem with at least 7 pit stops here today.
It's not just the drivers today. With so much on the line for every manufacturer, we'll track the combinations of chassis, the engines, and the tires in today's race. Now, here are the top stories of the day and the ones we're going to keep track of for you. There is, of course, the situation with 13 rookies in the field. A lot of inexperience there. The weather is cool here, and it has been very windy. There'll be more pit stops this year, 7 to 9. And they'll come approximately every 23 laps. And, of course, the attrition. The engines are very definitely a concern here today. Let's go with 1 lap to go as they begin the pace lap and check in. Above turn 4, Danny Sullivan.
Well, of course, you can hear these loud engines going back, and that's been one of the focuses all month, the reliability. Nobody's had any luck with that. When that green flag falls, it's not going to matter. Either they're going to go 500 miles or they're not. Over to Bobby.
Yeah, I just think right now the drivers, Danny, are not looking at the crowd anymore. They're concentrating. Some of them better be aware that the tires are cold, the track is cold. Some of these tires don't work good on the cold track. There's an awful lot of inexperience. Now let's go down to Tom.
Well, anticipating the track conditions at the start of the race is very difficult. In fact, many times it's going to become a lucky guess. The more experienced teams usually are going to have a more educated guess. Now, they're all going to be fishing for that setup, but as the race develops, the teams will have probably 6 or 7 opportunities to adjust that setup, change the car to try to match those track conditions.
Arie Luyendyk is the pole sitter. Tony Stewart, the middle of the row. Vincenzo Sospiri in that blue and white car lagging back just a bit as Johnny Rutherford now brings the field through the 3rd turn, heading across the north chute at the north end of the speedway. The field begins to form up now into the 11 rows of 3. They're looking for 100 yards in between the different rows. One car headed for the pit area, the pace car, now comes off of the racetracks. The field aligns. They'll bring him down very close. We've got a car into the wall, several of them. Right on the start, Kenny Breck. The 17 car of Afonso Giaffoni into the wall. And that's before the start.
They're down just on the outside of the entrance to turn 4, Paul.
That's long before they even get near the starting line. So the field, obviously, they've displayed yellow at the start-finish line, and this is exactly what we were most concerned with. Stefan Gregoire, Alfonso Giaffoni, and Kenny Breck are those identified as involved.
Paul, a lot of these problems are probably coming from the cold tires. Remember, some of these tires don't work good on cold pavement, and I'll bet they were trying to get the tires warmed up, and that's what causes it.
Well, you remember we have had that problem in the past here. Remember that very, very cool year, Tom Sneva, when the tires just would not heat on the restarts?
Well, we had a lot of problem back there that year. I mean, there was 2 or 3 accidents on the pace lap, and a lot of them throughout the race.
Looks like the whole 5th row is out as a result of the incident coming off of turn 4. The safety equipment is there, and the start of the Indy 500 has now been marred with an accident even before the green flag came out. The 3 drivers involved discuss it standing on the track. We'll be back. Well, back in Indianapolis, the race has not yet started. An incident just before the start has taken out the entire 5th row. This is on board with Steve Kinser, Tom Sneva.
Well, I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything here. Well, it looks like, well, the 2 cars got together, turned Breck sideways. I still can't tell who ran into Breck, though.
We were looking at a video earlier that doesn't give you very much information, but does show that it appears that Kenny Breck was hit from behind. Marco Greco comes into the pits, and Dennis Vitolo's already in. Jerry Punch?
Well, totally unrelated to what happened on the racetrack, Paul, but a big break for Dennis Vitolo. Apparently a problem with the throttle linkage on the left side of the engine. That is Greg Beck, who owns the car, is on the far right side trying to get that repaired, but certainly somewhat of a break for Vitolo to get this fixed under the caution and get the car back out in the early laps. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Mark Stainbrook was on the radio with the spotters for Alfonso Giaffoni, and you also heard from their driver. What did he tell you, Mark?
Well, he said a lot of bad words, but apparently Kenny Breck, starting on the outside of him, didn't leave room and pulled down into the groove and ran into him and knocked him into Gregoire and took the whole row out. It's unfortunate. I mean, you know, somebody should have coached Breck a little better on the start, I guess.
All right, Jack?
Well, Gary, as this was all unfolding in the 5th row, the front row got on the radio, namely Arie Luyendyk, and said, what happened? Now, here's what's happened. They've relayed to him what transpired behind him, but they're very concerned because, remember, I alluded to the fact that maybe we would see 6 stops instead of 7. At initial thought, they thought, hey, we can go back on the fuel, be able to conserve fuel. Then they realized that the race has not started. So even though they're not burning a lot of fuel, this will change the fuel windows and dramatically affect the tactics for the rest of this race.
Robbie Groff appears to have a problem. We have no idea what's gone wrong here. He just sits in the middle of the backstretch. Emergency crews going to him. This is all before the green flag waves. We've not started the 500. It's the 6th time in 500 history that an incident has occurred before the start.
Well, a little bit of what happens on these starts is when they're 3 abreast, you're actually running on a lot different place in the racetrack than you normally do during the race. It's a groove that you're not normally in, and probably Breck on the outside of that row thought he was high in the groove, but actually there's not enough room for all 3 cars, and you've got to run in virgin territory when you're on these pace laps.
So one of the rookies, Robbie Groff, already with a problem, and they haven't even started the 5th row. They have major problems. They will not start. This is an incident before the green flag at Indianapolis. We'll be back. Back at Indianapolis, the field, not yet started, continues to circle behind the pace car. A lot going on. Sam Schmidt appears to have an engine problem. Jerry Punch?
Oh, we're here in Robbie Groff's pit. Dennis McCormick, who is the car owner, is watching and waiting for his driver to come down pit road. They're trying to get him towed in. And Dennis, if we could ask you right quick, what happened to Robbie?
He was just going down the back straightaway. He said he was in 3rd gear and the motor just quit on him. So we're trying to get him towed in here to get the electronics changed.
All right, they're going to try to get him refired and possibly get him back on the racetrack. Let's go to Jack Arie.
We're waiting to see, Jerry, if Sam Schmidt is going to come onto pit road. They were in radio communication, and the crew is not sure as he comes down pit road what the smoking problem is. Now remember, these engines have experienced oiling problems in the past. this team specifically has been building and rebuilding just 3 or 4 engines. You can see the smoke now. They're saying, kill the engine. This is serious, and it could be terminal for Sam Schmidt. Gary.
Another stop on pit road. Paul Durant was in briefly. Just a matter of topping off on fuel as we wait the official start of this race. I think everything else appears to be routine, Paul.
And all of that action before the green flag flies.
Well, a lot of the cars are coming in and topping off the fuel. There was some concern whether they'd be able to go back and start in their original positions, but many of them are coming in topping off. It's going to be interesting to see what the others do before green flag comes.
Of course, the interest in doing that, Tom, is so they can widen out their pit strategy deal. They can get more laps and hope for a yellow flag, pit under yellow as opposed to a green.
So the field will now reform on the next lap. They will, of course, be minus the 5th row. They will also be minus the car of Sam Schmidt. And we'll see who else. The pits are now closed. They did open them for a while, and many people, including Buddy Lazier, came through the pits. Now we've got this situation where we're going to reset the entire start. They were up yesterday, Tom Sneva. They were up for a start today. Disaster hits in turn 4. Now how are they?
Well, I mean, their emotions have got to be up and down, but a lot of the guys have tried to practice the start, maybe even played with traffic, but you know, there's no way you can simulate what they're about to experience in the next few laps. Now, you might, in fact, after all what we've seen already, you might want to move the women and children back a little bit from the TV screen.
There in the starter stand, that's General Ronald R. Fogelman, Chief of Staff of the Air Force. He's the honorary starter today as they celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Air Force. The field on the front stretch, they will go back into rows of 3 alignment. Bobby, as they come off of turn 1 and head for you, what are you thinking?
Well, Paul, I just had to notice when they were coming down for the original start how big a gap there was between the cars. Some of them were being overcautious. They just have realized over history that you must get the race started. But over here, I think they're going to be good this time.
Moving off of 2 down the back stretch. Danny Sullivan, you watch that happen. You've been there any number of times. Psychology at this point.
Well, of course, everybody was a little flat. Now they got pumped up for the race. Then we have another little flat spot with that yellow. Now they're pumping themselves back up, but I think everybody's going to be very cautious because they've seen the mistakes that a couple other drivers have made.
Once again, as they begin to align, Vincenzo Sospiri, the blue and white car, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row, has dropped back in behind Tony Stewart. He did that as they approached the line the last time. Apparently he is very respectful of the start of this race and doesn't look like he wants any part of the drag race that Arie Luyendyk and Tony Stewart are about to stage. Remember, Sospiri has never started a rolling start in big cars. Again, the pace car is off. The field now comes down toward the green flag. They are closely bunched. And here we go. The green flag finally out at Indianapolis. Arie Luyendyk jumps into the lead. Safely onto the backstretch. Arie Luyendyk, Tony Stewart tucks into second place. The field already strings out. Robbie Buell tries to make a move on Vincenzo Sospiri. Sospiri comes across the front. Sospiri remains in third. Fourth place is Buell.
Actually, once the greens come out, the drivers are really using their head, being pretty conservative and giving each other a lot of room.
Tony Stewart tries to come inside of the pole sitter, Arie Luyendyk. Stewart's going to try to lead this first lap. He does. Tony Stewart has just led the first lap in Indianapolis and become the only driver to lead the opening lap in each of his first 2 starts.
Yeah, as you see him come down through here, Paul, he's way ahead out through turn 2. Everybody's really looking careful and good through here.
Vincenzo Sospiri closes up. Here comes Robbie Gordon. The number 42, that gray and blue car is Gordon. Sospiri, the blue and white car, starts to challenge on Robbie Buell, that yellow and green car. In the pits, Alessandro Alex Zampedri. That tremendous story of courage from last year made it back in. and already his day is in trouble. Here goes Gordon. The 42 car, Robbie Gordon, comes around Sosbury and moves now, heading for Buell. He goes way wide off the corner, though. Bobby?
Yes, we have to keep in mind Robbie Gordon, a lot of experience here compared to a lot of guys in the field. So we expected Robbie to move up pretty quick.
Tony Stewart leads it. Luyendyk is second. Robbie Buell. And then that car, the gray and white Coors machine, it belongs to Robbie Gordon. He raced last night at Charlotte, flew back this morning. He is here today, ready to try and win the Indy 500.
Well, last night at Charlotte, he had to go up and through the pack 2 or 3 different times. He was real fast down there, had troubles in the pits, but passed a lot of cars in that race.
So as they come across the line, up at the top, we'll have our banner throughout the day. It tells you who is leading and the position of every car in the race, the lap count, and the position of those cars relative to the leader. The leader, of course, is Tony Stewart, followed by Luyendyk, Buell, Gordon, and then Jim Guthrie, the Phoenix winner, is tucked in right behind Gordon. They're going to go into the corner side by side, but then Jim Guthrie thinks better of it.
Well, one of the things I'm seeing down there in 4 is that Robbie Gordon and Tony Stewart both seem to be able to run a little higher line than everybody else.
Danny, they've been running that way over in turn 2, but Tony Stewart's been doing that for some reason. He seems to like the high line here.
All right, we can go back while we watch the run here at the front and review the pre-start of the race, really. Gary Gerald.
Kenny Breck is back at his garage area. Kenny, can you tell us what happened as you anticipated your first Indy 500 green flag?
No, I cannot really tell you exactly what happened. All I know is that I got hit from behind, and what the reason for that is I don't know yet. I will have to wait and look at the videotape and see where all the cars were positioned and what happened, you know.
How concerned were you about a rolling start in this race?
No, that's normal for these races. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just perfect. I'm extremely disappointed for the team and everything and all the sponsors. We worked tremendously hard for this, and we didn't get to do the race, you know, and that's extremely disappointing. But
anxiously looking ahead to seeing a replay himself, Paul.
Arie Luyendyk closing now on Tony Stewart. Battle for the lead at Indy.
Yeah, Tony jumped right out after the first couple of corners, but now it looks like Arie's been able to adjust his car and actually is running just a little bit faster. So let's see if he can get the pass down.
Danny Sullivan, he's reeling him in.
Well, he is. Don't forget, I think Tony Stewart really wanted to lead that first lap. Arie's pretty cagey. He only wants to lead that last lap.
I had a talk with Luyendyk the other night while we were downtown, and he has no interest on leading the early laps here, according to what he told me. He wants to win the race. He realizes that the reliability isn't what it should be.
All through the garage area, the talk here has been he who drives a very careful race is also going to end up with a victory. Jim Guthrie is pulled off of the fight and heading for the pit area. So Jim Guthrie, who was in there early. And look at the back of the engine, Danny.
Yeah, we're also getting a little spray up here. We're above the grandstands in turn 4, and it's raining. Jack?
Danny, we're watching Jim Guthrie as they're putting on fuel. There is a lot of radiator overflow, so it's fairly obvious that for this team, the car is severely overheating. It is just pouring out. If you look at the backside, that is water pouring out the backside of the car. That's the radiator overflow. That is not a good sign.
That means he's probably leaking compression into the water system. That's what blows it out like that. So he's definitely got engine problems.
So if that story is going to play
Here's the concern. Hey, fellas, we got to change this. Very concerned. This is out of the fuel pump, the fuel overflow. You can smell it down here. This is a time bomb waiting to go up. This engine is still running. One of the fire crew from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has taken a barrel and is trying to catch the overflow. This is something new when you're dealing with these new engines.
Tom, why wouldn't they shut the engine off and stop the pump?
Well, I don't know. If they think that's fuel, they need to get the motor down.
So we're going to track that. We're going to track the front of the field. A lot going on here at the Indianapolis 500. Stefan Gregoire was one of those involved in that pre-race accident. Gary's with him.
Bon, you were inside in row 5. What happened as you anticipated green?
That's what I would like to know, you know. Somebody touched me on the back, I think it's Alfonso Giaffone had to touch me, and apparently it's coming from Kenny. Kenny went too low on the track, and probably Alfonso didn't have room enough to stay on the middle, so somebody touched me, and as soon as I felt something, my car went straight to the wall.
Did you talk to each other back at the hospital? Was anyone angry?
Everybody is angry, but nobody knows what happened. Everybody is thinking that they didn't do any mistake, so I would like to see the replay, because I was very surprised. Anyway, someone touched me, and I had to go to the wall, you know. It's a big shame.
Thank you, Stefan. Jerry?
Well, Gary, Sam Smith missed the accident, but it's still a short day. What happened?
Well, it's something in the motor. We don't know specifically what. You know, it just a result of the guys working so hard the last week trying to put a bunch of motors together, and it's blowing water out the left bank, so we're not sure what it is, but it's not going to go very far.
All right, Sam Smith out of it. Let's go to Paul.
Yellows come out. Claude Bourbonnais. That's a teammate to Jim Guthrie, the car that was in the pits pumping what was reported as fuel. And now here is Claude Bourbonnais, the 72 car, as he pulls over, smoke at the back end. Tom, looks like a motor.
Yeah, it does. And this is a team that won at Phoenix and had great engine reliability. Now all three of their cars are out in the first part of the race.
So an entire team gone. And of course, that story, while we watch Claude Bourbonnais, the leader of this team, Jim Guthrie, who had such a grand day at Phoenix and had so much riding on this race, now all three cars, which have been very powerful, appear to be out.
Paul, let's update you on that situation with Jim Guthrie, the lead driver. Thankfully, it was not fuel, Tom. That's why they didn't shut it off. They panicked a little bit, but what happened is it is a radiator. It is clogged up. They're trying to work down by the side pod, but it's basically a day is done for Jim Guthrie.
So Steve Kinzer, we watch from his position. He started 20th. He's now to 12th in the early going of the 500-mile race. So we are under yellow, probably for the Bourbonnais blown engine, but there is also, as you can see on the onboard camera in there, a little bit of rain beginning to show as well. Now on May 31st, join ABC for the third round coverage of the Memorial, sponsored by Dean Witter. This will see this year's champion, Tom Watson, defend his title against the Byron Nelson winner, Tiger Woods. The field with the emergency crews on. There is Jim Guthrie's wife, Missy. Concerned, of course, that Jim, Bourbonnais, and Schmidt, the entire team, might be in jeopardy. While we're watching this, Eddie Cheever, the 51 car from First Plus Financial, is in. Gary Gerald.
We watched from over the wall with the team. They're waiting also for his teammate Jeff Ward. They're going to try to stagger the stops. Eddie Cheever with his first stop successfully completed. More and more raindrops. Jack?
Let's show you. This is a piece that goes inside the side pod between the radiator and the front of the side pod. It's called a baffle. This baffle came loose on Jim Guthrie's car, restricted the airflow into the radiators, overheated the engine, and guys, it looks like it's terminal for Guthrie. Let's go to Jerry Punch. Jerry?
Back in the garage is Alfonso Giaffone, one of the three drivers involved in the first lap incident. Alfonso, what happened?
Really don't know. I'd like to first to see the tape first to get a conclusion. But what I think that happened was we're starting the 3x3 formation to start the race, and then coming into corner 4. I just ran out of space. Both Stefan and Kenny, they squeezed me and then touched wheels with them, and we crashed out. But I don't know if Stefan went high or Kenny went low on the track. But we were supposed to be like 3x3 at the race, and then it didn't even it wasn't even the first lap. It was like the parade lap.
A bit from Paul.
Well, now, let's just make sure we understand the Jim Guthrie story, Jack. He obviously has a serious problem, but we talked about fuel.
Yeah, let's update that, Paul. Here's what the concern was. With these new engines and the exhaust pouring out the way they were, at first look, they thought it was overheating. Then they went to the back and saw the way it was pouring back out, and they just couldn't believe that the motor had overheated like that. They began to be concerned that maybe there was a serious fuel leak. That was when the fire department sprang into action, went to the back. It became fairly evident just moments later because it was hot coming out that it was water. They breathed a sigh of relief and then went to work, discovered the baffle, and now, believe it or not, they're going to send Jim Guthrie back out under caution here before the rain.
I don't think they're going to send him out with that spray out at the back end of Jim Guthrie's number 27 car. And by the way, he may not have to wait long. He's not losing so much time in the pits because the yellow is out, has been out since Claude Bourbonnet's engine let go. But the raincoats have come out. Some of the umbrellas have gone up. It's begun to rain at Indianapolis, as it plagued us yesterday. Jack?
Paul, as you watch this scenario, the crew going to work, they still do not realize, as we watch Missy Guthrie, that the water is still pouring out the back. They're so busy trying to reassemble the car, they haven't looked beyond the rear wing. You can see the crew working with the cowling. They run around, they still haven't looked down. This is going to be a major disappointment. Finally, a crew member notices it and is radioing to the rest of them.
Missy's on the line there with the two-way radio. She's talking to Jim Guthrie as he sits in the cockpit. I'm assuming trying to tell him exactly what's happening because he cannot see that well behind him. And by the way, kudos, he shuts it off. He tries to go forward, but he shuts it off. I was about to say kudos to that safety crewman who is standing right there trying to keep track of everything. Poor Missy.
Guys, I think he's in trouble in that engine because the compression is leaking into the water system and pushing the water out in the back, and it's going to be terminal. I don't think that engine's going to stay much longer.
Bobby, he's coming right by you. Take a real good look at it. Do you see anything? Nothing at the back at this moment.
Wait just a minute, Paul. When he goes by, I'll look and see if I can see water coming out. I don't see any water coming out right now, but it could be.
Right, of course.
7th positions in front of you.
There might not be anything coming out the back at this point because he might have already leaked the water out of the racetrack.
Because it's all gone, Tom. I know.
Well, the other thing, Tom, too, is if he can keep running and it rains.
I'm sorry, 6th position, Eddie.
We're, of course, listening to two-way radio communications, as is our style. We'll continue to do that.
You know, these engines only hold about 5 gallons of water total between the radiator and the engine, Paul, and we watched him get an awful lot of water go to that bucket. They weren't putting any more water in the radiator, so we have to assume he doesn't have any more.
All right, let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, Canadian Claude Bourbonnet, we documented the fact that you had an engine problem. Did you have any warning at all that you were going to have a motor problem?
Not really. The only thing, the engine, I could tell was not pulling properly, but there was no sign of major problem, and it just happened right in the middle corner 4. I'm just glad the oil didn't go in the tires.
Well, Schmidt, Bourbonnet, and now we hear your teammate Guthrie's having a problem. Could be a bad day for Blueprint.
These guys have worked hard. The cars have been very reliable, and all of a sudden, right where you need everything to last, there's a problem.
Paul?
13 laps are now complete at the Indianapolis 500, the last several under yellow. Jim Guthrie continues to motor around. You can see the sprinkle of rain on the front of the onboard camera on Jim's car. The Oldsmobile Aurora pace car is in front of the field. The field, of course, now single file because the race is underway. And all of the crews at the pit wall, they lean over the wall and make sure that even if the two-way radios are working, they get plenty of good information. Jim Guthrie is going to come back in using that old signaling method of just a big chalkboard. A little fancier today.
Well, it is. He is very fortunate. We've got this yellow for the rain and the action on the racetrack, and this could give him an opportunity if it isn't terminal, if it isn't compression in the motor that's forcing the water out. Maybe they can do something about this situation.
On the rain troops, we've got a slight drizzle, but it's a steady drizzle down here in turn 2.
Listening for Missy Guthrie.
Yes, I was.
The crew is keeping her appraised of what they're doing. She also is sitting, of course, right there.
This is the time when a driver has to maintain his composure.
You're going to bring them in. They're only going to keep them out a couple more laps.
And for the drivers, Paul Page out on the racetrack, this is a very serious time. The rain is beginning to come down much harder, and you're starting to see it on the screen itself. But Jim Guthrie is mired here on pit road, and he is one frustrated individual.
Here he comes, guys!
They're trying to save him from losing a lap. Missy Guthrie, you heard her voice, yelling to the crew, here they come.
Get him out there.
Can't send him out without the calling. He's about to go a lap down.
Well, you can send him out without that, and that's what they ought to do at this point if they think they can keep that lap from going down.
Tom, they also got to try to keep. He's already 6 laps down. A rain delay, they might have a chance to work on that car again.
Do you know what they were when you were running?
They're asking about the temperature.
82, and the oil pressure's been in the about 90, in the high 90s, and the oil is 84.
At the line, the red flag goes out on lap 15. The Indianapolis 500 is stopped. Now, my question's going to be, in the past, the rule has been that you can't work on the cars until they decide what to do. He'll have some time. He's angry now. I bet he's going to go to work on the car.
He doesn't seem to be that pleased with the USAC decision to have him shut that motor down.
But this may work to their advantage. It may give them an opportunity they otherwise would not have had, because they will stop all of the cars. Now, in the past, they have waited a specific interval until they've said you can work on the cars. If they let them go to work on that right away, they may have gained a great deal of time.
Well, they're getting as many breaks as they can, but, you know, they're already 3 or 4 laps down. We'll just have to wait and see what happens
But
here.
according to us down here, Tommy's down to 6 laps, and that's going to be pretty hard to overcome.
Actually down 7 now, Danny.
Yes, but
what they're going to do is bring the cars in single file here. And then they will be able, once they get everybody back over to the main stretch, they're going to let them go to work on the cars. Now, with the rain coming down and the yellow on, here's what Tony Stewart did. He says, hey, here's a good idea. Anybody have a red flag?
I think they noticed it in the pace car since they had the windshield wipers on.
Of course, you don't want to risk these machines even at the slower speeds, though they're about 80 miles an hour for the pace car. When the yellow flag goes out, that's still fast. The tires are slick, and running those cars at speed is not a safe thing. So the United States Auto Club has made this decision. And when you look down at the track surface, Tom, it doesn't look all that wet, but it's really hard to tell.
Well, it's not that damp, and let's hope it doesn't get much worse, but it's too damp to run these little rocket ships at 200 miles an hour.
You know, guys down here, like in turn 2, I can look right down at the pavement. It's probably no more than 50% with a little tiny spots, or maybe a third wet. The problem is it's a real slow, light drizzle.
Now there's turn 2 as we look down from the Goodyear Blimp Spirit, leading to the back straightaway. Rain has stopped the Indianapolis 500. Robbie Gordon climbs up nice and high in his cockpit. Everybody else stays down low. And the field will roll now to a stop. The engines will be switched off, and then they will be allowed to work on the machines. When they come back to green, Tony Stewart will lead Arie Luyendyk and Robbie Buell. We'll return with more of the Indianapolis 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations. You know that right now the race has stopped with 15 laps to go, and car 2, that's Tony Stewart, is the leader of the race. If you haven't yet done that, drag the computer up close to the television set on America Online, type in the keywords ABC Sports, and you can see the timing and scoring as it reels off. Don't forget, too, to join ABC Sports on June 7th for the 129th running of the Belmont Stakes. Silver Charm attempts to become the first Triple Crown winner since 1978. And on the Wide World Classic, Julie Crone rides Colonial Affair to become the first female jockey to win a Triple Crown race. Now let's go to Jack Arie.
Well, Paul, believe it or not, Jim Guthrie feels that the car is ready to go back out, so this red flag is a break for you.
Well, we were ready to go back out, but
of course, the red flag because of the rain. We're down, we're not out. We had an overheating problem.
And you say it came from the turbulence. You've never experienced turbulence like this.
Oh yeah, it's the same as before. It's just that we had a block-off plate from the radiator, and it was too big, so the car overheated. So the oil pressure went down, oil temperature came up, water temperature came up. So we just managed to pull it in, put some water in it, go back out, cool it off, and of course it's the red flag. But we'll be ready to go. I got a question for you. Has anybody ever won this from 7 laps down?
We're about to find out for the rest of this, but I got to ask you a serious one. You know, you're such a mild-mannered and good-natured guy. The intensity of the moment, the disappointment when you pulled on the pit road, we rode aboard with you and saw that, I mean, it was like you were just unglued in the race car in disappointment.
Talk about adrenaline, huh?
Yeah.
That was it.
Paul, it's amazing what it'll do to people.
Now, Jim Guthrie, he has a chance. The crews have been released to work on their machines. That does not include any car that has been taken behind the pit wall back to the garage area. Jerry Punch.
Well, we're standing with Robbie Gordon, Paul, and Robbie, from 12th to 4th in a hurry. You didn't waste much time.
We had a couple guys we were a little worried about their engines. I mean, I know everybody's worried about ours too, but you know, we wanted to get up and run with the front guys, and we got the speed to do it. Once we got up to them and we found out that we did have the speed, because this is the first time I've run this engine, we just put it in 6th gear. We were cruising.
We saw you get out of the car, and when talking to Robbie Buell, there was a misunderstanding. Was it just a miscommunications a little bit? I saw you and Larry Kerr having a few words.
I think Larry thought I was yelling at Robbie or something, but Robbie obviously didn't see me on the outside of the short chute. I got around the outside of him and won, and I had to get on the brakes pretty big. We almost both got in a wreck. And I just, you know, let him know it's a long race. I mean, keep your mirrors open, and, you know, he's a good driver. I mean, you know, we're both out there trying to do the best job we can. It's too early in the race.
Concerns over your motor, the motor you had to wait for until Saturday, running okay thus far?
Running great. I mean, the thing's just running really smooth. It's making the power to run with those guys. We might even be a little short geared. You know, we got on the Rebel Limber a couple times in 6th gear. I think we were running 229 on the straight.
That's Robbie Gordon, currently running 4th.
Well, Jerry, let's take a look at our current leader, Tony Stewart. He still sits in the cockpit of his car, and you would think maybe it's still advertisement. This is a canvas cover, and they do that to keep the moisture out of the electronics. But Tony Stewart, you continue to rest under the umbrella. What about the first few laps and the track conditions? What's your assessment?
Yeah, the track's fine. I mean, it's real similar to the way we've tested here, and the rain didn't affect the track, and it didn't really even wash any of the rubber off. So, you know, the track's in good shape right now than just being too damp.
Now, when you've got a situation like this and you've got to just dial it back out, how difficult is it for you? But you've done it for so many years.
Well, you know, this isn't really a problem. This probably worked into our favor a little bit. We're going to get to make some changes that I really wanted to make.
Like what?
Well, just the car was a little too good too early. The front end's a little too positive, so we'll tighten the car up a little bit and it'll make it a little easier to drive.
Now, the question I have, if I can get our cameraman to look at the steering wheel here, there's a big number 5 taped to the steering wheel. Tell us what that means.
That's just my gauge in case we lose radio communication. I know when the fuel number gets to 5, then I get to 5 gallons. That's time for me to come in.
So it's kind of like, Paul, when the big hand goes on the little hand, it's time to pit.
Counting backwards to the 35-gallon fuel load on the tank in these cars. Down 5 gallons from last year, Gary Gerald.
Let's go back now to that opening situation. Buzz Calkins was in row 6. You had a pretty good look at what went on that wiped out row 5 coming to the green. What do you see?
Well, I kind of saw when we were going into turn 4 there that Kern Giafone guy kind of started squeezing each other. I don't know if it was either one of their faults, but they just kind of squeezed together, touched tires. And then I think Brack was kind of the unfortunate recipient of the whole thing.
Any problem for you trying to avoid that incident?
No, I mean I was on the inside, so I got right by it when I saw that they were gonna go up towards the wall. So yeah, it wasn't a problem for us, but it's unfortunate for those guys.
What's the plan for you and your team right now during this red flag?
Well, actually, this came at a pretty opportune time for us, just because we were getting to the point where the fuel load was coming off of it, and it was getting a little loose. It started out at pretty neutral, and so we're going to make some adjustments to hopefully get it so we can run the whole fuel load.
You're pretty laid back about this whole situation, but I guess it's been that kind of month at Indianapolis, on and off again here.
I'm confident where we are, how everything's happening, and so I think we have a good chance of this, and I just hope we get everything going here pretty quick.
Thank you. Jack?
Well, Gary, Fred Treadway, Tim Waldrop right here, and Arie Luyendyk are having a discussion. What we've seen so far from Arie Luyendyk is a very laid-back, cautious approach. Is that how you're going after it?
That's true. In turn 4, my spotter told me that somebody blew an engine as we were coming up for the real start.
So I'm the first one there, and I saw smoke in the air still, and I figured, you know, I have to check out turn 4 before I go through it hard, and that's when Tony passed me. But after that, we were pretty much, you know, in real good shape, just following Tony around, and there's a long way to go, you know. So my car's working really well. I'm really happy with things so far.
How much rabbit and hound are we going to see today? How much is one guy maybe going to be let to lead, and how much are you going to, is somebody else going to just lay back and wait to fail?
Well, I don't like to wait back too much because the pit stops can go wrong and you can lose some time there. So we're just going to stay in contention, and if we can lead, we'll lead. But if we just have to stay in contention, that's good enough for us as well.
The wind is starting to kick up, Arie. Is that going to have to demand some changes now that you've got this opportunity under the red flag condition?
Well, we don't have to change anything. My car is fine, but we have to look at the weather and look at maybe a 101 lap race, and that will change our strategy.
So maybe in Arie Luyendyk's mind, it might be the Indy 250 instead of the Indy 500. Remember, for those of you that aren't race fans, a race can be called official after the halfway mark, and here that's lap 101.
Arie Luyendyk, the pole sitter, but Tony Stewart beat him to the line at the end of the first lap. Now, this is turn 3 at the Speedway. Those vehicles are the safety teams and the pickup trucks who are trying to get the track dry. But high up on top of the vista of this grandstand are the spotters. They're all collected right there, and they're actually spotters on both the north and the south end of the track. They are in two-way communications with their driver, and they can tell them what's ahead and what to be concerned with. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, rookie Jeff Ward started 7th, and Jeff, you're currently in 7th. How about your first laps here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
Things are going very well. Took a conservative start. Robbie Gordon was on the gas. He came around quite a few guys at the beginning when we got boxed in, but just got settled in. Could have made a few passes if you know, you really had to, but we got a long way to go. So the car's working great, and I'm just staying in right now because I'm hoping it drives up quick.
Was the beginning what you expected, Jeff? What Eddie Cheever had told you might happen as far as the turbulence on the track?
Pretty much. It was pretty much what I experienced when we came here carburation day, because I was behind 3 or 4 guys. So it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. The car, I guess that's contribute to the first plus team. The car's working great. So hopefully towards the middle of the race we can free it up more and get some more speed to pass.
This man made a giant leap from motocross racing to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and thus far it's been a good one. Let's go to Gary Jarrell.
Well, working on the brakes is the crew for Vincenzo Cisperi, who started outside in row 1. Says the brake pedal's been a little bit soft, so what they're doing is trying to bleed the brakes and make a couple of changes here that'll make the car a little more effective. I'm curious about your first rolling start at Indianapolis. Did everything go all right from your standpoint in that front row?
It was okay. I just if the first start was green, I had more possibility to lead the lap, but unfortunately it was yellow. So on the second start, Tony Stewart was a little bit more awake, and actually I could start only 3rd.
We talk frequently about what the nerves are like for rookies at Indianapolis. What was the delay like from yesterday to today and having to wait for another opportunity?
Well, there is a lot of stress coming, and it's very difficult. You have to keep your concentration for one more day, and it's a little bit hard, I think, for us, especially for rookies. But at the moment, the car looks fine. We have only a small problem with the brakes, which we're going to sort out now. And I was running in a comfortable position in 5th. It's looking very good.
Your race strategy, will it be one of those situations where you just try to stay with the leaders and then make a move late in the competition?
Race strategy is to lead the last lap.
Simply and well spoken. Vincenzo Cisperi. Jack?
Gary, you're looking at the blanket being poured over Scott Goodyear's car. He's number 6. He's running in 6th. And Scott, first thing that your crew did when you came to your pit box was take the side pods off and inspect the radiator areas. Concerns there?
Well, there's a lot of debris out there right now, so the key thing is to make sure you don't have anything set wet back in there that you can't get out. Here, it's a leisurely stop. You've got a lot of time. They can get in there and pull out whatever's in there because all it can do is build up from here. So I think the debris is starting to blow away a little bit now, so that's good. Plus, they have just a good look around everything underneath the pod area because we want to make sure the Nortel car is there at the end.
Now let's talk also about tires here for a moment. You've been talking to some tire engineers. Your concerns on a restart. These tires have been up to high temperature. Now they're cooling back down. You're going to have to go back out there and build up the temperatures again. Any concerns there at all?
Well, we made some pressure adjustments. I'm not quite clear if we're going to leave these ones on or not. We're going to wait to see what happens here. But really we're just sitting back watching the pressure build on the dash as we're going around and just being very cautious about it. Probably was a little too cautious on the start, but you know, after seeing what happened in 4 there, you might as well just build the pressure up in the tires and the tire temps, and we'll sit back and just hang around all day.
How tough has this month of May been for you? We documented the illness, but it's got to be tearing you apart a little bit too, because it was a time for celebration. You and your wife Leslie celebrating the birth of your daughter, and yet you've got to be out here answering questions to us, driving at 200 miles an hour. Is there any time for family?
Well, it's been tough this month. May's probably not the month to have a child. You know, Christopher and Michael were born in January and February respectively, but Haley was born this month. She's a beautiful baby girl. We're very happy. We're very blessed. And right now the whole thing is that when you get back in the car and you put your helmet on, the whole thing is everybody on the Nortel team is just thinking, make sure we're out there all day long. And you know, I'm anxious. It's been an up and down couple of days because we were in the garage, we were ready to go, and then we came out here just about ready to get in the car, and your emotion builds up, and then all of a sudden, you know, the rain comes and you're back inside. So this morning you're up, you're just getting in a rhythm, and then all of a sudden the sprinkles start to come. So, you know, it's playing with the team because of setups, information, and what to do, and it's playing with the drivers a little bit too.
How about emotionally for you? You know, you have got to be referred to for so many years now as the loser of the closest Indy 500 in history. You know, you're referred to as the guy that passed the pace car in the Indy 500. Think this place owes you something?
Well, I don't think it ever owes you something. I think that 92 was a great moment in the sport. I mean, it's been a celebration. It changed my life, changed the team's life at that time. 95, I don't think it was correct. I know 2 wrongs don't make a right with my passing and the pace car not going fast enough, but you know, I just think it should have probably had another restart. But all said, it's history, and we're back here right now, and you know, we want to win this event, and I think we've got more experience now. It's my 6th run, and you know, I feel very confident today. We're just sort of playing a little couple of things with the car and sit back and watch everybody up front. And, you know, the key thing here is just to stay in the lead lap, change the car as you go. And I'm very confident with the car. It feels good, and it's not doing anything strange. The motor's running strong. We're using just 9,900 RPM, 12,000 RPM, and we're just conserving.
Jerry, they say that when things are tumultuous and up and down, the guy that keeps the calmest head generally comes out on top. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, Jack, one driver who sits calmly right now and has had some turmoil early in this race is Eddie Cheever, who started 11th and now sits back in 27th spot. Eddie, we are told you've had a gearbox problem early on. Have you deciphered what the problem is, and can you get it fixed?
It was jumping out of 5th gear going into the corners, and I think we have fixed it. It's we're lucky we had a red. I started going back so fast I might as well turn around and point it the other direction at the beginning of the race, but we're going to be fine. I'm looking at the board, we got a whole bunch of laps left, so I do have my work cut out for us, but it's a long race. I just wish this weather would go away so we could make up our mind and get going.
All right, 8-time Indy 500 starter Eddie Cheever, frustrated at having to sit here, but he did get a break, Paul, by having the red flag.
Well, let's take a look at how they line up after 15 laps. There's been some great movement here. Robbie Gordon from 12th up to 4th place. Mark Dismore has a good run as well, 25th. You can see he is now in 14th. Steve Kinzer from 20th comes all the way forward up in the field. Greg Ray, 30th to 17th, 13 positions forward. Billy Rowe, 24th to 13th. Billy Boat, 22nd to 16th, and Johnny Unser from 35th up to 25th. So that's the running order after 15 laps. And the movement in the field, along with, of course, the cars out. Now the Goodyear Blimp Spirit is just drifting lazily over the #1 turn of the speedway. The captain is Patrick Henry of Parsons, West Virginia. It runs about 35 miles an hour over the top of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The race has stopped at lap 15 with a red flag. Tony Stewart sits outside of his car, as do most of the others. Triumph, and the first since Al Unser won in 70 and 71. Last year, Buddy Lazier became the definition of courage, winning Indy. His first efforts at speed did not come behind the steering wheel.
Growing up in Vail, as a very young person, you had better ski. If you don't ski, first of all, there's not a tremendous amount to do during the winter, and second of all, you don't really fit in.
Despite growing up at his family's lodge, fitting in wasn't easy for Buddy.
Probably the main thing in Buddy's life has been his dyslexia. He got it from his father.
He would go to school for 4 hours in the morning, and
he'll have a lot of failure to deal with, okay? He simply couldn't spell. He simply couldn't read.
Physical, activities, sports, and specifically skiing and skiing fast through the gates was a strength of mine.
We would get together at about noon, and he would go up on this mountain. And at 6 years old, he was unbelievable. He would charge this mountain to try to take a little bit of this tied-up emotion that he had and get rid of it.
Buddy has tunnel vision when it comes to racing and to most of these sports.
In the early 1980s, Buddy was winning championships in motocross, while his dad was now driving the Indianapolis 500. By 1989, Buddy too was at Indy, now helped at every step by his father. He made the race in 1990, but he struggled with a series of middle-level cars. He was recognized as a skillful race driver. The IRL became Buddy's hope. That almost ended against the wall last spring at Phoenix.
My mind does drift back to how hard that impact was. I mean, really, it rocked my world.
See other drivers crash, and that's a fear that you have in the back of your mind, and Buddy always promised me that would never happen to him.
It was a very frightening thing, and even today, I still hurt tremendously from it.
I kind of believe that when he was in the hospital, he made the commitment to go to Indianapolis.
And he did go, walking painfully with a cane, using a special seat to support the many fractures to his spine. Buddy refused, as he did with his dyslexia early on, to let anything stop his dream. He had a plan to win the Indianapolis 500. On lap 38, he took the lead for 4 laps.
Ron Dawes and I, we had a strategy, and we knew that it was, that we needed at some point to start picking it up.
Ron, is it time yet, or when do you want me to start running hard?
Without a question, we drove the race to win the race, not to lead every lap. I mean, the only thing that mattered to us was to win the race and to be there on the last lap.
He drove like a champion at the 80th Indy 500, slicing his way through traffic, caring for the car, moving steadily toward the front. The car was better as was lightened by using fuel. The pain of the broken back nibbled at the dream, but he pushed it away. Down the home stretch with 7 laps to go, he took first away from Davy Jones. And minutes later, it was all his. A lifetime of trying rewarded with the flash of the checkered flag. The pain was still in his eyes, but nothing could erase the joy of Buddy Lazier, the new Indy champion. And in his attempt to repeat that feat, Buddy Lazier, with 15 laps complete, now is 15th stopped in the pits. There's Buddy and his fiancée, Kara. So at Indianapolis, the red flag continues to fly. It has for 35 minutes. We'll return with more of the Indy 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Are thinking a great deal about this start and the problems with it. Let's go back to another aborted start, 1982, the call by Jim McKay.
Pace car is off the track, but they must await the green flag before the race is underway. Watch the starters platform on the left there. It's still not out. They appear to be in pretty good order in the first 5 or 6 rows at any rate. A little bit ragged towards the back. And look out, a crash before the start of the race. It was Kevin Cogan from the middle of the first row, suddenly taking a hard left turn. Tires flying. How in the world could this have happened?
Absolutely no idea, Jim. That's one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen. Remember, they were going about 130, 140 miles an hour when that started, but there is just no explanation, and now one of the favorites is totally out of the race.
And Dale Whittington's car is up against the wall. That's one of the 3 Whittington brothers. Number 40 you saw there was Mario Andretti. There is the number 4 car of Kevin Cogan that appeared to start it all.
Roger Mears is out of the race with a damaged right front. Jim, this is absolutely...
Well, we've seen many unexpected things, but never a crash even before the green flag fell for the start of the race. We had a terrible crash just after the start back in 1973. That was when Salt Walther spun, started it, rode up the wire caging. 10 or 11 cars were involved. There you saw Cogan trying to explain things.
To Andretti. Poor Andretti spent the entire month here. Mario has getting ready. There's Kevin Cogan.
And now we have a red flag, Sam. That means the race is officially stopped. Remember, it didn't start, but it is officially stopped. It's not just a yellow situation. Let's look at it again. The middle of the front row, just behind him is John Cock. A little out of order.
Yes, but now Kogan just looks absolutely fine, and he just veers. It's as if he turned the wheel intentionally, Jim.
Just unbelievable. And that was Andretti coming right into him, into the side of his car from the inside of the second row.
Of course, but that's Andretti now backwards.
Yeah.
Look at the height that wheel reached back in the back of the pack, where on the right of your screen, that's Roger Mears.
Dale Whittington in the yellow car up against the wall.
That tire bouncing along, that's Andretti's car stopped with its back to you on the right.
Maybe you noticed the yellow flag came out instantly.
Instantly, yeah, the officials can't be faulted in any way. They've handled this beautifully. There it is.
Somebody has a theory that...
Unbelievable, and of course he hit A.J. Foyt really hard, Jim, and it may be Foyt's luck not to have had his car damaged in any way. I've never seen anything happen on a racetrack for which there was no explanation.
Well, now you and Jackie have been saying if there ever have been odds-on favorites in this race, it's the two cars of the Penske team. One of those cars is gone, and the race hasn't even started yet.
But remember that finish ended up the second closest in history with Gordon Johncock over Rick Mears. Let's go to Jerry Palmer.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport, the thrill of victory.
Did you know what Indy means?
And the agony of defeat.
Look at him go!
The human drama of athletic competition. This is ABC's Wide World of Sport.
At the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the fans are back. The weather is fine, and we are ready for a restart of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, the 81st running. The cars are set. The command is now about to be given over the start-finish line.
The chairman of the board of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Mrs. Marie Hallman George.
Ladies and gentlemen, restart your engines.
And with the call to restart your engines,
and once again, it's a roar that builds up on the straightaway at Indianapolis. They're lined up single file in the pit area, and everyone is set to go. After the long wait yesterday, the long wait the day before, everyone's hoping that this third time is the charm. Now, they'll be rolling out on lap 15. When they come around, they'll be under yellow, but it will be lap 16. Yesterday, it was an aborted start because of an accident up in turn 4. Now, Tom Sneva, we're going to take a look at that situation once again and try and determine exactly what happened.
Well, drivers need to focus on a lot of things, and one of them is the cars in their own row. Here we've got the two inside guys, Gregoire on the inside, Giafoni in the middle. Gregoire on the upper left, Giafoni his left front touches Gregoire, turns him sideways, shoots him into the outside wall. Kenny Breck is out there, fat, dumb, and happy, and gets driven straight into. All three of them are out.
Now the cars have already started to roll out. Kenny Breck was much aligned yesterday. Didn't appear to be part of that situation. Now we're ready to go again, Tom.
Well, we are. You know, with all new cars and equipment, there's been big question marks. What combination of tires, engines, and chassis was going to be the one to have? So far this month, the combination to have has been web feet, ducts, and maybe some swim fins.
All right, as the cars continue to roll out at Indianapolis, we're going to send you over to the turn 4 area. That's where Danny Sullivan is. And Danny, are they up for the third day?
These drivers' emotions have gone up and down with all of the rain delays over the last couple of days. But now that they're finally back in their cars and ready for this restart, the adrenaline is pumping and their focus is sharp as it was on Sunday.
And there are the cars over on the backstretch. They've just come past Bobby Unser. Bobby is up on top of turn 2. And Bobby, with this new day, what's the game plan?
Just think, for the last
last 30 days, the team owners, the mechanics, the drivers, the engineers, sometimes special hired people have been come in and done game planning on how the race is going to run, how they're going to do everything from pit stops to what ifs, so all the other drivers and owners. Now that's all gone. The race is going to be restarted. Nobody really probably has much of a game plan now. Things are different, but all in all, you watch and see. It'll still be a good race today because we'll have sunshine in it.
All right, here is the way they will line up on the restart. Tony Stewart in the first position, followed by Arie Luyendyk. Those two, by the way, of the active drivers here in this race are tied for the most laps, running the lead at 59 each. Robbie Buell will be third. Robbie Gordon is fourth. He moved from 12th to 4th. Vincenzo Sospiri and then Scott Goodyear. 7th will be Jeff Ward. 8th, Davey Hamilton. 9th, Eliseo Salazar. 10th is Buddy Lazier, the defending champion. 11th, Buzz Calkins, who moved from 16th to 11th. And then Steve Kinzer, who jumped up from 20th to 12th. And Billy Rowe, who followed Kinzer up 24th to 13th. Mark Dismore also made a great move, passing 11 cars on the first 2 laps. And then Roberto Guerrero with the highest running car, equipped with an Infinity engine. Then Billy Boat, Greg Ray, Dr. Jack Miller, Tice Carlson, the short track specialist, moved up 7 starts from his starting position. Fermin Velez, Paul Durant, he's passed 12 cars. Marco Greco, who pitted on the parade lap, but is now running strong. Mike Groff dropped from 18th to 23rd. Dennis Vitolo. Johnny Unser, who moved up 10 positions. Lynn St. James, Eddie Cheever, who pitted on 11 laps and dropped from 16th to 27th. Then Robbie Groff, who is 1 lap off of the pace. And Jim Guthrie, with his engine problems of yesterday, is 7 laps off the pace. Let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, Paul, let's tell you exactly what the teams are going to be doing, or what they were allowed to do last night. When the cars went back to Gasoline Alley, USAC officials let the teams make any repairs or changes that normally they could do on pit road. What does that mean? The tub had to stay intact, the engine block had to stay intact, and the transmission area had to stay intact. But internally, you could make changes. Side pods could be looked into, radiators exchanged, ECMs, wiring harnesses. All of that, Jerry Punch, was up for grabs.
As many as 5 drivers were able to get somewhat of a benefit from the aborted start and subsequent red flag from rain. Both the brothers Groff, Robbie and Mike, had electronics problems that have since been rectified. Dennis Vitolo had a throttle linkage broke. That has been fixed. And of course, a $3 detent spring. The little spring right here, which holds the car in 5th gear, was what caused the Eddie Cheever car to make an unscheduled pit stop. He restarts today in 27th spot. And of course, Jim Guthrie's car overheated. He started in row 2 for 2 reasons. They had a baffle blocking air from getting in the radiator, and they had a 25-cent radiator clamp that was pinched shut, causing water to leak and not be able to get into the engine block. And this morning, for Guthrie to make matters worse, they had a water pump fail. They ran up here to the Robbie Gordon crew and borrowed a water pump what they just finished putting on the car to get the car rolled in line to start. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
One other change, all of these teams were able to top off with fuel. They have 35 gallons of methanol on board. An implication of the delay, several of the teams have had to do some juggling of personnel because work commitments called them away from Indianapolis. A handful of teams have had to change, but for the most part, everybody that goes over the wall will be the A team for each and every one of these drivers, the 29 that are still in the running as we continue and look ahead to green.
On the backstretch, they should be coming to the green flag. Here's the breakdown: chassis, engines, and tires. And what about the stories that we face in today's race? Well, the first of those was rookies. There were 13 started, 4 are out, 2 in a crash. And attrition, unproven engines. 3 engines have already blown. And then there's the weather. It's cool, it's clear, it's right now, but it certainly will affect the strategy. So now, as they move across the north end and head into turn 4, the pace car has already pulled well away. Johnny Rutherford at the steering wheel, the 3-time champion. And Tony Stewart will be leading Arie Luyendyk. Arie Luyendyk is right up behind him. It's a surprising number of people that have returned to Indianapolis for this, the 3rd day of racing.
Now let's watch. Remember, guys, they've got everything's cold.
Tony Stewart brings him down. Everybody bunches up behind him. Are they going to go green? They do. And the race is back on at Indianapolis. Tony Stewart gets That's a great jump on the field. Robbie Gordon drops in behind Arie Luyendyk, getting around Robbie Buell as they go into turn 1. Off of the corner, everyone's safe through there, gets tight, back behind the leader where Sospiri is running. The rookie that started on the front row, side by side, they come off of that corner. And here comes Robbie Gordon in that blue and gray car. He makes a move on the pole sitter, Arie Luyendyk, and dives low into the pit area, Tom Sneva.
Well, we heard on the radio that he had some water up his back, and
a puff of smoke at the back of the engine.
Also, Lazier was there. The smoke coming out. Robbie is really mad, but Lazier was really moving when he went by here.
And apparently the engine blew and got hot water down into the cockpit. So Robbie has been burning. He may even have fire.
Well, that's why he's rolling on the ground. You can't see the flame, and he feels hot.
Look at his right leg there. He's had something that looks like it burned his right leg there. Look as he rolls over.
Without question, the discoloration in his uniform. Robbie Gordon has been burned as something happened in the cockpit. He very wisely jumped out of the car and rolled to get the flames out. The car itself is afire. The yellow flag is out on the restart at Indianapolis. Let's hope that Robbie is not hurt too badly. Remember, they wear several layers of fire protection, but if it is fuel and or hot water, which is what I suspect that may be a combination of, it still is going to burn.
Well, what happens is when a driver feels heat, you try to prepare yourself for these situations and how to react, but you just can't. Now look at Robbie.
He's saying, hold on a minute. Maybe we can get it going, you think?
A couple of minutes ago, he's rolling on the ground. He thinks he's out of it. Now he's ready to go back and try to go racing.
But Tom, the minute he got that fire out on himself, he's there. He wants to get back in that car and get out on the race.
Yeah, he was only worried.
Racer here.
He was only worried about himself in the beginning. Now he's worried about the car. Get back in.
Yeah, Robbie's saying, get me to the pits. And the crews are saying, I'm not so sure we can do that. The crowd is saying, let him go.
I'm with him. He ought to let him go.
But the safety crews are telling him to get out of the car. I think it's too bad.
Well, Robbie's ready to go, but obviously there was something serious that caused that heat to develop in that cockpit.
Well, Jerry Punch, you're in his pit.
Well, Felix Sabatos is watching on the monitor what we are seeing with Robbie Gordon climbing out of the car. Felix, had Robbie said anything to you about what happened?
No, he just pulled off the track, and I saw him jump out of the car and start rolling down the grass. So apparently his uniform was on fire. So that's all we know. I mean, we couldn't tell any more than you could.
The crew started to head back to the garage, and you saw him get back in the car. They ran back to pit wall, maybe hoping he could bring the car back.
Well, I don't know. The official won't let him get back in the car. He got back in the car to make him get out again. So I don't know what it is. Something went wrong with the car, but we don't know what it was.
All right, we're still waiting for information here in the Robbie Gordon pit.
Well, remember that Robbie Gordon's motor blew in carburation runs last Thursday, and it resulted in a very similar action of burning on the race car. There's the order. We'll be back with more from Indy.
Back at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, caution being shown to the field. Robbie Gordon's car with the cockpit charred has been pulled back around the pit road, and Gordon climbed out of the car, immediately pointing to his driver's uniform and to the crew as to the fact that he does have some areas. Let's see if we can grab Robbie right quick and see, first of all, if he's okay. Robbie? Are you okay, Robbie? That had to be a little bit scary.
I don't know what happened. I got coming out of turn 2. I went by Luyendyk, and the car caught on fire. It was burning all the way down the back straightaway.
You've got some burns on your hand. We saw some charred marks on your uniform. Did it get you down in the legs or thigh?
I think it got me in the leg a little bit. We'd like to get back out. We're going to check it out and see what caught on fire.
Okay, Robbie Gordon here trying to be able to find out what happened. He got out of the car and talked to Ken Anderson and said it just had fire all over me, Ken. We don't know why.
So Robbie Gordon's going to try to get back in. Tom Sneva, let's take a look at the start.
Well, right here, Paul, you see that they're in single file. They're in a pretty good straight line for the start of that race. But as they come down the front straightaway, you see that these guys are ready to go racing. They get up here a quarter of the way to the green flag, and right in this area, we've got a 3 abreast start that's supposed to be single file. Yesterday, these guys, many of them felt like they maybe started this race a little too conservative. Now they have the feeling that they can get away with a little bit more, these boys are ready to go racing.
And Buddy Lazier fans may have noticed that he moved from 10th up to 5th place on that start and became part of that group that was battling as they crossed the line. But Tom, the rule is on a restart, green to the front car is green to the field.
Yeah, as soon as the flag comes out, they can be passing people, but they must see the green flag before they're completely beyond or past somebody that's in front of them.
As they come to the line, Stewart continues his lead, followed by Luyendyk, Robbie Buell, Jeff Ward is now fourth.
Whoa,
Oh,
we've got
no.
a crash. Again, they were 2 or 3 abreast before the green flag, I think, even came out.
Well, Tom, what I saw down here in turn 4 is the lead cars came off the turn and slowed down. The guys in the back had a gap between them. They all started to accelerate, and they accelerated up, and everybody was stopped in front of them. They had to run into them and jam on the brakes.
Yeah, we've got Steve Kinzer here with the right front wing that has got some serious damage.
Also, it looked like Roberto Guerrero had damage on the front of his car. His wing right front again damaged as well. He comes on the pit road. And so all of a sudden we've got another crash here. Mark Dismore limps back in. Unbelievable. We'll look at it again. Tom, what do you see? This is from Steve Kinzer's view.
Well, right here, Steve just trying to get the gear in the right gear so he can accelerate. Look at it, he's starting to charge, but obviously the guys in front of him slow right down. He punts poor Salazar, and
you know what's amazing, Tom, is he didn't even put his brakes on there.
Well, they don't have brake lights, Bobby, so I'm not sure. We know he didn't put his brakes on.
No, I'm talking about Steve Kinzer did not. His front tires didn't lock up, we could see from the camera.
Well, it was a big surprise for everybody. The front of the field started to go, and then
But look how slow that front pack is, about the first 8 cars, and that back pack is really moving forward, and they had nowhere to go.
And Danny, that's exactly what the problem is. Tony Stewart has been on the radio to Larry Curry and John Menard about Arie Luyendyk, and the feud continues that started yesterday. Stewart is not at all happy about the fact that Luyendyk is crowding him on the start. Let's go back to the feud that started yesterday. The problem was, according to Stewart, on the start, Arie Luyendyk on the inside of the front row tried or attempted to fade Stewart out towards the wall on the starting of the starting lap. There is not good blood between these two teams right now, and Stewart has been back and forth on the radio once again. Larry Curry, in fact, has gone to the USAC officials and registered a complaint.
Well, pits are closed. What happened was Salazar got hit from behind. There he is. He was hit from behind by Kinzer, and that started a chain reaction that involved Roberto Guerrero and Mark Dismore on the front stretch. Here's Dismore coming back. We'll look at it from a different view.
You can see the yellow and the corner here. The green hasn't even come out before we actually have an accident on the front straightaway.
So that was before they were able to go green.
Again, it looks like Kinzer just runs into the back of Salazar, spinning him to the outside wall. We're actually pretty lucky we didn't have more cars involved at this point.
Now the question now will be, how severe is the damage to those cars? Will they be able to change it? All of these crews were prepared to handle almost anything at Indianapolis. Back at Indianapolis, 26 laps into the record book over 2 days. We continue to be yellow. The pits were reopened, but of course, if you have damage, as several cars did, you can go into the pits. Now, let's take another look at the start. Jack Arie was talking about it from yesterday. It started a feud, Tom Sneva, that appears to be renewed today.
Well, yeah, right here you see Luyendyk and Stewart together. Now, this is a lot like a basketball game. We're not sure if we've got the first foul or the second foul is what the officials are going to try to catch. Now, right now, Luyendyk is pretty well where he needs to be on the racetrack. It looks like Stewart might be pinching him a little bit, but we hear Stewart's complaining about Luyendyk. Now, Luyendyk comes over a little bit to the outside of the racetrack.
Here's today. That's yesterday, of course. Now, we'll look at what they were doing today. This is out of Stewart's car.
Well, here Luyendyk's just moving over a little bit. He's not doing anything here that should upset anybody. He just wants to have a clear track in front of him. in case he's able to get a better run on the start than Stewart is.
Tom, I agree with you. He did nothing wrong there. That was perfect. He was trying to take advantage. In case Stewart made a bad start, he's going to try to jump him into turn one and get that lead.
Yeah, I totally agree with Danny, too.
Well, today, hovering over the track here is the Goodyear Blimp Spirit. Blimp based over at Akron, Ohio, and will help us with the coverage here today. So we are under yellow, 27 laps into the record book, and they're doing work in the pits. Jerry Punch?
Steve Kinter's been on pit road twice. The first time they came in and replaced the entire front wing section. This monocoque here, they took off and put 6 speed screws in to put a brand new wing on. You see what it's made of? Simply carbon fiber and Kevlar. That's where the contact was with LSAO Salazar. Let's go to Jack Arie.
Well, Jerry, there was some question as to whether Robbie Buell would be coming onto pit road because he ran over some debris. The plus is Buell has onboard telemetry for the pressure on the tires. They checked the telemetry. They're going to leave him out. Gary?
Tough luck for Mark Dismore, caught up in that collection with the Kinzer incident, and now they push the car closer to the wall. Rear wing has been removed. Paul Diatlovich, Chuck Buckman tell us there appears to be a failure at the gearbox. They say it probably will not last for 500 miles. This race may now be over for Mark Dismore.
But of course, depending on how the weather, which could change here today, they may be thinking of running a shorter race. That thinking going on in the crews. After 26 laps, here is the running order, and the most substantial movement appears to have been made by Buddy Lazier, who jumped up into 5th position. Well, the yellows are plaguing the Indianapolis 500 at this moment. They should be able to go back to green flag racing in one more lap after they come across the line, and now they're going to be able to do it on this lap. Already the pace car has accelerated into the pit area. Tony Stewart leads them back toward the start-finish line and the green flag, and Stewart weaves it back a little bit. Again, they bunch up, looking for the green to come out.
Well, they're not learning very fast here. Look at this restart. They're 3-4 abreast coming down the front.
Makes the move, going for the inside. Robbie Buell drops into third, side by side through the first turn. Tony Stewart hangs on. They're across the south chute, Bobby.
That was really a good pass by Stewart and Luyendyk. Tony Stewart is bringing him down too slow for the start.
On board, Buddy Lazier, who has been moving up through the field. He comes up behind Luyendyk. That's Buell over to the inside. Stewart ahead.
Steve Kinzer comes through turn 2, passing guys on the outside. We're starting to see some good racing now.
At the front of the field, the fight continues and comes to Danny.
Over here, Buddy Lazier's trying to go around the outside of 2 other cars, and I think he's going to make it. He's making a great move on the outside.
Jeff Ward holds him off. You're on board, Buddy. That's Jeff Ward over to the left. Buddy Lazier continues to work through the field, the defending champion. Now slides into third place. Luyendyk just ahead of him.
Now, over here in turn 2, we have Tony Stewart way ahead, and then Buell, and then Luyendyk, who came out behind that. Buddy Lazier is the one that's on the move right now, though.
Boy, Jeff Ward is right behind Buddy Lazier now. That fight continues. Tony Stewart able to pull away just a little bit. Buell into second place. Luyendyk is third.
You know, yesterday, Paul, everybody was lazy through here, especially the guys in the back. Today, they're all racing hard.
All right, there's the banner up at the top of the field. It'll give you the lap rundown of the 200, who the leader is, and the relationship of everyone back behind the leader. Buddy Lazier on the move. Jeff Ward with a tremendous start here. A rookie at Indianapolis, former motocross champion, holding his own and giving that car a great ride for his owner, Eddie Cheever. Cheever sits much further back in the field. Remember, he had problems yesterday. Right now, he runs 19th.
Well, this 3-day delay on this race has really charged these drivers up. I mean, they came out smoking. They're starting to settle in now a little bit, but it was really fun to watch those first few laps.
I think, Tom, that y'all realized yesterday that they really goofed off at the last back half of the field. But today, they're really getting with it. They're all single file now, but really going hard.
Well, Danny Sullivan, the leaders have apparently been told by the officials and the flagman here, the starter, Brian Howard, that they would drop that green flag much later. than they have in past years, in part because they no longer have to be concerned about the turbocharged engine. But, Danny, they've really been bunching up.
Well, they have, and I think what happens is Tony comes down on, he's been the leader, comes down off of turn 4 and slows the pack down, and the guys in the back are accelerating forward. And that's why you're seeing that bunched field. But this restart hasn't affected Tony. He's just going away from the field at the moment.
Well, Danny, I'm not sure that Stewart's slowing the cars down. He's just not accelerating as fast as they have in the past. He's, I think, trying to do what the officials wanted him to do, is not accelerate till they get a little closer to the start-finish line, and the guys in the back just aren't anticipating that.
Well, I think you're right, Tom, but those guys in the back are accelerating forward. You can sit here in 4 and see them start accelerating, and that front pack is not.
Hey, guys, we know that history shows that you can't come down for a restart that slow. That brings back troubles in the back, which we've seen 2 times now.
All right, Stewart's last lap at 210.6 miles an hour. One of those involved in that situation, Mark Dismore, Gary Geraldson.
Obviously bitterly disappointed. What was the situation on that restart? Were guys over driving this track?
Gary, I saw Salazar's car sideways. I went to the outside. I had the whole wreck cleared. I was fine. Guerrero behind me must not have been looking ahead. He hit me probably going 50 mile an hour faster. Just tore the back of the car up. I mean, we had a hell of a chance here, and I just cannot believe guys aren't looking way up ahead. I mean, on a restart, 20 laps into the race, this is just, I can't believe it.
Thank you, Mark.
Couple of cars moving up.
Well, damage on Roberto Guerrero's car much more serious than originally thought. They've replaced the entire front nose piece and front wing, but now the upright has been broken. They're replacing both the upper and lower wishbones, part of the push rod, part of the steering connection, and now apparently Roberto Guerrero will decide to get out of the car, and apparently it will be a lengthy repair here in the Pennzoil pits. Paul?
Billy Boat working on Rowe there, moving up. Calkins to 8th. Velez now in 10th place. We're back in the field. At the front, it remains Stewart, then Robbie Buell and Arie Luyendyk, the top 3.
Paul, we just talked to Mark Dismore. A lot of frustration in that voice. More than one driver has been driven into from the backside, and that's really uncalled for.
Billy Boat tries to make the move once again on Billy Rowe. Velez is just ahead of him. Both the number 11 Conseco car. It's blue and white. It moves past that white car of Rowe. Let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, we heard from Mark Dinsmore, the other man that was involved. Eliseo Salazar, this is the side pod from his car. Over the wall, they have gone back to Gasoline Alley, gotten a new side pod, and have also gotten a new bonnet. They're going to bring him back out onto this racetrack.
So those are the reports on some of the cars involved in that situation. Salazar really got booted when Steve Kinzer came flying forward. Kinzer is now in 19th place, a lap behind the lead. Beautiful view. Here comes Ray. Ray trying to make a move. That's Tice Carlson that sits just ahead of him, replacing John Paul Jr., but of course that move way too early for Ray. Laps. Now working the 38th lap at Indianapolis.
We got both of Foyt's cars running right there together, Paul, on the racetrack. No, actually, I guess that is Velez in one of the Foyt cars.
Fermin Velez, and then Billy Boat, then Billy Rowe, Tice Carlson, Greg Ray. That's that group. Velez currently runs in 10th, as we told you, the blue and white number 33 car, but Boat's closing in.
Billy's a rookie here this year, a great short track, dirt track driver, and he's obviously the learning curve is there, and he's learning in a hurry.
You know, he's looking really good through turn 2. Tom, I just been watching him come through here. He's dipping under the white line, going out to the wall. He's got a good pattern.
Gary Gerald, what's the story on Robbie Gordon?
He just went jogging by us, headed toward the north pits, and Jerry Punch, we asked him if he got treated for the burns. He shook his head and said no. He said there is a burn on the thigh, also on his hand, and he has a new driver's suit on. He's still hoping to go racing.
You saw Billy Boat take the blue and white car of Velez. Now Velez is under attack. Billy Rowe is there trying to move to the inside. Here comes Ray. They're 3 wide heading for the turn. Back at the front, Robbie Buell. Robbie Buell at the front. Looking at the fight for second place. The leader, of course, Stewart. Buell is second. There's third place, Arie Luyendyk. That red, white, and blue car. Buell, the green machine.
Well, we got both the Menards cars running 1-2 right now, so they've gone to the front, no question.
Arie Luyendyk drifts a little to the left, comes out to make the corner.
You can hear him rolling out of the throttle a little bit as he entered that corner, Paul.
Onto the front stretch, riding with Arie Luyendyk. Buddy Lazier is right there as well.
Tom, I'm a little bit surprised he keeps pulling out of that draft like that. You'd think he'd want to stay in it so it'd pull the car a little closer up on Robbie Buell.
Yeah, he looks like he might have a little bit of an understeer, Danny, and maybe just trying to get cleaner air, so he's got that downforce.
Yeah, but he's doing it there on the straightaway. That's the part that surprises me.
Vincenzo Sospiri comes into the pits, his number 8 Old Navy car. Luyendyk, Buell, but Buell seems to pull him. 0.3 of a second there. The leader is 6.4 seconds ahead of Robbie Buell.
Paul, the Sospiri pit stop could be portention of what we will see in the next 5 laps. Remember, all of the teams change their fuel window because they can top off their tank before the restart on lap 15. If you're going to play it conservative, you might come in a little early on your first stop. Now for Sospiri, they're not quite sure if he can read the telemetry in the dash properly. They brought him in just a tad early. Look for the rest of the leaders to pit around lap 4.7 to 5.0.
So Sospiri in and out. Roberto Guerrero, is he out, Jerry Punch?
Well, Paul, he has climbed out of the car. Roberto, what happened out there on the track?
Well, at the restart, obviously I was right behind him, the car in front of me. I believe it was Kinzer. I don't know exactly who it was. And obviously something happened in front of him, and he slowed down. I don't know if he got on the brakes, but obviously he slowed down because something happened in front of him, and I had no time to react, and I just ran into the back of him.
The crew's continuing to work on pit road. Will you be able to get back out?
Yeah, we'll go back out and try and run as many laps as we can and see what happens.
A tough day, Paul, for a 13-time Indy veteran.
Yeah, it would not be a great race without Roberto Guerrero in it. Let's hope that he can, in fact, get back in. The center of focus continues right here at second place on the speedway. The leader, of course, is Tony Stewart. Here comes Arie Luyendyk. Now he's making his bid for second, and he darts right inside Robbie Buell and picks up second place.
Tony Stewart
Arie Luyendyk on the move again.
Tony Stewart, Paul, is already lapping cars, getting by. He has no trouble when he finds them. Running the car hard.
Car slow on the back stretch. Looks like Jim Guthrie, absolutely. Remember his trials and tribulations with the engine yesterday? Have they come back to haunt him? This may
What about
bring out yellow.
Luyendyk? Didn't we just see Luyendyk there slowing down in the back?
No, it's Guthrie here.
The pressure is 18. The motor is running, but it won't pull.
That's Jim Guthrie talking with his crew in the pits. Both his wife, Missy, and Mike McGuire.
Guys, this should be a normal stop. As I said, they're going to play it conservative, so Guthrie and his crew have elected to come in about 6 laps sooner than the leaders. Checking with the team, they say, we want them to take on fuel and play this thing conservative. They say, remember, we're still 7 laps back.
I might need a hand.
The leaders carving up through the field. You just saw Mike Roth go a lap down to Buddy Lazier. You see the Valvoline speed chart there, 203 miles an hour.
Well, that was in traffic, Paul. Actually, he was just trying to get by Groff. I think Buddy's running actually a lot closer to the 210 mark, but when a guy gets stuck in traffic, the speeds vary tremendously.
45 laps are now complete. I would guess everybody was waiting to see if there was going to be a yellow. Oh, finally the motor's off for Jim Guthrie. Long roll. His pit is all the way down at the far end. That's his wife, Missy. But of course, if he continues to roll slow, if they start heading for the pits, he's going to be a bit of an obstacle.
Well, actually, as slow as he's rolling, he should have been to the inside of that pit lane. He's in the fast lane, and he was out towards the outside pit wall. That could be a dangerous situation.
Tony Stewart reaches up, pulls a tearaway off the front of his helmet. And at lap 46, we expect the leader in any time now. Jeff Ward has just dropped out of his battle and into the pits, Gary.
Everything appears to be routine. First opportunity for this crew to go to work. Jim Guthrie going by right now on the outside as Ward waits, hopes to clear. Now he starts to roll. 15.5 seconds.
They still wait for the pits. Jack?
Missy, it's not been a good month of May, and this is certainly not the way you wanted it to end.
No, we're not over yet. We're just a little low on fuel. I don't know what happened. Must have miscalculated or something. I'm not sure.
They're going to try and make him down here. Now Jim Guthrie has made his way back to pit road, and they are putting fuel on board. So this could be the chance for him to refire and get back out, but it still was costly several more laps, Paul.
Well, Greg Ray had moved up to 11th place, but a 20-second, almost 27-second pit stop dropped him down to 24th position. Arie Luyendyk. Looks like the leaders now, except for Stewart, are heading down the pit road 100 mile an hour.
Yeah, that's Luyendyk and Buell and right together.
So second and third come down the pit road. 48th lap is the lap they decided that they could make this stop on. Should be routine for both.
Come on to pit road. He was complaining of a handling difficulty. They said just stay out there and we will change the stagger. What that means is the circumference of the rear wheel. Try to make the car turn a little better. He is the first in. Next lap, his teammate Tony Stewart will be in. Supposedly on lap 50, it will be Arie Luyendyk.
Well, there is the Glidden car of Tony Stewart. He's the leader of the race. He has not yet come in.
Paul, as he comes through turn 2, he looks like he's doing it just effortlessly. He isn't even going down to the white line at the apex.
Well, the good news, Bobby, is that he's been able to stretch this first stop a little bit longer than some of the other leaders, and that'll be a good sign for him later as the race develops.
I think that kind of surprises us, doesn't it, Tom? Because he's the one that's going the fastest today.
It really does. Usually you use more fuel when you run that hard.
Jim Guthrie, they're trying to get him restarted, trying to get him back out. Not going to work. The leader is going to go for the pits. Here comes Tony Stewart. Buddy Lazier has...
Hey, you got a clear pit. You got a clear pit. Get it on the mark. Get it on the mark.
That's the voice of Larry Curry, the crew chief, looking for the marks. You can see them. They're the yellow and white tape. Stewart hits them perfectly.
Changing the stagger about 1 point. We're going to fill it up with fuel in that pit.
Now, here is the problem with Stewart right now, guys.
Go.
Tony has no telemetry back to the pit, so Larry Curry must communicate with Tony to find out fuel consumption as Buddy Lazier comes on the pit road.
Buddy came in right behind the leader, so he did not pick up the lead of the race. Davey Hamilton was sitting in third at the time the leaders decided to come in. 17 seconds in and out for Buddy.
That's your fuel meter.
Stewart rolls out. You heard the call to reset the fuel meter.
Well, not only the fuel meter, but also you heard Larry Curry telling Tony that they were going to change the stagger 1 point. Now, that's not a very big adjustment. They must be very happy with that car.
Now, they sure weren't interested in many changes at all, and Tony appeared to agree. He is coming up to speed now. Takes almost a half a lap with the gearing that they're using for race day for them to come up. Billy Boat will assume the lead of the race with all of these stops going on for one lap, and then the anticipation is that Tony Stewart is going to pick up the lead as soon as he gets back across the line. So at least for one, there is a new leader of the Indianapolis 500, and it's Billy Boat. We'll return to more of the 500 after this message and a word from our ABC station.
The 81st running of the Indianapolis 500 continues on ABC's Wide World of Sports.
We're back in Indianapolis. As predicted, Tony Stewart resumed the lead when Billy Boat headed into the pits. This is the battle that matters at the moment. It's for 5th place as Jeff Ward is trying to hold off Vincenzo Sospiri. Now, don't forget, if you already are not doing this, grab your computer, drag it over by the TV, because you can watch the live timing and scoring of every position in this field on America Online, the keyword ABC Sports. And by the way, you can also get Jack Arut's weekly racing update. So Sperry comes closing up on the back of Jeff Ward. Back up with Arie Luyendyk here. The wayphone car.
After the pit stops, there's a lot of traffic that they need to maneuver through, and Luyendyk, you can see here, is just trying to set up traffic ahead.
Luyendyk carefully threading his way through traffic. There is the leader, the bright yellow and orange car just ahead of him.
Boy, he got a great run off the corner there, Paul. He set those two guys up perfectly.
A fantastic run. In fact, on the 11 car, that blue and white car, that's Billy Boat.
Well, Paul, Tony Stewart is starting to slow just a little bit from the first couple of laps after that pit stop. He's reported in. He's got a push. They call it an understeer. He says it's worse than the last time. So obviously, the changes that Larry Curry made, Tom Sneva, weren't sufficient.
Well, either they weren't sufficient or they didn't go the right direction, possibly. I'm not sure, but they obviously, this set of tires doesn't match the car as well as the first set they had on.
10-4, we just got to hang on, man.
Well, Tom, as you know too, sometimes the stagger doesn't come up as high as you want it. Those tires don't come up to work exactly the way you want it.
Yeah, sometimes you don't get the match, but we got a blown motor here in the jacuzzi car.
Well, finally, the third caution of the day, and that engine is without question done now, Missy.
I think we figured that. Paul, I think we figured that engine's been broke probably 5 times. I think it's time to have the death notice on it.
Now, it heads for the pits, and they are devastated in Jim Guthrie's pits.
He's on the back straightaway, Paul, and I think he's just going to park it back here.
As Jim Guthrie pulls, trying to get off of the race course and out of the way, we'll look at the Valvoline race summary under the yellow. How sad. They put so much into the 500. They won at Phoenix. There's the Valvoline race summary after 50 laps. Tony Stewart, average speed at 131, doesn't matter at all. And the cautions cars out. The yellow light now flies for the 3rd time today. After 50 laps out of the race, Sam Pedri, Sam Schmidt, Kenny Breck, Alfonso Giafoni, Stefan Gregoire from yesterday, and Claude Bourbonnais, Mark Dismore out today. So the happiness of Phoenix, the love story rolls through today and ends in tears for Missy Guthrie and her husband Jim. The engine is finally let go. He's out of the race. Tony Stewart is the leader. Back live at Indianapolis, 60 laps complete. If you've turned in to see your favorite ABC daytime shows, they will return tomorrow. On May 31st, join ABC for 3rd round coverage of the Memorial. Sponsored by Dean Witter, we'll see last year's champion Tom Watson defend his title against Byron Nelson winner Tiger Woods. We expect to go back to green flag racing very shortly here. Tony Stewart is the leader. Arie Luyendyk is 2nd. Robbie Buell is 3rd. And then Jeff Ward with a spectacular run today. And then Scott Goodyear, followed by Buzz Calkins, Eddie Cheever, Davey Hamilton, and Vincenzo Sospiri, who has been in the pits now twice in the past several laps. There's the leaderboard. Tony Stewart at the top. So at Indianapolis, the winds continue to blow a bit here. Weather, while clear at the moment, is still uncertain throughout the remainder of the day. Now, we mentioned Vincenzo Sospiri. What about him, Jack?
Well, Paul, I talked to Mark White, who's calling the shots on pit road for Vincenzo, and he reports that they have had on the onboard dash what they call a fuel alarm continually going off. Now remember, they pitted earlier than most of the leaders, and he said, under this caution, we'll sacrifice track position to make sure we keep the tank full. The alarm continues to go off. They think it's a malfunction, but they're not sure, Paul.
Tony Stewart at the head of the line. He has led all but one lap today. Billy Boat led that other lap.
The other thing, Sospiri actually got a warning for a pit speed violation, so they're having some stress here early. They got away with it, no penalty.
Here comes Arie, going to try him again as they come to the green. Arie pulled off to the inside. Now he pulls up alongside. They drag race down into turn one. Arie clips some of the balloons from the spectacle yesterday and moves into the lead. Stewart back to second now.
And Arie's really pulling out when he gets over to turn two, Paul, with a real high line, both he and Tony.
Well, he just got a great jump on Stewart on that restart. I think we'll watch Stewart maybe close the gap, but he's got that understeer problem, and they didn't stop there to try to correct it.
An entire group back in the field maneuvering for position as they head down into turn three and sweep into the north chute.
A good pass underneath there by the motorcycle guys. They're here in first.
You're riding on board with Jeff Ward. Eddie Cheever, the entire group battling back here. Jack Miller is back there as well.
The air, the dirty air, and the clean air must make a big difference, because now you see Luyendyk pulling out on Tony Stewart pretty good. Tony obviously doesn't want to run too close because of the messed up air in this pump.
Combination of a number of cars. You see the blue and white car of Durant sitting there. Here comes Steve Kinzer moving inside. Dr. Jack Miller. That's Paul Durant, the blue and white car, the Conseco car just ahead.
They're doing a lot more side-by-side racing right at the apex of the corners than I've seen in the past, Paul. It's sort of fun to watch.
Well, a funny move by Durant there. He didn't want to use all of the course. He's staying down to the inside. Watch him there. That predominantly white with blue trim car just ahead of Steve Kinzer, the guy with the new nose on his machine.
Well, a lot of times if the car is good, you don't have to use up the whole racetrack, and especially this early in the race.
Further back in the field, Davey Hamilton trying to get around Dr. Jack Miller. Hamilton, the orange and white car, red, white, and blue, the colors on Jack Miller's car. Hamilton, number 14, moves to the inside now.
You can see as they come off the corner, they're able to really slipstream or get that draft working for each other, and it just pulls them by the car in front of them. Hamilton
Wants to get up and battle with Cheever. So Sperry just behind wants to get up and around Tice Carlson. That's the car that they're lapping. He's affected the move of these three cars. Are all battling for 7th place. Currently Eddie Cheever is in 7th. Five-eighths of a mile long the backstretch.
It looks like they're turning the fastest lap right now, Paul, about 213 miles an hour.
You saw Jeff Ward's car there, the number 52. It's almost identical. In fact, it is identical to Eddie Cheever's, except for the number 51 or 52. 51, of course, for Eddie Cheever. Valvoline speed chart last time around. And here is what Jeff Ward is looking at on his dashboard right now. Telemetry coming out of the 5th place car.
Well, down here, you're seeing the G-forces. It's nothing down the straightaway. It's a lateral G-force measurement, but you see as he goes through the corner how it climbs up to about 3 Gs in the middle of that corner right now.
Jeff Ward, the 52 First Plus car, the leader, just turned a lap at 213.4 miles an hour. That's the fastest lap thus far, and it was turned by Arie Luyendyk. When he gets out and runs clear, he's flying.
But that tachometer's right on the screen. There's somebody turning an awful lot of RPM. At least more than they said they were going to turn.
was interesting to watch the telemetry and the G-force in the Ward car. In turns 1 and 2, he was only able to pull about 3 Gs. Down at the other end of the racetrack, in turns 3 and 4, he was a lot closer to 4 Gs down there. So he's obviously getting through that end of the race course a lot quicker.
Dennis Vitolo, car 54, comes in now. The yellow and orange car. And there's third place. Yellow and orange car is Stewart. He's second. There's third place. And Lazier. There's that purple car with yellow trim. You're on board it now. That's third place. So those are the top 3. The Valvoline speed chart here, 209. Last lap for Buddy Lazier. For the leader, Arie Luyendyk, 211.7 last time by. It looks like Buddy is having trouble again with his back. He tends to clench his hands, raise them in the air to try and help relieve the pressure on his back.
Well, that's circulation problems, and he's trying to keep the circulation going. He knows it's a lot a longer time out there than what he's had so far.
It was a problem last year, and he won the 500. Gary Gerald?
Greg Ray out of the car, overheating problem. What was the first rookie experience at Indy like for you?
Well, I was really looking forward to it, and the car was running great. The team's done a great job, and you know, I think we had a good car. Unfortunately, we just had a mechanical problem.
A tough story for one of the rookies in the field, Paul.
Yeah, and that's the 6th Oldsmobile Aurora engine out of the race. The cars are so loud. You saw Greg pausing there. They can't hear themselves. They're pretty sure we can't hear them. So Arie Luyendyk is leading the Indy 500, followed by Tony Stewart and Robbie Buell. We'll be back with more. Your ride, Buddy Lazier. He's 4th place. Robbie Buell, there he is. The green Quaker State car is 3rd place. That's Billy Boat on that blue and white machine in between them. Buell was finally able to get around him. Now Lazier is having to try to get around the Boat car, and Boat is back in the field. He's down a lap, running 11th place. Jack Aroot, what's going on with Buddy's hands?
Well, Buddy Lazier said, his father, Bob Lazier, says that what Buddy does there is to try and bring himself back into focus. It's not back related. It's actually more related to trying to just get some circulation, but also to maintain his focus in the cockpit. He says they start to go a little bit numb because he squeezes so hard.
Still on with Lazier. He got around Boat. Tom Sneva, we see in each of the 4 corners a blacker strip of pavement, and we didn't see that last year.
No, we didn't. They run the stock cars here in the summer now, and they were a little bit hard on the racetrack, so they had to repave that section of the racetrack in each one of the corners.
So riding with Buddy Lazier, Luyendyk, Stewart, Buell. Here comes Ward. He runs in 6th. He's coming in for a stop. So we expect stops by the leaders of the race just any moment now. Luyendyk is the leader.
We might see Stewart come in a little early. He was the last one of the leaders to stop on the first segment, but the car, the chassis isn't quite right. So it'll be interesting to see if he tries to stretch it this time or he wants to get in sooner and make that correction to the chassis and the handling.
As you ride with Luyendyk, you will notice from time to time in the banner, we do add other information in, like we just gave you Luyendyks last lap at speed. By the way, we look at the last lap from the Valvoline speed chart of Luyendyk at 207, the average speed of the race at 142.132 miles an hour. It's beginning now to steadily climb after those early cautions. We do expect Robbie Buell to head for the pits on the next lap. Jeff Ward comes out of the pits after his stop. Eliseo Salazar, here comes Buell. They've laid out for Eliseo Salazar from Chile, who's still in this race. And Gary Gerald, here comes Robbie Buell.
A wide open pit, so he'll have a great angle. He comes right toward us now, ducks it in, gets the cheers of the crowd, perfectly placed on the marks. The Menard team in action. A rear wing wicker change, Paul, and having some problems getting it out. They wanted to either get it in place, they didn't change it. I don't know if that was by design. We continue to watch. Now they continue to work with the wicker. They've got a problem back there. It's stubborn. It won't come out. He's going to have to stay with that current handling setup. He's off the jack. 22 seconds. Boy, that was costly, and they didn't get the change they wanted.
So a long stop for Robbie Buell. And now Eddie Cheever goes out.
So I don't know what the end was going to be like.
Well, they didn't get the adjustment made on the rear wing, so the next time in, they'll probably go to the front of the car and try to make the pressure balance change at the front rather than trying to do it at the back.
That was the car owner, John Menard, on the radio with Robbie Buell. The leader of the race, Luyendyk, darts for pits. Slows it down.
Okay, you guys are setting up, so you're going to have to come around Rocket. Remember your pit speed.
Well, Jackaroo, here he comes. Luyendyk, the leader of the race.
The rocket he was referring to is his teammate, Scott Goodyear. 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. Arie Luyendyk has asked for no changes in the car. Now, the key right now in changing tires is to make it smooth so you don't knock any of the wheel weights off. And there is a problem. The air jack did not go up right. Skip Paul having a problem on the right front tire. They've got to go back up again. 17.5 seconds, Paul. Not a good stop.
Now some long stops by the leader of the race. By the way, Eddie Cheever was in and out. His stop was 16.1 seconds. Here is Tony Stewart, who has picked up the leader of the race.
Get it on the marks. Nice and easy. Get it in here on the marks. We're going to do a little stagger and a half a turn in both front wings.
Now the key will be to see whether or not they can gain some of the time on Luyendyk's 17.5-second stop. You heard
Tom, did you hear those changes that they said they were going to make, though? They were going to put some more front wing in that car and change the stagger. That's a pretty substantial change.
Well, he was complaining about understeer. The last thing they did is, before they exited the pits, is the crew guy went to the front and took a half a turn on both front wing adjustments.
With the stops, Goodyear comes up to third place. He's out in 15.5 seconds. Lights the tire.
Full stop.
You heard him there talk about the rear bar full stop. They've got sway bar controls in the car, both at the front and the rear, and they're adjusting the bars as they put fuel in the car.
Tony Stewart on the inside line comes up to speed. Here's Buddy Lazier. He picks up the lead of the race, but of course he has not yet stopped. He is due in next time around.
It's interesting, Paul, on the amount of difference in the fuel mileage we see from the fast cars, the guys are running up in front.
We've had 21 laps of green flag. Lazier on the pit road.
It would appear that he's getting...
Luyendyk, Stewart, they continue to go at one another.
Tom, did you see that? He was moving, came out of 4, and Tony Stewart moved down to the inside. Luyendyk just went around him on the outside going into 1.
Well, that probably surprised Tony a little bit, because that was a bonsai pass.
Buddy Lazier is on pit road. This should be a nominal stop for Lazier. They're going to change all the tires. Trouble on the right rear. You can hear they're keeping the motor revved up. 16.8. It could have been a 15.
Reset your fuel.
You heard him talk about reset your fuel. It's a gauge, a calculation that they have to reset as they leave the pits with a full tank.
Yeah, it counts backward from 35 gallons, and when they get down to whatever fuel level they've determined, some 5, some 3.7, that tells them it's time to come back into the pits. So now the leaders have completed their stops once again at Indianapolis. 118 laps to go in the 500. Now, Davey Hamilton, driving for A.J. Foyt, picks up the lead of the race, and Hamilton comes in for the stop. Jerry?
Well, he had been complaining, Paul, that the car had been a little bit loose, and what Tommy LeMaster decided to do was not make a wing adjustment, but rather make a slight air pressure adjustment on the right side. Right side and left side tires going on. The fueling almost complete. The wheel nuts are tight. No problem with the left rear now. They finally wait to get it completely full of fuel, and he is down and away.
And with that stop and Luyendyk's move, Luyendyk becomes the leader of the race, followed by Stewart. Buddy Lazier is up to third. Scott Goodyear is fourth. With that somewhat difficult stop, Robbie Buell has stopped down into the 5th position. Billy Vogt is 11th. We'll return with more of the Indianapolis 500, the 80th running, after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
The 81st running of the Indianapolis 500 continues on ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Back in Indianapolis, we're watching third place Buddy Lazier. Last couple of laps, he has been falling further down on speed. He turned the last lap at 202 to the leaders in second place, 210, 211. Now, if you were watching on America Online on your computer, you would have seen that this car is actually slowing down the last couple of laps. The key word for AOL, ABC Sports. And by the way, if it has a race stats, historical information on the Indy 500, bios on the drivers, any of that, then it's the IRL website. So, Gary Gerald, what's going on with Buddy Lazier?
Well, they say that they don't have a problem. They watch with great concern as he flies by in the front straightaway. Ron Dawes talking with Lee Koonsman. Ron Hemmelgarn is here. Maybe we can get a quick word.
Gary, he just dropped below 200 on the last lap.
You went below 200 miles an hour on that last lap, Ron.
We got a car in front of us blocking us. 44 is blocking us. We can't get around him. They just keep throwing a flag at him. We can't get around him.
You're not concerned about possible power problems?
I can hear you.
You're not concerned about possible power problems?
No, we're being blocked out here. We can't get around him. He's all over the track.
All right, that's the story from the Lazier camp.
44 is Steve Kinzer. There's the picture. Last lap, Kinzer ran at 200. This is Buddy Lazier's chance to get by. He's angry about it, too.
Well, some of it probably has a little bit to do with Kinzer probably being able to get through the corner about as fast as Buddy. And even though Steve's down a lap or two, he's almost as quick as Buddy is right now.
There's the Valvoline speed chart, 202 last time for Buddy Lazier. The story of the Guthrie family. It has now become a sad one, Jack.
Well, Paul, if you were with us yesterday and the day before, you heard about the Guthries, and this is not the way we wanted to meet you afterwards. Finally, the engine gave up the ghost.
Yeah, I guess so. You know, the Aurora was running really good, and we were passing people, we were racing, we were having fun.
Now, Missy, we saw you as he was coming in, limping in, and you just put your head down and you started to cry. Is it that much emotion out here at the Indy 500?
It really is. The guys have worked so hard. I feel for them, I feel for Jim, I mean, but it just wasn't meant to be.
But you're the ever-eternal optimist. You'll be back.
We'll be back, bigger and better than ever in Dallas.
Paul, that's what makes this such a great family.
Jim and Missy Guthrie. The love continues. Back on board Luyendyk. Luyendyk last time around at 209.9 miles an hour. There's second place, and you see the interval. Looking back, you remember the reference that Danny Sullivan made as Arie Luyendyk just seemed to crawl right up on the back of Tony Stewart and just buzzed past him.
Well, you can see Tony sort of moved to the inside. He probably thought Arie was going to try the inside, and Arie said, hey, I'll just go around the outside on this guy.
Nice sweeping outside pass. You look out the back of Luyendyk's car now. He's got a good half straightaway of distance back to the second place car. But you know what? That's only 2.3 seconds, Bobby Unser. On board now, you saw a glimpse there of Tony Stewart's car.
Salazar is just pulling off the pit apron, leaving the pit, the number 2 turn. He's dead, getting out of his car, Paul.
That was Buddy Lazier coming around Davey Hamilton. Hamilton is now down in 8th place, a lap behind the lead. And the yellow comes out apparently for Salazar. That'll let Scott Goodyear, who was in 4th place, close in behind Lazier. Salazar safely out of the car. Yellow comes on. It's the 4th of the day at Indianapolis. And 23 cars are left running as Salazar pulls off. Looking down on the pylon in the main straightaway, the pit area at Indianapolis, amazing how many people actually came back on this, the 3rd day of the race. Most of them, of course, have moved to seats that they found empty up in the top. The visuals come from the Goodyear Blimp Spirit, and it's Captain Patrick Henry of Parsons, West Virginia, that keeps control of the giant blimp as it floats over the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Join ABC Sports on June 7th for the 129th running of the Belmont Stakes. Silver Charm attempts to become the first Triple Crown winner since 1978. So the yellow is on at Indianapolis. The leader of the race under yellow, Arie Luyendyk, then Tony Stewart, Buddy Lazier. I'm going to give you that running order. There it is. The first 7 cars all on the lead lap. Ward just stopped in the pits, so Sperry followed him in. Ward had a little trouble getting out of the pits, and there from 26th on down, the cars out, and we'll be seeing Salazar.
And Salazar, Paul,
is race as well.
Salazar's car's been on fire down here. The left rear was on fire. Obviously, the brakes were locked up.
Robbie Buell was 5th place, in and out. Salazar had climbed out of his car, so no factor for that except for the damage to the car.
A little bit of a race out of the pits right there, and
Billy Bowden, the blue and white car, came up right behind him. Wouldn't have been a shot for position, I don't think.
No, but they're racers. You know, they don't care if they're a lap or 2 laps down.
Or they don't know.
That's true.
So as Robbie Buell comes back up to speed, he came into the pits under the yellow, 5th position. There's the Salazar car. They get it off the racetrack. It's on the hook. So 96 laps are complete. In 4, it will be an official race. Should the rain come back in, there's no sign of that at the moment. We can see all the way to downtown Indianapolis from atop the grandstand here. Comes back, should be a green flag.
Eddie Cheever, electronic problems of some sort have spoiled what had been a great run. I know you started this day back in 27th, got it up to 7th at one point. Electronic problems, how was it other than that?
I don't think it's, I think the timing chain is broken. The car was running really good. I was going through traffic very easily. It's always a severe disappointment not to finish this race. This is the greatest race in the world, and I had a car that could have won today, and we came all the way from the back all the way to the front. Got back up right there with the leaders, and we're just getting ready to make a run for it, and the engine stopped. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. We have another car now in with Jeff, who's standing in a very strong 6th place, and I'm sure Jeff is going to give him hell all the way to the end. So there still might be a first-plus car in 1st place. We don't know yet. It's very possible.
Eddie Cheever optimistic for his teammate Ward as they head for turn 4 and hopefully the green flag.
3rd time that Eddie Cheever has felt that frustration in his 8 500-mile race starts.
Paul, they're very slow down here in turn 4. Arie Luyendyk's bringing them up very slow.
They'll be coming back to the green flag. Again, they've been holding the flag until almost on top of the line. Brian Howard gives them the green. Acceleration, there's a jam up back at the head of the pits. But Arie Luyendyk is able to pull away. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd all separate nicely. Scott Goodyear runs in 4th place. He will be trying to make his move on Buddy Lazier. Vincenzo Sperry passed Jeff Ward as he came into the pits under the yellow, and so they have penalized him. Now, we thought that was him. It was not. That was just an unscheduled stop. On board with Buddy Lazier now. He chases 2nd place Tony Stewart onto the front stretch again.
Well, you got the top 4 cars coming right at you right now, Paul. You know, we're going to have a good battle as this race develops.
And as they cross the line, they completed the 250th mile, the 100th lap. The Indianapolis 500 is now an official race, should weather affect this day as it has the past 2. So Sperry has not yet been shown the black flag that would call him in for a stop-and-go penalty.
Well, I just was going to say, in all the wondering we've been doing about how these cars were going to do in their first race, they really look like they handle good. Looks like the drivers had a lot of good feelings about them in the turn.
So Sperry has now received the black flag. That will pull him out of 7th place and into the pit area to answer that penalty for passing Jeff Ward. Scott Goodyear, there he is, that blue over white car, now closing on Buddy Lazier. At the front of the field, there's Arie Luyendyk, red, white, and blue.
You talked about Goodyear. At the beginning of the race, he wasn't in the mix, but he's had 3 or 4 opportunities to adjust the car on pit stops, and now he's right there.
And Tommy wants to make some more adjustments in the upcoming pit stop between 102 and 107 is the window for Scott Goodyear. He's complaining that the car is understeering. That means he wants to push out towards the wall. Look for a wing adjustment when that crew does service in about 3 or 4 laps.
Well, if he's got an understeer, it probably isn't too severe, or if it is and they can correct it, he's going to be a factor as we continue on down this race.
He's already getting a good draft off the Buddy Lazier. You can see the 2 cars right there, the purple on the left and the white one right behind.
And 214 for both first and second place the last time around. So the leaders are now picking up the pace. There's the Delta Fawcett car as he's holding off the charge by Scott Goodyear. Here's the Valvoline race summary at the halfway point in the run with Arie Luyendyk as the leader and 144 miles an hour, the average speed owing to the 4 cautions. We've had 4 leaders, 6 different lead changes. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Clarification now from Mark Wida on Vincenzo Sospiri and the black flag. They had gotten clearance from a trackside USAC official to make that stop as their black flag stop. That word had not yet apparently been communicated upstairs. They said it's okay. They've let him go. But now, for whatever reason, Wida and the team go back over the wall. And they told us that he had cleared on the black flag. He wouldn't have to take it. Now here he comes. This may be another problem. They're stopping him. We watch in the upper right-hand corner.
Listening to Vincenzo.
All telemetry looks good at the moment. The engine cover back on. Let's put it on.
They're going to send him back.
I don't see any leaks. I don't see anything. Everything looks fine. We're putting the engine cover on. We'll try her again here.
You saw Roberto Guerrero come out and, in fact, just head back in. They're trying to keep that car going, but as he came out, he was 78 laps behind the leader.
It's interesting, Sospiri, they've got some kind of problem. They took the hood off, the bonnet off, didn't find anything and just stuck it back on. But these things don't usually correct themselves by just opening the door and shutting it.
Battle on the track is the Delta Fawcett car, number 91. And ahead of him is this car, number 2, Tony Stewart. We expect Arie Luyendyk to come into the pits in just 3 laps now. The other battle on the course beyond this of the lead is Lazier, Goodyear, Buell, and Ward, a 4-way battle for 3rd.
Well, one of the fascinating things about your leader, Arie Luyendyk, is before the race, he sat down with his engineer, Tim Waldrop, and they decided they wanted to turn the engine no more than 10,000 to 10,100 RPM throughout the afternoon. Thus far, they've stayed in that range, and Luyendyk says that's more important until the final 50 miles than where you are running in terms of track position. That could be really scary for the competition in the last 50 if he's already up front.
Vincenzo Sospiri spent 1 minute and 21 seconds in the pit that time, and he's back out.
Well, you can see here that Stewart is actually closing the gap a little bit on Luyendyk, but again, we're close to a pit stop, so...
Don't watch him go through turn 2. It looks like Stewart could pull up on Luyendyk anytime he wanted. I think he's just getting a nice draft there.
Bobby, did you see the Valvoline speed chart there? 214 miles an hour last time around. Boy, the pace is coming up.
Yeah, and he's really getting a good draft at that speed, you know.
Now, Roberto Guerrero's story. Gary?
Well, Paulie came right off the line on pit road, pointed into gasoline alley, coasted and got a push from a safety official just inside gasoline alley. You can see Roberto has climbed out, repositioning the wheel, and yet to pull the helmet off. We're not sure just what ended up ending his day for Pagan Racing, but great disappointment for this popular veteran.
Katie Guerrero, who normally would be at his side, had to go home to California and could not be there, and is not there to counsel him at this point. In his last 9 500s, Guerrero has had 8 DNFs.
We saw Roberto there. You remember at the beginning of the race, he was involved in some of that carnage. There was a lot of damage on that car, and when you're 78 laps down and you're trying to hurry to repair a car and go out and try to run 200 miles an hour, that's not a real comforting thing for a driver to have to experience.
Gary Gerald.
Roberto Guerrero, quickly tell us what happened after they replaced the suspension part.
Yeah, the guys worked really hard in changing it, and we just went out to fill it out. There's still something wrong with the steering. You couldn't even keep it going straight on the straightaway, so you know we decided to just park it for now.
Thanks, Roberto. Luyendyk, I believe, headed toward the pits.
Well, he works his way through the corner. Tony Stewart's right there. We'll see now if he darts for the pit road. Seems to back a little bit out of it. Yes, Arie Luyendyk makes the turn. And Luyendyk will head down for the pits.
Okay,
Tony Stewart picks up the lead.
Come around them.
Well, the first thing, here we're asking any adjustments.
Why do they have to set up each time? Put them on a different sequence. We'll work on it. Here we are.
Arie Luyendyk using a limiter to maintain his speed limit under 100 miles an hour. The crew goes to work. Now remember, they had a problem on the right front during the last stop. This time, Skip Falk, no problem. He's complete. He's the first to be completed on the tires. You heard Luyendyk say, no changes. Now they've got a problem. Well, they've got to put it back up. 18.3 seconds. A very big disappointment on the left front.
A long stop. Here is Tony Stewart. He, of course, picked up the lead.
All we're going to do is change tires and fuel. Tires and fuel.
There are the instructions from Larry Curry to Tony Stewart. He dips in, drops the speed, and the crew goes to work. Now remember, it's 35 gallons of methanol. As Scott Goodyear streaks by Tony Stewart, begins looking for his spot. Goodyear hits the marks as Stewart's crew completes their work. A little slow, 14 flat, but a little slow coming out. Meanwhile, Scott Goodyear taking 4 tires, again a nominal stop, but remember, he wanted a wing adjustment. They've adjusted the car, and Goodyear's away.
15 seconds.
This set of tires is thickest.
And they warn him about the set of tires that is on there. Stickers, brand new.
Yeah, brand new tires, that could be a little bit of a gamble. You saw the wing adjustment at the front of the car, a full turn on both front wings, so they've made some major changes. What the driver will do here is he'll feather the throttle a little bit the first couple corners after coming out of the pits. Full load of fuel, new tires, major aerodynamic change in the car. We'll have to see how it works for Scott.
And as he comes out, there is Buddy Lazier, who picks up the lead of the race. Robbie Buell, by not stopping, drops into second place. Jeff Ward drops into third. And Buddy Lazier is going to stay out. So Buddy Lazier continues now to lead the 500. That's Scott Goodyear, the Nortel car, just ahead of him. And a crash. Got a problem. Yellow comes out, car against the wall.
Two cars up against the wall.
That's Billy Rowe in the 50 car.
There's another one behind him. There's 2 cars.
There's another car in there. Can you see it, Danny?
No, I cannot. It's all covered by the smoke. It's just off my view, but there's a big, big cloud of smoke, as you can see.
Looked like that smoke came off of the rear tires. The engine kept running.
Yeah, the safety trucks were right across there, but there were cars on the track that couldn't get across right away to them. It almost looks like that might be Scott Goodyear's car. The cowling looks similar to it on the other side.
No, Danny, it's Billy Rowe, and the good news is we did see his hand go up as he was still in the wall before the smoke engulfed it.
Rowe was 14. It looks like Paul Durant may be that second car. I'm not sure yet, so let's just hold off on that.
Yeah, Scott Goodyear just went by on the track, so he wasn't part of it.
Well, Durant and yet another one, and they're working with Durant. On the right.
Car on the right is
car. That's the number 1 car right there.
Wow, they just went in there side by side in the lower car, and They just touched, and away they went.
Yeah. Actually, Billy got passed by one car, and I don't think he knew there was 2 cars coming. If we go back to the first replay, Billy let somebody go underneath him.
Now look at it. We're going to look at slow-mo. This is the way we saw it originally.
Durant's almost on the grass down there trying to get out of his way.
Yep.
Billy Rose
They
pushed him down too
no
far,
room.
Danny. Billy pushed him down right into the grass too far there.
Bob, if you go back farther, though, you'll see that Billy got passed by one car, and I think he just didn't see that there was 2 cars coming through.
Yeah, actually what you had was both of Foyt's cars,
right.
Boat and Durant. Boat was ahead. Well, they weren't racing for position. Boat was actually running 7. And Durant further lap back in 13th, but they were together on the racetrack. So maybe he saw one, figured that was it.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Well, Tom, but still, the 50 car had to be aware that Durant was down there on the inside of him. You still got to be aware of the cars around you, and he just looked like he got down there, and Durant was almost in the grass. It looked like his left front. Nowhere to go, and they finally touched.
He might have been in the grass, Danny. He was a long ways under the apron there, under the white line.
The USAC safety crews are all there. They're giving whatever aid is necessary for Paul Durant. And of course, you saw Billy get out of his car, and he's fine. So we're going to just keep track of this situation here, and we'll report back as soon as we have a clear understanding. We'll return with more of the Indy 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Is that...
Well, we're back live in Indianapolis. We're under our 5th caution period of the day, caused when several cars got in a confusing situation heading into the north end of the track. It ended up with 2 cars against the wall. Billy Rowe was one of them. Paul Durant was the other. We'll go back and look at it, Tom Sneva.
Yeah, but this is coming down the back straightaway. What we see right here, you'll see both of Foyt's cars. Billy Boat is the lead car in that pack. Billy Rowe is over here on the outside. They get underneath. Boat goes underneath, and Paul Durant is the back car. He thinks that that Billy Rowe sees him. He's committed. He's got the draft. He's going underneath. Now at the last minute, Durant realizes that no, Rowe doesn't see him. He tries to back out, but at that point it's too late, and they get together.
Foyt's 2 Conseco cars are nearly identical. One is number 1, one is number 11. They're both blue and white. And now they're on the hook. And the indication is that everybody is out of the car and okay, but we'll wait, of course, when you touch the wall here, you head into the emergency medical center in the infield. And so we'll wait for a formal announcement that they are okay, but that's certainly how it appeared. A.J. Foyt has lost some machinery now.
Well, what's amazing, too, it's always been the number 1 car has been the one that's been Foyt's cars that have been involved in the accidents throughout the month of May here.
And it was the car originally scheduled for Scott Sharp to drive, but of course he had not 1 but 2 accidents. The second accident causing a concussion. The doctors finally said, no, you are not going to run in the Indy 500. We just won't clear you for that. So Scott Sharp, normally driving for A.J. Foyt and the co-champion of the IRL, becomes a spectator here today. Buddy Lazier, though, Tom, some good news. That yellow came out at an opportune moment for him.
Well, actually, there was a couple of the drivers that needed a pit window at that time.
And what it did was it gave him a chance, Jack, to come in, make a stop.
And guys, it was tough for him because he was supposed to stop the lap before the yellow. Now, as you watch from the high camera, Lazier been running in, comes in. Now you see at the nose of the car, there is a big plastic bag over the wing adjusters. In the interim, look to the back of the car. Ron Hemmelgarn radioed to the crew and said, get the starter in position. We should be out of fuel. They put it in. They are ready. As soon as they drop, they tell him, turn it over. You see the crew member at the head of the car waving his arm. This was smart thinking on the part of Ron Hemmelgarn, Ron Dawes, and the crew. They knew that they had just about run out of fuel. Now, granted, they had onboard telemetry to tell them, but there was no emotion here. They just went through what they needed to do, got the car restarted, and sent him out on his way.
Well, again, you can imagine, first of all, you can see how long he was in the pits. Now, if that's under green, his race is almost over, but he caught the yellow, and that's some of the fortunes at the Brickyard.
Yeah, and Jack Arie, will you tell that crew that Bobby Unser's not done with his lunch? It's still in that bag, and he'll need it back. Here's the report. Billy Rowe is okay. He's fine. Paul Durant is awake and alert at the hospital. That comes from race control. So we remain under yellow, 118 laps complete, and Robbie Buell picks up the lead. To follow ABC Sports Live timing and scoring updates, America Online, keyword ABC Sports. And next week, watch the Deuce, ESPN2, next Saturday, 31st of May for the qualifying at the Miller 200. Then tune in to ESPN on Sunday for the race. Brought to you from the West Allis, Wisconsin track, the Miller 200 on ESPN next Saturday and Sunday on ESPN and the Deuce. We'll come back for the green flag because they're getting ready to go again. If you tuned in to see your favorite ABC daytime show, they'll return tomorrow. Today, it's the 81st running of the Indy 500 on the third day of its rain delay, but we're after 120 laps now, coming up to the 121st. Robbie Buell is the leader of the race, but as you can see, his green Quaker State car, there is separation then. Two cars back to the second place car. That's the yellow and orange machine, the Glidden car of Tony Stewart. So Menard cars run first and second. Buzz Calkins has just headed into the pits. There he is in that number 12 bright red Bradley machine. And Jeff Ward, the rookie, is sitting in third place. He is back behind Tony Stewart. Gary Gerald?
At the entrance to Gasoline Alley, here's a shot that you don't see very often. Assail Salazar got back into the cockpit. They repaired the left rear brake rotor. He wants to race. The gate has been closed, however. USAC officials have told them, nope, you went back to the garage for the repairs. You cannot come back out. They're appealing the process and waiting. Jack?
Gary, another gate has been closed for your leader, Robbie Buell. Talking back to John Menard, they had said they were going to go 10 green flag laps and then pit. Then they tried to rethink it, but before they could bring him in under this yellow, they gave the one-to-go signal. All Menard said to Buell is, I guess the die is cast.
I'm a little surprised with this being that close, 10 laps to a scheduled pit stop, that they wouldn't take advantage of this yellow situation to get that stop handled.
It certainly will split up the strategy within the team. The fifth yellow of the day is about to come to an end. 20 cars will answer the green flag of the 35 that started this race yesterday. And 35 because two were added in at the back of the field by the United States Auto Club and the IRL. There's Tony Stewart. He's second place. He's got two cars to separate him from the leader, his teammate Robbie Buell. And we're green. There's the flag. Buell screams down into the first turn.
Well, Paul, I can tell you one thing. He certainly didn't wait. When he came off before, he just stood on the gas and went for it.
Yeah, that was a little bit faster restart than we've seen earlier in the race, but Buell, this is the first time he's led the cars to the green flag.
Yeah, Buell did it the old-fashioned style, brought it up to speed. Here comes Stewart. He gets past the first of those intervening cars, and now he sets sight on catching up to the leader. That's just a puff of the oil dry that was laid down in that car.
Notice how high Tony Stewart was coming off that turn, Paul.
So Tony Stewart now chasing on the main straightaway. Here comes Ward as well. Ward and Luyendyk. That's the third place battle.
Luyendyk went way high coming out of turn one there, too. I think what happens is when they go by the wind that the other cars are stirring up, they lose their front end traction for a little bit.
And they're running in with a number of other cars there who are not on the lead lap. So Jeff Ward making his moves. This rookie driving for Eddie Cheever in the first plus car is having a remarkable run. Jerry Punch, can you update us from the hospital?
Well, Paul, Dr. Henry Bach has come out of the Hannah Medical Center here, and Hank, what's the update on some of the drivers?
Billy Rowe's on his way out of Hannah. He's being released. He's uninjured. Paul Durant going down to Methodist Trauma Center for further evaluation of some right hip pain. He was briefly unconscious on the racetrack, but awake and alert when he left here.
What about Robbie Gordon? We had some burns earlier in the day.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon's got some first and second degree burns on his right wrist, his left wrist, and on his right thigh, and he's going to be evaluated by his own doctors tomorrow when he returns home.
That's a story from back in Hannah, Paul.
I'll tell you what, there's a great battle going on now between Marco Greco and Buddy Lazier. Greco, the red car on the inside. He just came around Lazier, and now Lazier is trying to come back at him. This is a battle for sixth place on board with Lazier as they come by Danny Sullivan.
White good, and on our way to lunch. Our third pool does not open until after 3.
Lazier comes alongside.
On the outside of all things, Paul, and I really think Greco's down there trying to block it, thinking he's trying to go that way.
Okay, now we're showing Greco as one lap down, so Buddy's just trying to get the position is correct. Greco is 7th, Lazier is 6th, but a one lap separates them. We got first showed off on the computer scoring that way, and then it changed over to one lap down. So still it is a position there that Buddy Lazier occupies, and it appears that Greco is now 2.5 miles back from that position.
And Paul, the biggest problem is Buddy Lazier realizes where Marco Greco is running, and he is complaining back to the crew that Lazier is being held up by Marco Greco. The Lazier crew has talked to USAC officials.
Yeah, not anymore, Jack. He just got around him, but boy, he was angry as he did it.
And he was hot on the radio. One thing about Buddy Lazier, he's intense in the cockpit.
Yeah, and Greco's going to have to defend against Davey Hamilton now. This is a battle for position. Hamilton comes to the inside. Billy Vogt out there as well, the lighter colored car. Look at the speeds there of the leaders. Luyendyk at 213, Buell at 210. That's when Buddy Lazier was angry, Tom.
Well, yeah, he shook his fist at him. The real good news, here we got it coming down the front straightaway, but the real good news for these drivers is that they're not in radio contact with each other, because that would be get interesting.
Yeah, they'd really be talking, wouldn't they, Tom? But you know, you got to remember now, there are no turbochargers involved like the many years past that we've had. The only thing these guys have for passing to give them more power is downshift to a lower gear, which is about 0.10 lower. Get a run of them like Buddy Lazier is doing right here in the 91 car. That's the only way they have to pass. So if a guy gets caught in a high gear, the other guy slips it down a gear, and let them get a little head of steam up there.
Well, you're right, Bobby. In fact, a lot of these cars have 3 top gears. We've seen many times in the past where they have actually 2 high gears, but some of these teams are actually using 3 top gears that they can split them just a little bit apart to give them an advantage.
You wanted to see that on the banner there for a moment. You were looking at the times on the last several laps of Arie Luyendyk. He is whittling away on Robbie Buell. There's the Valvoline speed chart for Luyendyk last time around.
Well, the good point here is that he's not in any traffic. Some of these guys are stuck in traffic, and with the turbulence and things, that's a big hindrance.
And also keep in mind on the 3 gears that they have for racing, the 10,500 is where the rev limiters are set. Nobody wants to run them that high because they break there, but they do make more power and certainly go faster there.
Robbie Buell running a lap at 209 miles an hour. There's Luyendyk behind the leader again. Came from 4 seconds to 2.5. Buell at 209 miles an hour, while the car of Stewart and the car of Luyendyk were both up above 212 miles an hour. Luyendyk nibbled off another full second, 1.6 behind. Luyendyk is chasing and closing. The green car, the Quaker State machine, that's Robbie Buell, the leader. Here comes Luyendyk. Stewart just behind. Then Scott Goodyear, then rookie Jeff Ward with a great run today.
You'd have to think that Robbie Buell got a good adjustment during the last pit stop, because he's certainly able to hold the lead and control his car through the turns a lot better.
Well, actually, I think Robbie's within a couple laps of making the stop right here, so he's down on fuel, and it could upset the handling slightly as he's run the car real low on fuel right here.
That's Buell's radio. They're going to bring him in.
Same stagger in 110. Same stagger in 110.
He's slowing down here in 4, diving off into the pits.
I'm coming up pit road, coming up pit road. Speed's down, speed's down.
Arie Luyendyk takes the lead, followed by Stewart. As leader Buell goes into the pits, you hear his radio. Gary Gerald, here he comes.
We've got him in sight now. He's been so smooth all day today. That's one of the reasons that Team Menard put this young driver in the car. He doesn't show signs of getting rattled. He's not as brash or as impulsive perhaps as his teammate Tony Stewart. He's been rock solid, and he's got the opportunity. Good stuff. 14.7 seconds.
And they also put a little bit of front wing in it, gave him a little bit more bite on the front end. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes now.
Robbie Buell led for 17 laps. The new leader, Arie Luyendyk, once again. And the scenario of the front row remains the same. Luyendyk chased by Tony Stewart. Jerry Punch.
Well, Billy Rowe, we heard the good news that you're okay. Tell us what happened out there.
Well, it was we were going down the back straightaway, and I got a run on Billy Boat, and I pulled up next to him on the going down the back straightaway, and I didn't have quite enough of a run on him, so I just sort of had to let him go, and was going to pull in behind him, and then my left rear, looks like, or left side of the car touched Paul Durant, and then we just both went in the wall. It was just a racing accident. Just thank the good Lord we're okay.
Well, Billy Rowe's first start at Indy is an eventful one. Paul?
Yeah, too bad that he is out. We're keeping an eye, too, on Jeff Ward and Tony Stewart. Stewart second. The leader is Luyendyk. Luyendyk's last lap at 211.
Stewart just got affected a lot, Paul, by that by running up on Dennis Patolo. He got caught. Tony Stewart, 1 and 2, lost a lot of ground to Arie Luyendyk.
4/10 at the line, but he fell much further behind. Now he's worked around Vitolo. Danny, how much of an interval as they come across the north end?
Well, he was very close to him last time around, but when he got held up by Dennis Patolo in 1 and 2, he lost a lot of ground, probably 100 yards or so.
Yeah, that's what happens if you don't time it just right. The traffic can really affect you here. And Tony ran up on him the wrong spot. Had to roll out of the throttle. And with these engines, the RPM band where they make power is real narrow. So if you have to get out of the throttle, it takes a while to get back to speed.
3.5 seconds by number 2 turn for those two guys, Paul.
And what we're trying to do for you here is keep track of most of the radios in the race. And as we see a car come on the screen, then you try and switch over to that radio. But as you can tell, it's hectic out there. We try and keep from talking when they're actually on the two-way radio. Interval remains 2.5 seconds between Luyendyk and Stewart at the front of the field. Scott Goodyear sits in third. Jeff Ward in fourth place. The highest placed rookie. We'll return with more of Indy after this message and a word from our ABC station. In Indianapolis, the caution has just flashed on for the 6th time today. Dr. Jack Miller, that's the car sitting up high on the racetrack. And it looks to be, Tom, that Mike Groff down below?
I can't tell for sure. It looks like Mike Groff.
So with those two cars, the yellow has come out. It is Mike Groff and Jack Miller, so the field gets safely through, but the two of them got tangled together. Mike Groff's still in the car. Moving around, though, appears to be talking to the rescuers. Maybe he's thinking, I want to stay in this. I don't have any damage.
Can't tell. That's Jack Miller up into the wall. I'm not sure what got him there. And here's Groff sliding down through the pit apron area.
Well, Mike Groff moves to avoid as Jack Miller grabs the wall. Yeah, Groff's okay.
Appeared like he just lost it there, didn't he?
Yeah, it looks like Jack just lost it. Looks like the back end jumped out.
Groff spun this, just hitting his brakes, seeing that there was a wreck out there. He had to slow down.
Well, I got to tell you, you got to compliment Groff. He spun it to make sure he didn't get in it. But look at the car control that he exercised. Good drive. The Bryant heating car.
You can see Jack just loses by himself, and I think Groff is just trying to miss the situation, miss debris, and slides it or spins it right underneath him.
Tom, that's probably why he doesn't want to get out of the car. If he's only flat spotted those tires, he wants to tow back in, put 4 new tires on it, let's go.
Yeah, but Danny, he has climbed out and walks away. He's hoping that he can get back in that car. They're going to bring that car for Mike Groff, the Jonathan Bird car, back into the pit area. And we want to make sure that both drivers are pronounced okay. He just wants to get back in. Jack Arute.
Well, let's tell you what the leader's thinking is right now. With this caution coming at this point, it's maybe 10 laps sooner than they wanted to. So Fred Treadway, Skip Fall, and Arie Luyendyck's brain trust here has decided that let's see what happens in terms of cleanup out on the racetrack. They want to try and get 2 more stops and then complete the race. They need about 5 more laps to be able to accomplish that. So that's the conversation that's going on right now. Look for a pit stop late in this caution period for your leader.
And you know who that really hurt was Robbie Buell. Remember, he had just made a green stop 5 laps earlier. We'll return with more of the Indy 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations. We're back live at Indianapolis. You ride with the race leader, Arie Luyendyk. The pace car is just ahead. They're on the warm-up lane because of all the debris up on the north end of the track. And
Luyendyk's coming in, it looks like, Paul.
Yeah, it almost sounded like the engine cut off there. Not only Luyendyk, but a good many cars are heading down the pit road. And Robbie Buell, of course, who just stopped, will stay out.
Yeah, you can pass him. He's only doing 80. Come on in. Everyone's behind you.
Stewart comes in.
I'm going to cheat you out.
And Jack, here he is.
Arie Luyendyk goes to work. The crew wanting to make just this their second to last pit stop. Gary Gerald, Tony Stewart goes to work up your end.
Everything looking smooth, no changes, little debris off the left front wing, got him rolling. 12.5 seconds, that's as good a stop as I've seen today.
Dyke beats Stewart to the line. Now remember, they're separated by about 50 yards, but it was quick work by Luyendyk's crew so that it wasn't tight coming out of the pits. Let's also update you on Buddy Lazier. Lazier, as you've been noting all the way around the racetrack, has slowed down considerably. The conventional wisdom is that, or at least what Buddy thinks might have happened, is some debris might have been sucked into the air intake. They asked him during that last pit stop if he thought the engine would be able to last. He did not answer. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
And Jack, they brought Mike Groff's car all the way to the upper end of pit road. It towed it in. In fact, it was in the air behind the wrecker. They've turned the car around, set it on the ground. Now Groff has climbed back in. They've changed, put 4 fresh tires. They're checking the wing, trying to check the car over for damage. And they're going to try to get him back on the racetrack. Remember, he is currently the Indy Racing League point leader. So he needs to get back in this one, if at all possible.
Yeah, this may have cost him his IRL points lead. Show you how frustrating it can be, Tom Sneva. We look back a few minutes ago.
Yeah, here's Mike Groff right here, and he's out of the car. He's walking down the pit lane. Jack Miller's over here, and Mike's a little upset. You see him throw the glove towards the doctor over there. But some of that frustration, I think, is a little bit that USAC made him get out of the car. He wanted to stay in the car, get towed into the pits, but for whatever reason, USAC asked him to get out of the car, and I think that was some of the frustration.
All right, Scott Goodyear, who came into second place when the leaders stopped, now comes into the pits, Jack.
Coming down, found his marks very late, locks it up, misses the mark. They have to push it back. He had a visibility problem, could not find his crew on pit road. It was a very fast stop. Quick action, though. They lock it up, and now they're continuing to work, but they are very tight up against the wall. The crewmen that are changing the left sides are having problems getting up on the road. Jerry.
Green flag, time by.
Clayton Cunningham is the crew chief and co-owner for Mike Groff. Clayton, what did Mike say happened over there?
Mike said that Jack Miller, car number 40, spun in front of him, and he had to lock up all 4 tires to avoid him. And unfortunately, he flat spotted, and all 4 tires actually went flat, so he could not roll.
Any other damage to the car at all?
No damage to the car.
That's good news for Mike Groff back on the racetrack.
Yeah, that's better news than we thought we had on him. Robbie Buell, of course, it's cost him dearly. He's out in front of the group, but he is a lap behind the race. Jack?
But we've got an injury in Scott Goodyear's pit. Adam Irwin, who changed the left rear tire, had the tire run over his left ankle. He says he wants to finish this race, but he is limping around, Paul.
Well, the other question, Paul, let me jump in here. On that Goodyear stop, you noticed I circled it on the telestrator a little bit earlier that he He actually ran onto the air hose. Now, whether that is a penalty or not, maybe we can get a word from the guys down in the pits.
But remember, Tom, he didn't actually be on top of it because they were able to pull the hose out without moving the car, so maybe that won't be a penalty.
Usually, if they correct the problem, they don't go ahead and assess the penalty. Green comes out. Scott Goodyear, actually the leader of the race. We look for him back in the group as they storm toward the first turn. There's Jeff Ward. He now, as he crossed the line, Ward picked up the lead of the race. Lazier to second, Luyendyk third, Stewart fourth, Goodyear back to fifth place. So a scoring correction as they hit the line. Jeff Ward, the rookie, leads the Indy 500. Tony Stewart moving inside Buddy Lazier.
Well, moved inside about 3 or 4 cars right there. Tony got a great run off the corner and was able to get by 3 or 4 guys in traffic.
You can see just as he passes them, Tom, how wide he goes coming off to show you what the air does to the car.
The other cars back in the field. Lazier was the one that mattered because Lazier was in second place. Here they come again, heading down for turn 1. Ward, there's Stewart. Ward is the red, white, and blue cars, predominantly red, just ahead. There are a number of red, white, and blue cars in the race today.
On board here with Tony again. You know, he's a sprint car driver. He likes traffic, and he's probably having a fun time out there right now.
And that moving to the right side, to the inside. That, of course, was Jeff Ward. Looking back at Tony Stewart now. And that is Steve Kinzer.
Well, there's 2 short track guys. Tony actually used his head there. He had a pretty good run on Steve, but he thought better of it. He rolled out. He wasn't sure Steve saw him, so he had to roll out of the throttle. And look what it did to the guys behind him. It gave him a big run on him.
Tony went way to the left, clear down by the wall. That was to keep the other guys from being able to draft on him while he was going there.
Yeah, the 2 Foyt cars were right there and hunting Hamilton and Boat.
You heard Tony say he's too tight. That means he's got to push in the car. The car won't turn like he wants it to. They've been fighting that understeer. When he says he's too tight, they're going to have to wait for the pit stop to be able to correct the situation.
Now, that'll really hurt him right now, Tom, because, of course, he's got a chance to do more adjustments, but that's going to keep him from trying to catch up on Ward.
10-4.
Don't forget, Tom, he's probably not going to get a lot more pit stops unless we have some more yellows. We've only got 1 more quick one to go.
That green car of Robbie Buell's, who is a lap down, is really moving away from everybody. Of course, looking for a yellow to catch back up.
Buddy Lazier, Scott Goodyear right behind him. You're tracking Stewart behind the lead, closed from 10 to 2 seconds.
Well, Scotty got a run on him right at the end, entering turn 3, and was able to make that pass on Buddy.
Buddy probably has a lot less horsepower than some of them right now, so, and he can't turn much RPM because that would still hurt the engine.
Lazier, Goodyear. There's Luyendyk. Luyendyk and Calkins.
Well, that looks like it's going to be a tie right there, Paul.
Oh, yeah.
That's Scott Goodyear, I think, pulling up right on the back of Luyendyk at this point.
Working the 147th lap, 146 complete.
Oh, Tony Stewart still having some trouble to get by Steve Kinzer. He's still stuck in there behind him.
Well, if he has got a car that's pushing into the corners, that's not helping anything.
Let's keep in mind now, we're going to come to where we have 50 laps left pretty soon. That's the way a lot of the teams figure the race is, the last 50 laps.
Luyendyk falling further back now from the lead. The leader, of course, is rookie Jeff Ward, motocross champion. Is he on his way to being an Indy 500 champion? A rookie, his first race. Nice guy from Scotland. Leads the Indianapolis 500 now. The view down on the back straightaway. 147 laps complete at Indy. Goodyear blimps have flown over the Indy 500 63 times since their first appearance back in 1926. Today it's Spirit up over the Speedway. Jeff Ward, the rookie, leads the Indianapolis 500 by 4.2 seconds over Tony Stewart. And there he is, the First plus red, white, and blue car. Valvoline race summary at this point in the race as we look back at the interval after 150 laps. 7 leaders, 12 different lead changes. Tony Stewart in pursuit of the leader. Pit stops helped Jeff Ward.
They really did. Jeff has been running right at the front of the pack, but in the last stop, he was the first one in. When you're the first one in, you're the first one out a lot of times. He was first in, first out. He was at the head of the pack when it went green. But on the racetrack, he's been able to maintain that because he's running just as fast or faster than anybody else out there.
19 cars remain in the race, and Luyendyk starting to roll in. Tony Stewart, go ahead.
As we watch here, Robbie Buell comes by, Paul. I just want to admit, he looks like he's way ahead in the race. He's not really down a lap. He's just in the same lap, but way back now. He's very fast. If we get a yellow, he's going to be right up back around with the fast guys again.
Well, Bobby, we haven't seen him in our coverage yet, but what Bobby's saying is that Buell did get back on the leader lap. He is ahead of the leader Ward by an 1/8 of a mile or so, and therefore is that distance back, almost 2.5 miles back from the leaders. On board Luyendyk.
Yeah, we're actually on board with Arie here. He's the fastest car in the racetrack right now, and he's really closed the gap on Stewart.
Luyendyk's reeling him in, Jack.
And Paul, he knows that he wants to get by Tony Stewart. In fact, just a couple of laps ago, he was in the gear. You know, they have that choice between 4th, 5th, and 6th in terms of running. He was in a gear that was putting the engine up on the rev limiter. The crew had to radio him to go to the other gear so they'd have a little more. The separation, about 200 RPM. They also radioed to him that he was the fastest car on the racetrack. Arie simply said 10-4.
All right, we've got a couple of great onboard cameras here in both cars, and we can watch this battle from a couple perspectives as Stewart and Luyendyk battle for second at the Indy 500. There he is, the blue and white car behind Arie.
Another thing, Paul, that I think is interesting is the track is not slowed down today. There's no oil, there's no excessive amount of rubber. Cool as it's been, really a fast, good track today.
Indianapolis, Stewart, Luyendyk, Goodyear, they're all trying to track down Jeff Ward, who's 4.1 seconds ahead of that yellow car up there and leading the Indy 500 as a rookie. Jerry Punch.
Well, back at the Hannah Medical Center, Dr. Jack Miller has walked out. And Jack, fortunately, you're okay. That's the good news. What happened to you out there?
I'm not sure yet. I was running fine. Actually, I wasn't even in, no one was around me. I turned into 3 and actually I'd already started to turn in. All of a sudden the car just snapped. It felt like something broke, and I'm not sure what happened. I don't think it was the engine, either in the gearbox, the CV, or the tire. It just it's like somebody hit me from behind, but I know no one hit me. But
here comes Luyendyk. Luyendyk comes around Stewart, and Luyendyk picks up second place. Sorry to interrupt Jack Miller there, but Luyendyk just made the move. We'd been waiting for several laps.
Nice move, Al. Put some space in him.
And look at Scott Goodyear pulling up on Tony Stewart also. There's going to be another one here pretty quick, Paul.
Yeah, Scott Goodyear's in the fight. And you heard him tell Luyendyk on the radio, nice move there, and it certainly was. Ward, though, is losing ground. Ward, the leader, they're closing on him with this battle, and he's having to run through some traffic.
Well, he's really been held up down here in turn 4 in traffic. He's losing some ground, but mainly due to traffic.
Goodyear tries the move, but Stewart takes the inside line. Ward is just ahead, not directly ahead, but watch for Ward. He just turns into the corner as they come around Groff.
That blue and the white car is got good here. The blue and white one there, clear on the right of the straight.
Just half a second behind the leader is this battle. Luyendyk swings out, picks up the speed. Boy, that line that Stewart's running is fascinating.
The other thing that's happened in Luyendyk was quicker on full tanks compared to the top guys early in the race. They've adjusted the car, and he's actually now on low tank, low fuel. He's actually faster than the rest of the guys, so they've adjusted.
Ward leads the 500, 159 laps complete. Back in Indianapolis, nothing has changed with the lead, but Robbie Buell has dropped out of 6th place and headed into the pits. Remember, he got back onto the lead lap, but now he will drop a lap behind the race as he comes in for the stop, Jack.
Robbie Buell comes in. Now remember, Buell had some understeer early in the race. He's been battling.
Carlson. He replaced John Paul Jr. in the car after Jr. was injured in an accident. And the yellow comes out again at Indianapolis. Now, how will that play Tom Sneva into the whole pit stop scenario? Buell finishes out. He takes advantage.
finally made it to completion. Tuesday's running no doubt drew the ire of the ABC soap opera crowd. As it turned out, the twice postponed race did finish up in time for General Hospital. And how could that show's fans complain anyway? Luke and Laura have had several restarts.
Ladies and gentlemen, restart your engines.
And away they go. Lap 18, Robbie Gordon not going anywhere. Pulls off the track and rolling around in the infield. You don't see much because it's invisible. The fire, the methanol flames all over him. He suffered second-degree burns on his wrist, right hand, and right thigh. The rescue crews finally come over, hose him off. His crew could only watch this on television. Gordon wanted to get back out on the track and race, but his car had a fuel leak, not only out of the Indy 500, but he will miss his next 2 Winston Cup starts, and that's where he's a regular in the Winston Cup competition. On the restart, and they are racing. Tony Stewart grabbing the lead from Arie Luyendyk. You're on board with last year's winner, Buddy Lazier, telling Steve Kinser to move on over. Trouble later in the race. The dentist, Dr. Jack Miller, into the wall, lost some of his car. Restart on lap 142. The rookie Jeff Ward grabs the lead from Scott Goodyear. Now you're on board with Arie Luyendyk. Luyendyk getting squeezed by Tony Stewart, had to fly over onto the grass, but kept it under control. Lap 187. Here's Steve Kinser, World of Outlaws fame, spinning a circle, crashed into Lynn St. James. 8th caution of the race. The leaders pit under caution for fuel. Jeff Ward and Tony Stewart, they're headed down pit road, getting some fuel, getting some oil change if they did have a coupon. Lap 193, Scott Goodyear leading. Luyendyk did not pit, and Luyendyk's after him for the lead. The caution then comes out for a broken mirror on the track. 3-lap shootout, Luyendyk and Goodyear. They continue to run 1 and 2, and now you're on board with Tony Stewart. You're on board with him now. Stewart into the wall. What? He would continue in the race. The caution comes out again as Team Menard looks on. Now watch the final lap. The spot shadow on the caution light. Let the flagman, though, is given the green and the white for 1 more lap and to race. But the caution light stayed on throughout the track. Luyendyk, he took in that information about the green, so he's flying. Goodyear isn't. He's not going as fast, and he's not going to win. Luyendyk getting the checkered right there. Raises his hand down pit road. Luyendyk gets some milk, but with all the problems of this race, maybe it should be skim milk. A record $1.5 million in change for Luyendyk in his second Indy 500 win. The other came back in 1990. As for flying the green flag and the flashing yellow caution on the last lap, race officials admitted they were in error. Second place, Scott Goodyear. The rookie Jeff Ward was up for third. Last year's Indianapolis 500 winner, Buddy Lazier, he ended up in the 4th spot. Billy Boat was next. Then Robbie Buell, those two in 7th and 8th. A total of just 13 cars were running in the end out of 35 who started on Monday and 29 who restarted Tuesday. Here's the guy who finished first.
I have a 1-2 today, and it feels kind of bittersweet for me to have to pass my teammate, you know, for the win. Because I know Scott has gone through a lot of this place, and he's had a lot more disappointments than I've had. But when you're a race car driver, you just go for it.
I'm just disappointed we didn't get a real true run at the last run and maybe have a shot at getting a bit of a toe in a draft like he did to me and get underneath him and see where we would have ended up. I would have liked it under, you know, 110% racing conditions.
As strange as this year's qualifying was, things still held true that the fastest before the race is usually fastest in the race. And for the 16th time, a pole sitter was the race winner. The next best place to start is naturally second. Starting last is generally considered bad. Luyendyk's the second multiple winner in the 90s. Al Unser Jr. did it in 92 and 94.
Book